Good afternoon and welcome to Tennis West Goods Property Services Super Saturday of West Australian tennis. We enter into the 121st year of the Premier Tennis Club competition in WA. WA sporting legends, the names of Jenny Byrne, Rob Casey, Christine Dorey, Clive Wilderspin are amongst the few that have honed their craft at the Australia's Premier Club tennis competition throughout the WA State League. 14 rounds over 5 months. We are now down to the final 4 State League clubs vying for the men's semi-final. Cottesloe up against Alexander Park 2v4. Sitting next to me, Goran Marijan, Tennis Australia's High Performance Academy Manager. My name is Brett Patten. We'll be bringing you the broadcast right across today's live West Australian feed. Thank you to Scotty Media. And I want to welcome you, Goran Marijan, to today's semi-final, second versus fourth, here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Beautiful day, a little bit tropical, a little bit humid. What are you expecting from today's play? Well,
I think it's going to be a great day. Nice to see the weather's actually cooled down a little bit from yesterday, but it is very humid. I was on court this morning and there's a lot of sweat going on, so I think these guys will be ready to go. It's going to be interesting to see. They're both grass court teams, so I think it's going to be a good day.
And Cottesloe have certainly been one of the standout clubs this year, finishing second on the Goods Property Services ladder. Only lost once, and that was to top of the table Hensman Park, and a really close tie here, only a matter of rounds ago. So the winner of this match will go through to play the winner of Kings Park and Hensman Park, being played at Hensman Park this afternoon. Of course, there's 2 other semi-finals in the Women's Goods Property Services State League, and we're going to take you to those results as the day unfolds. A couple of big names playing today for Cottesloe. Scott Jones, the WA's #1 player. He's been the standout player for the Goods Property Services State League this season, undefeated. Certainly got his hand on that MVP trophy, I would imagine, Goran, at the WA Industry Awards towards the latter stages of this year. Will Hann, the #2 player for Cottesloe. I think he's going to be the swingman. I think Will be the determining factor as to how Cottesloe fare in this year's final series, up against Ashwin Sharma into second spot today. That'll be the first match that we are broadcasting. And on court #2, Max Weir from Cottesloe, who's certainly only lost 1 match throughout this season, and also was in contention for that MVP award, coming up against I think it's young Bowen, Josh Bowen, playing for Alexander Park on court 2. We'll be flicking between the courts today. But these first 2 matches, I mean, how do you see, particularly this top court, Will Hann, Ashwin Sharma, shaping up?
I think it's going to be a good match. These guys train a lot together, actually. So, they know each other's games very well. And obviously, it's always important the first 2 games, just on that mental side of it as well, for the other 2 guys coming on. If you're up 2-0 or things like that, it puts a bit of pressure on. So always important to have a good start.
What is the secret to winning a State League Championships? Again, this competition's been 121 years in the making. What is the secret for teams? Is it having the best player in the team, or is it really looking at strong depth throughout the year?
I think it's depth. If you can have a good 4, and also obviously doubles always comes into it as well, so you have those combinations that work together. But I think it is depth. Obviously, if you're having someone like Scotty Jones in your team who's undefeated, it's always helpful if you're probably going to start 1-0 up. But I think at 3 and 4 they're just as important as 1 and 2. So just to get those wins and keep their pressure on the other teams.
No question about that. And as we made mention, the side for Cottesloe today: Scotty Jones at #1, Will Hann at #2, Adam Kehane, the left-hander, red-headed from Eastern States, playing in #3, and Max Weir coming in at #4. The Alexander Park team, Dan Downey, #1, up against Scott Jones. Ashwin Sharma coming up against Will Hann in that second position. Jerome Iaconi. Now, Jerome's also a bit of a swingman, I think, for the result for Alexander Park. If he can continue on with a good role this year, and he's had a great year, former Australian Cup winner of the under-18s competition about 3 years ago, was destined to go on and play college tennis, and unfortunately the breaks went on because of COVID over the last couple of years, so he finds himself, luckily enough for the Premier competition in WA, that he's stayed playing for his home club of Alexander Park. And of course, that last position is Josh Bowen up against Max Weir. What can you tell us certainly about Jerome Iaconi? He clearly, for me, a bit like Will Hann for Cottesloe, potentially will be that swingman for Alexander Park and their fortunes this year.
Yeah, I was able to watch Jerome play actually the last time I was commentating at Alexander Park, and very solid. I'm pretty sure he was playing Adiman that day. Played really well, and I think he's just going to know that he's with his game today. I don't know, who's he playing against, sorry? Who's he matched up against?
Jerome Iaconi is up against, and that's a good call. You should be listening, Goran Marijan. You are the High Performance Academy out there at Tennis West. Jerome comes up against Adam Kehane, the left-hander from Cottesloe.
All right, I haven't seen Adam play yet, so it's going to be a good match, but I think you're probably leaning towards, with Jerome's had a good year, and obviously those matches, like you're saying with Will's match as well, they are swing matches, I think. If they're a bit 50-50, then could be the end result at the end of the day, just one of those matches.
Just moments away from the #2 singles, Will Hann from Cottesloe up against Ashwin Sharma. Of course, Ashwin's famous sister,
Astro, yeah, had a good win.
Number 96 in the world, playing at Indian Wells this weekend, this week.
Got a bit lucky, got a lucky loser, and then had a good win against Magna Lynette yesterday. So that's always nice if you can get yourself into a big draw of Indian Wells and then have a win.
And of course, you, former coach of Nikolai Bashavelli, top 30 player in the world, and also you're coaching Harriet Dart from the UK, and she's had a pretty good run at Indian Wells, the Premier League, Premier event for the WTA and the ATP.
Yeah, had a great win this morning against Svitolina. So beat
Svitolina, top 10 player.
Beat her in 3 sets. So that's would I think probably be her first top 10 win in her career. So it's always nice to do it at that big tournaments where there are big points and big money involved.
As we're watching Will Hann, ready?
And should be close to the top 100, I would say now. So I think she's sitting at 110 on the live rankings. So it's always exciting if you get yourself into those double digits.
Exactly. Just overplaying that back in Ashwin Sharma, but Will Hann looking to assert himself nice and early. I think he's been working on his game, particularly to be a little bit more aggressive, attack the net. Grass courts allow you to be a little bit more aggressive than the hard courts. The ball does stay low, skids through. Beautiful courts out here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Will Hann, 15 love, serving closest to the camera. Again, looking to take the short ball and move forward.
Yeah, always that lefty swing serve opens up the court. Maybe held back a bit on that short forehand, I think. Gave Ashwin a chance. But good serve to set it up.
I know Will Hahn's out at the State Tennis Centre training with some of the best athletes in WA under Len Cannell, who's the strength and conditioning coach there for Tennis Australia. And of course, your tutelage, Goran. Great culture out there amongst the best players in WA. All know each other's game very, very well. Yeah,
they train a lot most mornings. We've got a bit of a senior squad out there that Will and Ashwin are a part of. A couple of the younger guys as well. Jake Dembo's been jumping in there this week, which is great for him to hit with these older guys.
Beautiful forehand from Ashwin Sharma down the line. 30-15. Will Hann just towing off for the back of the court. Of course, today's broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Thank you to Scott Walsh, Tomio Yamazaki, Goods Property Services. Of course, you'll be hearing the voices right across today. Joel Pleydell, former WA Open doubles champion. Rob Kennedy, head of tennis for Tennis West. Overplaying the forehand. Just looking at Will Hahn's game and the equipment that he's using, it looks like he's changed the model of his Yonex racket. Was using a traditional Yonex.
Yeah, he's using the Yonex V-Core now.
The red racket?
The red racket, yeah. So beforehand he had the same as a black racket, but actually was a V-Core as well, just a different colour. So he's stayed with it. Just a new paint job, I think.
Wearing the Dunlop Volley shoes. Little cushioning in the shoes, but very good. The herringbone grip makes it for good grass court tennis. Again, beautiful deep forehand from Will Hann. You can see his intention to get around and use that big weapon of his, which is his forehand wing.
Yep. No, he's got the ability to flatten it out or to go heavy, you know. Then, okay, on the grass, it's not going to jump up as much, but it is still a different bounce. It's still going to not stay as low as the flat ones, just to change the variety up a little bit.
Again, there's that left-handed slice backhand, just catching the top of the tape. I want to give a shout out to Peter O'Day, the groundsman at Cottesloe Tennis Club, as always prepares these courts immaculately throughout the year. Some of the best grass courts you'll find anywhere in the world. Certainly not out of place if they're at the All England Grass Lawn Tennis Club in Wimbledon.
Yeah, you just can't play on those courts, that's the thing.
Will Hann serving, juice.
Even as a main draw player, you only get one actual practice on it before the main tournament starts. So
Beautiful kick serve high out to the forehand of Ashwin Sharma. That's interesting that they don't allow the players they allow one practice match on the actual grass courts there at the All England Tennis Club. Where do they practice?
They practice at the club right behind. It's the name's actually, I can't remember the name now, but it's about 10 grass courts there, and there's another club just across the street as well that is another 8 or 9 grass courts there. So those courts at the end of the 2 weeks are really ripped up because the main draw courts are.
Just missing that overhead. 2 bites at the cherry, just forcing that overhead a little wide. The grass courts and the practice venues next to the All England Lawn Tennis Club, they play very similar to the grass courts on the main stadiums?
They would be a little bit harder. The main courts are a bit softer, so it's a little bit of a lower bounce, just because they're not played on that often. I think if you are seeded, actually, you get 2 practices, and if you're not seeded, you get 1. So just before the main draw starts on the Monday.
Juice, Will Hann, Cottesloe, closest to the camera, serving. Another nicely timed kicking serve, just taking a little bit of pace off that first delivery. Mistimed by Ashwin Sharma. You can see that he was a little bit flat-footed. I think he expected the ball to come through a little quicker.
Yeah, it's a good long first game here, getting into the match, and it would be obviously a good hold now, knowing that it's been a few juices here for Will.
Opening serve hold there from Will Hann from Cottesloe. 1 game to love on the top court. And you're right, that game went on for approximately 12 minutes. Had his chances to close it out. I mean, who does that suit? Do you think the server going into the match with a long game just to get themselves into a rhythm, or does it suit the returner?
That's an interesting one. I think a bit of both. Obviously, it's a hold from Will, so he's obviously confident that he could hold a tough game. But then from Ashwin, to know that he was in the game, and next time he's returning, he's got a chance to break. So both ways, I think.
Change of ends. You can see the captain, Scott Jones, just having a few words to Will Hann. The change of ends there, just giving him a few tactics about where he thinks he needs to start focusing his efforts. Maybe looking to be a little bit more aggressive, move forward.
Yeah, I always think a good plan when you're returning, just to feel like you can make a few balls, get inside the return game.
Ashwin Sharma walking back towards the camera. First service game for him, the semi-final, up against Will Hann. Just throwing the ball up, just testing where the sun is. Yeah, lovely play. Beautiful forehand from both men there. Just a nice movement forward, solid first volley. That's got to give Ashwin some confidence.
Yeah, good serve, good first ball. And a nice volley to put away.
Good photo of Ashwin Sharma in today's West Australian. Good photo there from Scotty Walsh, delivering the goods every Saturday morning, Monday afternoon for the West Australian. Interesting dynamics out here, the right-hander versus the left-hander. And who do you think that favours, Goran, Marijan? Is it the left-hander? Are they better suited against the right-hander? I mean, they play predominantly right-handers, and the right-hander plays very few left-handers.
Yeah, I think that's what you probably lean towards. You lean towards favouring the lefty, just because the right-handers play the majority of opponents that are right-handed. But these guys played a lot of times against each other, so...
Overplaying that high forehand. You can see the frustration there for Will Hann. Set that point up incredibly well. Had the short ball, moved forward. Just didn't get himself into position. Looked like he was too front on.
Yeah, front on, yeah. And just maybe thought it was over. I think he just had to get up there and close it, finish the job.
Don't need to do too much with your volleys on grass. The grass will generally do the bulk of the work. Just put it into play. You'll generally get a low bounce or a bad hop or a ball skidding away. Not like the hard courts of the clay where you have to put a little bit more punch on the volley. Grass courts a little bit more forgiving. Deep with that forehand. Good preparation there by Ashwin, incredibly fit athlete. Good early preparation, just overplaying. Also using the Yonex racket.
Yeah, it's definitely become a very popular racket these days.
Of course, you're more of a traditionalist. You like to use the head in your playing days, but you've taken over the Yonex at the moment.
I've gone to Yonex, yeah, for the last 5 years now. So really enjoy them. Good.
Gee whiz, that's a big forehand. And again, probably pulled the trigger a little too early. Will Hann just needed to bide his time. That's a hold to serve for Ashwin. 1 games apiece, early stage of this first set. Alexander Park finished 4th on the ladder in Goods Property Services State League competition. Cottesloe, 1 loss this year against the top side Hensman Park. They finished 2nd. On the back of that loss here, only a few rounds ago, they lose the opportunity to play a home grand final if Hensman Park win their semi-final today against Kings Park. So it was a big loss in the context of determining who's going to win the state league this year in the men's competition.
Yeah, you'd always like to have that home ground advantage.
Again, a few errors coming by way of that slice backhand. Early doors, what can you see that he probably needs to change? It looks, to me, a little front on.
Yeah, I think just in the points in general, he's just feel like he has to create something. I think Ashwin is pretty comfortable to sit back and stay in the rally. Just a few errors coming from Will's racket have been just trying to maybe press a little bit early in the rallies instead of just staying with it and waiting for the right ball, getting inside the court.
There's that typical left-hander swinging serve out to the backhand wing. That ball really skidded through and took a nice bounce, catching Ashwin above shoulder height. Very hard to control that ball, particularly when your opponent's serving and volleying, Goran.
Yeah, it's a bit of put of pressure to feel like you've got to come up with a good return. Maybe later in the set, if that keeps happening, Ashwin might have to change his return stance and get Will to serve tee sometimes.
30 love, Will Hann serving. Furthest from the camera. Had a good season this year. Again, found himself about 2 metres behind the baseline, Ashwin. It's typical grass court tennis. I'd like to see both these athletes really imposing themselves, standing around about the baseline, trying to take the ball on the rise and start to move forward, dictate, be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I think we've seen most people coming forward. It's only 3 games in, but coming forward have won the point. So I definitely feel like grass court tennis, if you can just take that time away, that bit of time and space pressure from your opponent, it's always going to get a few unforced errors or a few forced errors.
There's that tee call that you were looking for. Big serve down the tee. 40-15.
It's amazing how that first serve on the grass is so important to get some cheap points.
Big day's play out here at Cottesloe. Cottesloe playing against Alexander Park in the semi-final of the Division 1. Will Hann serving, 40-15. Again, overplaying that forehand from Ashwin as we skip across to court number 2. Max Weir serving, Furthest from the camera from Cottesloe, currently leading 4-1 with an early break against Josh Bowen from Alexander Park. Josh sitting courtside there with Dan Downey, the #1 player for Alexander Park, just trying to get into Josh's head. This would be one of the first semi-finals, first finals that Josh Bowen has played in his career for Alexander Park this year. Good Midwest product, Josh Bowen. Father Danny, one of the best players out of the Midwest for the best part of 30 years. Great to see Josh up in WA in Perth playing the Premier League competition. Let's serve. You can see the power and the height and the timing of Max Weir. He's had a standout season.
Oh, great passing shot.
Beautiful backhand passing shot. Wasn't all that clinical. Came off the racket frame, I think, was it? But you pay for everything. You might as well use it.
Might as well use it, yeah. No, he was under pressure there and came up with a great passing shot.
I think that's the right tactic from Josh Bowen. Make your opponent hit passing shots. If they can do that, you doff your hat to them. But very difficult to hit winner after winner, particularly when your opponent's moving forward. 15 love, 4-1, Tim Weir, Max Weir. Shout out to Tim Weir, his father. Great supporter of Cottesloe Tennis Club. Again, a beautiful backhand down the line. The very generous crowd here at Cottesloe. Of course, we're a community sport, so only parents of and team members and managers are allowed on site today. Part of the WA Government's community sport rules and regulations. Of course, if you are enjoying the live streaming through Scotty's Media, through the West Australian, they're bringing you the results from today's play and right across the semi-finals of the men's and women's Goods Property Service State League competition. As we move back to court #1, Ashwin Sharma, Alexander Park captain, trailing by 1-2 against Will Hann.
Ashwin having good success here with the +1. So after that first serve, really stepping in and taking that forehand early, forcing an error from Will.
Yeah, beautiful short ball, approach shot. Not a clinical high forehand volley, but good enough to put away to the backhand wing of Will Hann.
Yeah, once again, Ashwin on top straight away after that first serve.
Nice sliding serve there, just catching Will Hann, flat-footed. No body weight through the shot. Caught him for pace. 40 love. Will Hann going to the towel again. It is a humid day out here at Cottesloe. Again, catching that ball a little high and a little late. Good hold of serve there, 2 games apiece.
4 first serves.
Skipping across to court #2. You can see Josh Bowen closer to the camera, just toweling off. Finds himself down 5-1 against the big serving Max Weir, Cottesloe. Serving to stay in this first set. We switch back to court One again. Two games apiece. Solid contest, very evenly matched contest between Will Hann serving. You can see his name on the back of the Cottesloe jersey. Father Mark Hann was captain of Claremont Football Club back in the 90s. Tremendous pedigree, sporting family, the Hanns. It's really been a battle of the forehands so far in these early stages, Goran.
Yeah, they're both looking for their forehand to attack. Just unforced error there from Ashwin, but they both want to see that get around, attack, and try to get that body moving forward for the next one to come in.
Beautiful,
Great
aggressive
volley.
play, and you can see what that meant to Will Hann, just giving the fist pump to his supporters here at Cottesloe Tennis. A wonderfully constructed point.
Yeah, good move, good volley. Couple of comfortable service games compared to the first one of the match. Good off forehand there from Ashwin to force the error. 40-15.
And Will just taking some time just to consolidate himself. Go to the towel. The players go to the towel most points because of the humidity today, just to wipe the hands. Serving. Gee whiz, he's missed a couple of those sitter volleys today. I do like that play though. Opportunity there to really dominate, dictate, and put that volley away. Just catching the top of the tape, but I do like that play. I think that's the go-to play today. Certainly the aggressive player, I think, and we've seen that. One who moves forward more often will come out on top more often than not, Goz.
I think so. If you are the one moving forward, I feel like you are the one that's dictating play from the back and creating more chances.
A few unforced errors creeping into Will's game. Fifth game of this first set. Scores currently 2 games apiece.
That was a good first serve, but Ashwin was able to neutralise it with a good return cross court. Ashwin had good ability there just to play some good defensive shots. We're running side to side. Just keeping himself in the rally, and then eventually Will missing a forehand to set up, I think, the first break point of the match.
Generally the unforced errors are the telling result at the end of the match. It's the player with the least amount of unforced errors will generally win the match. We're seeing a few of those creep in right now to Will Hahn's game. Down a break point here. Nice sliding serve. You can see the frustration there from Ashwin, knowing he had an opportunity. First breakpoint save for the match.
Yeah, it was on the racket, so he had the chance to get it back in play. But he's going to go back now and get another one.
We speak about that unforced error count. I mean, players try to steamroll and try to hit through their opponents, but it really is just maintaining pressure, consistency, that'll more often than not serve you well. Crowd appreciating that point from Hann.
Yeah, it's going to be another big hold here. Another long game, and if you can get on top, and then maybe mentally Ashwin, with knowing he had a chance there, be a little frustrated.
We'll talk to that at the change of ends, the psyche around having opportunities and not consolidating. Will it play into Ashwin's mind? The more opportunities he has and creates and the less he converts, that's got to play on your mind.
I think it will. He's been serving well and holding comfortably, so he should, it shouldn't affect his service games. But now, missing 3 returns in a row from break point, it could play on his mind a little bit there.
As we change ends, we're going to welcome the former WA Open doubles champion, Joel Pleydell, and head of tennis, Robbie Kennedy, into the commentary booth for the Goods Property Services State League semi-final.
Thank you, Brett Patten, for welcoming us into the commentary booth here with Rob Kennedy. How are you, Robbie?
Good, Joel. Doing well. You can't complain with a day like this and the quality of matches that we're watching. It's beautiful.
It's great down here, isn't it? We've got a perfect day, not too hot down here at Cottesloe today, and it's actually, the wind's not too bad at the moment, but I'm sure the sea breeze will kick in at some point this afternoon.
Must admit, I was getting very comfy just sitting over there watching the matchup.
Yeah, Max Weir so far has been pretty clinical, I would have thought. He's got a big game. It's putting a lot of pressure on Joshy Bowen here early in this first set.
I've been lucky enough to watch him throughout this year, Max, and he just seems to be continuing that same consistent form that he's had throughout the season, which has been extremely impressive. Again, just showing that composure at the back of the court. We know he's got a big serve, but again, just following on from what he's been doing all year. Yeah,
and what I've been really surprised with is Max Weir's backhand. He actually, for a big fella, he makes a lot of balls down low on that backhand wing to get underneath it and over it with that top spin. As we cross back onto court 1 here with Ashwin and Hann. Ashwin serving.
What have you liked so far from this match that we've been watching?
I feel like it's a really tactical match here, I reckon, between these two. I obviously think they would have played a lot against each other, but I think the dynamic of left-hander versus right-hand is really interesting, and I reckon it's a bit like a chess game at the moment.
Ball just called wide. You can tell the quality of the courts, allowing the boys to play strong, heavy, back of the court type tennis. I think Will's probably been the more dominant getting into the net, but the courts just look like they're playing immaculate today.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree. It looks like Hann's looking to be more aggressive, staying up on the baseline, and Ashwin probably a little bit further back behind the baseline, but making Will play a lot of balls and causing a few problems with those unforced errors.
15 love. Oh, lovely return there down the line. He's just stepped a little bit inside the baseline there to get on top of that early to take it to 15 all.
Yep. I think just watching this match, just while I was off air, I saw a lot of Hann's returns early on in Ashwin's service games. He returned a lot down the middle and short, whereas you saw that one there, he actually moved into the ball a bit more and got it nice and deep close to the line, so it was a good return.
Don't know how clean that was, but it did the job, got him out wide. This time Ashwin changing up his serve, going out more to the backhand of Will, but able to again get a strong return, get into a confident position to begin with. This time we see Ashwin coming into the net, but Will, just that ability to get the racket on the ball and drop it down low and wide.
Yeah, he's been able to string a couple of service return points together here, Will. So he'll be looking to make a first ball here. See if he can get some break points.
15-30. Lovely forehand, strong pass down the line. He got that first ball where he wanted to, the old two-shot play. Get it down at the toes, push in, out to the open court. It was a fantastic play there from Ashwin. Intrigued to see where he goes here on this serve. He's gone after Will Hann's strong forehand return there before. He's had 2 out to his backhand now. They've still been strong, deep returns. What I'm noticing from Will, though, and you might not be able to see those listening at home just on the cameras, is he's getting a nice, high, deep forehand and then flattening it out and changing that pace a little bit more. Interested to see what happens here at 30 all. Bit of sun from this end.
Yep, there you go. He called it big and wide. So, yeah, he's come up with a big first serve there, as he needed to. Yeah, was looking in a bit of trouble there, Ashwin, and dug himself out of it here. So let's see if he can send another one down and get Will back serving.
I think it shows a real confidence in his game at the moment. Again, another player who's had a strong season this year, Ashwin, but 15-30 down to play those 2 points that he has to get it back here to 40-30 is a real sign of where his confidence is at. Change of pace there from Will Hann. So the first out wide, Ashwin playing and getting on top of the ball. He was able to use that sort of recovery forehand slice, then went to a deeper backhand slice, and that one there just a little bit lower, a little bit sharper. And it's probably the first time I've actually seen that ball really bounce that little bit lower too. So I wonder if he'll be aware of that and look to use that slice a little bit more to keep that ball nice and low.
Yeah, definitely effective play on the grass courts, isn't it? Using that slice, trying to keep the ball low and try and make your opponent play up over the net. So a good tactic there from Will Hann.
Juice here. Again, that sun, bit of trouble. That is just classic grass court play. Again, being able to get on top of that return, start it deep, look to use that inside in on that forehand this time, then go inside out, get to the open court. Nice classic volley. It was just great play from Will Hann.
Yeah, that was great, wasn't it? You see Will Hann always trying to get that first big hit in, and how important do you think that's going to be here down at Cottesloe, down the grass courts especially?
I think what we're seeing is, like you said earlier, Ashwin does look strong back behind the court, but on a grass court, if you're getting caught too far back, at some point that person's going to get on top of you. I'm always big on the person who can take over the net when we're playing on grass. Break point here. He's gone the tee. Just wide, I think, was the call. Huge point here in the context of the day.
Yeah, that was a nice deep return, wasn't it? There you go. So second serve, put himself under a bit of pressure there, Ashwin, and then again, Will Hann leaning forward a bit more on that return, as he probably hasn't been doing early on in Ashwin's service game. So it was a good time to pull it out, and you see it landed a foot from the baseline and brought an unforced error about from Ashwin. So
I think it's going to make Ashwin have to think a little bit more. Obviously, Will's starting to maybe read his serve, understand a little bit more where that serve's going, because 4 or 5, 6 of those points, we're looking at returns that are coming back past three-quarter court here, and that's exactly where you want to be to start a point if you're the returner. Oh, probably just tried for a little bit too much there. Right. I was about to say it's never a break until you hold.
No, that's right.
He started with a good first serve, went for his inside in on his forehand. Probably just didn't need to do that much. But again, just a sign of where we're at out on the courts today.
I think it's important to note, Ashwin actually in that last service game, he didn't miss too many first serves. So it just shows the quality of the match up here and the quality of Will Hann's returning at the moment.
Love 15. That time going the classic inside out, just put it down the line, nice steady forehand,
Again,
comes in,
yeah,
finish with the
that's
volley.
right. And again, Ashwin finding himself a long way behind the baseline, especially on the return. So Hann doing all the right things, keeping. I want to see him keep coming forward and keep trying to take control of that net, as you were saying earlier.
Rob Kennedy here, sitting with Joel Pleydell, thanks to the Good Service Property Group. We're sitting at Cottesloe Tennis Club for this semi-final between Cottesloe and Alexander Park. Hann serving 4-2 and 15 all.
Yeah, great return. Oh, good passing shot, I should say, on the backhand. Ashwin there, getting down nice and low. Not an easy shot there, though, is it, Rob? There, you took the high part of the net down the line and made it look pretty easy in the end.
I think if Will could turn back time, he would ask for that approach shot yet again. He was in the position he wanted to be. Maybe that first one played on his mind when he overhit that inside in, or that cross court sort of down to that backhand side. He sort of just underplayed this one a bit, didn't he?
A little bit short, wasn't it?
Ball called wide.
Just wide, I think. I'm not sure if Will knows.
I'm not
it's
sure if
wide.
Will's seen it yet because he gave a little bit of a come on. So I'm intrigued to see sort of what happens here. But it is 30-40.
Again, I'm just noticing Ashwin's court position. It is a long way back. It's 2-3 metres behind the baseline. So it's going to be interesting to see how long this lasts and if he can keep this up all day against Will Hann, who's looking to be more aggressive.
Sorry.
Made it, and you can hear the emotions from Ashwin. It's a huge point, that one there. You could hear him at the back of the court grinding out, getting to every ball over and over again, and getting the opportunity there and passing with a fantastic backhand cross court.
Yeah, he might even picked it up on the camera. Hear all the grunts coming out of Ashwin just there, and he was working extremely hard to get that point and get that break back. So well done there, and we're back on serve.
Back to 4-3 as we cross over to court 2. Max Weir with the first set and up 1-love. Shaking his head, but I have a feeling that pass was good.
I think it's been called good, but from here it looked like it might have been.
I mean, here it looked wide, so I'm
Yeah,
not sure if
that's
he's
right.
angry with the play and the way he's playing, but from here it looked out to me.
Yeah.
But we're a little bit away. I'm sure at home as you're watching along, thanks to Scotty Media, you guys would have had a better, clear picture of what's happened there. Let, first serve. Bit of work for Josh to do here. Down a set. Wants to make sure, you know, those early rubbers, if you can get those early rubbers, puts pressure on the other team. You know, we know Scotty Jones having the season that he's having. If they can get some early rubbers and put pressure on Scotty, just makes for a very different day, doesn't it? Beautiful return down at the toes. That's where you want it when you see the man serving volleying, and just pushing that volley just that little bit long. As we cut back to court 1, now both getting a break of serve each, so we're still on serve. Ashwin serving 3-4 in this first set. Just wide on the return. Again, intrigued to see where he goes with his first serves. We talked about the great returning of Will in that game that he got the break. Seems to be attacking that backhand side just that little bit more. The old 1-3 rule.
That's
3 to the
right.
backhand, 1 to the
That's
forehand,
right.
just to keep him guessing. As we see him go the backhand again, pushing Will out, that time making him stretch on that return, getting the short ball down the line, coming. Classic 101 grass court tennis, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It's just, very good play, as you were saying. I think he's probably worked out that Will's backhand return probably not as strong as his forehand. So, as you said, just playing a lot more to the backhand side. And then, obviously, you don't want to become predictable, right? So you want to be able to keep throwing in that one down the tee or into the out wide and into the forehand at some point.
Fantastic tennis there from Ashwin again, squeezing that backhand side, getting that slight miss hit, and then just from there, he's just on top of the point. It's amazing how tennis can switch and change so quickly. So 1 minute we're watching Will get the break with what was a fantastic return game, and then sort of before you know it, we're back on serve and 40 love here to Ashwin.
Yeah, that's right. Pressure's a funny thing, isn't it? When you get that break, but as you were saying before, it's not consolidated until you hold that next game. So the pressure is still mounting.
Just long there. He just got a bit stuck on the baseline, didn't he? His feet
probably
got stuck in the mud.
I think he'd rather, Ashwin would prefer to have another look at that one because it was short and down the middle with that return there from Will on the backhand side. So if Will's returning there, I think Ashwin would prefer that 9 out of 10 times.
Fatigue's still going to play a part today. It is a beautiful day. It's very sunny. It obviously has dropped a little bit in temperature to what we're used to, so that'll be lovely for the players, but no doubt. Long season. A little bit of off-season sort of here and there with some COVID restrictions, but fatigue definitely still going to play a part, especially with these long points that the boys are playing.
Great play.
Both boys
Yes.
changing it up to that backhand slice and then just the strong forehands. It's kind of a battle of who can get around and get to
That's
that
right.
forehand first. And in that instance, it was Will who got around with his nice inside-out left-handed forehand.
Yeah, and both players playing some nice slices. They're trying to keep the ball low and try and making their opponent play up over the net. So it was a real chess battle, that last point there. That was very interesting to see.
40-30 here at 3-4, thanks to the Goods Property Services Group. Popped a little bit on them, didn't he? We're standing here right side on with Will Hann, and he's quite a fair step behind the baseline. That one popped and just sort of caught him off a little bit out of space.
Yeah, I've questioned probably the shot choice there. That was the high part of the net and down the line, probably the hardest shot to hit there. It's probably a bit safe, probably make that cross court, and then that's going into Ashwin's backhand. So maybe just a little bit of mental fatigue maybe late in this first set.
It's always one of those tricky ones when you're up at break, feeling good about yourself, and then all of a sudden you get broken straight away. You've sort of got to forget about it now, move on. We're back to 4-all. Okay, it's a whole new game at this point, isn't it? Will Hann serving 4-all. Just got him a little bit for pace, I think. I'm not sure whether that ball was going to dip, but it was there to be played, so you normally do play it, but maybe just that half hesitation of do I hit it or leave it, and it got a bit behind it.
That's right. That's right. It's probably interesting to note. I probably question, especially in the men's tennis game, is approaching on the forehand wing. It's probably the most dominant wing in men's tennis on the forehand, so running forehands are pretty easy, I would say, on the run, so maybe you're looking to approach more to the backhand side.
Just wide there. You're listening to the words of Joel Pleydell. Knows a thing or two about a running forehand pass in his time. Unfortunately, we're not graced with his presence out on court this season, but definitely a man of many words and many wisdoms. But we're sitting here now at love 30, and this is getting tight, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Again, Will just still trying to play that harder shot over the high part of the net, so I think he's going to have to switch on here a bit more and try and dig himself out of a bit of a hole.
I think they're starting to realise that that slice is being effective now. It's probably the one, we were talking about the quality of the courts and not in question at all, but the ground shots are definitely popping. When we're hitting that nice slice, it's definitely staying low, and I think it's catching the boys off guard a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely skidding on through now, and it's not an easy shot trying to pick up off your toes there, those slices. So you can see Ashwin now full of confidence. He's middling everything at the moment, so Will's got a real big problem on his hands at the moment.
Just for those at home that are listening to what you were saying before about, you know, not going to that forehand on the approach, that one being a very different situation, wasn't it? The slice staying low. Why does that make it difficult to then approach, to make the pass, I mean?
Yeah, well, obviously, because it's so low, right, you got to get the ball up and down very fast, and if you got your opponent closing on the net, just as we watch this point here.
And there's the break.
There it is. Yeah, huge forehand there from Ashwin.
So big call now was they switch in. So it wasn't long ago we were sitting here at 4-3 up a break. Now we're sitting here at 4-5 down a break.
Yeah,
so
very different story, isn't it? Yeah, it's quickly how the momentum shifts in tennis.
So we're just finishing there. So as you were saying, so that nice slice where it stayed low compared to the one that runs and just sort of pops into that hitting zone. What's the difference there? As someone who's trying to make a pass.
Yeah, that's right. It's just obviously just the lowness of the bounce. So you're hitting up over the net, and you got your opponent closing in on the net. So it makes it even tricky to try and get that ball spinning early and trying to get it at the toes. Otherwise, you got your opponent just coming in, closing in on that net, and they've got an easy pick-off volley. So.
The words of Joel Pleydell. My name's Rob Kennedy, sitting here at Cottesloe Tennis Club for the semi-final between Cottesloe Tennis Club and Alexander Park. As you hear the cheers that we get to watch out here with a few of the social members just happening to be sitting here at the court. I think they're in the changeover from their social matches. Obviously, we have some supporter restrictions today, but Max Weir, top of his game, isn't he?
Yeah, you see that? That surprised me actually. For a big man, he moved pretty quickly there to get to that drop shot and made a nice clinical little pass.
Just sort of dumps that one in the net. Brett and I have talked about it a lot as we're about to cut back to the first court, but we talk about the big man and how the big man plays a role in tennis now. Pretty much the big man is the average now, isn't it, for the quality of tennis players we're seeing. I allude to the fact when we watched the Masters Championships and Djokovic was the smallest of them all,
that's right.
Standing at a solid 6'3", 6'4" himself. So the tall and the movement has, agility has changed,
right.
hasn't it?
Yeah, I think, and you can probably see it's evolved from the NBA players. You see how average size there is 6'5", 6'6", but the athletic ability of those people are just incredible. And now we can see that translating to tennis, those big men being able to move so fluently and so swiftly.
As we cut back here to Ashwin Sharma serving for the first set at 5-4, a bit wide. The way Will just reacting to that, maybe just the ball just popped a little bit off the grass. Again, starting with that first serve going out to his backhand, I think that's definitely going to be a feature for the rest of this match. It's sort of 75, 80% going to be going to that area, I think.
Yep, and talking percentages, this is a high-quality match, and I think Ashwin's first serve percentage will be well above 60, 70% at the moment. He's making a lot of first serves, so it makes it very difficult, especially on the grass court, for their opponent.
Just wide is the call. It was very close, just wide. It's interesting now that we're on the line here, we're down the baseline where Ashwin is serving. It seems like he has pulled the ball toss just back a little bit, so maybe there's a bit of that kicker element. Maybe he came into the match with a bit of a tactic of saying, you know what, I want that really high first serve percentage. If that means I have to pull back a little bit on it, that's what I'm going to go with. Just asking for a bit of weight. 15 all. Just wide.
Just wide.
There was the flatter one. So he did change it up and go to the forehand, but he added that extra pace. And Will probably not just quite ready for that pace. Great serve down the tee, catching him off, coming in, and then having to force that backhand pass.
Yep.
Different to the forehand that we've talked about.
That's exactly right, yeah. So a much more difficult shot there to try and make Will Hann play a short swinging backhand up the line over the high part of the net. So quality point there from Ashwin.
30-15. Ashwin just taking a little bit of extra time between the points. Big game. Just long as the call. Oh, if you don't mind, we
that's-
are witnessing some quality
that's-
tennis
yeah.
out there. Absolute variety, pace, spin, movement. We're getting...
Yeah, we saw everything there, didn't we, there, Rob? That was a fantastic grass court tennis point from both players.
I think we're seeing that slice definitely starting to play a role, especially the one that lands just that little bit before the service line and staying low. Then he used that inside in as well, and he had it land short again, so it was heavy topspin again, trying to get that ball to really dip below the net, bring in those other factors into play. One, you got to get it over the net.
Yep.
Two, you got to make sure you've got the spin to dip it down.
That's
and I tell you
right.
what, if you off hit the ball, I'm going to come in and put it away.
Yeah, that's right. But again, the other thing with that is with Will Hann hitting that spinny shot, he's trying to break the sidelines as well. So he's trying to get Ashwin right off the court so he can use that open court to hit into afterwards.
30 all here. Serving for the first set, 5-4. Just wide as the call. He's gone that real short, wide serve there, just missing the line. It's just long there, just long. So we have our first set point. Again, that serve strong to his backhand, just forcing an error again. If it's not the short ball, it's getting a bit of an error off that serve. So what are you calling here, mate? Where's he going?
Big opportunity here. I reckon he's going to stick to his smarts here, and I think we'll see a 90% pace first serve to Will's backhand. So trying to get that first serve back in play and then mount the pressure from there.
I'll have a bit of fun with you and encourage the flat out wide. Let's see how he goes. He looks like a man that wants to clean it up in one serve here.
Called it. There it was. Just didn't quite hit his spot though. He just
I'll tell
right
you
in the
what.
zone.
I'll tell you what. From the ball toss, I think we're both right. He definitely went 90%. I think that's where he let himself down. I wouldn't have gone to that forehand at 90%. I thought from his ball toss, he was going that kicker again. He didn't get that ball toss into the court where he was to get that real pace behind it. And as we see, if you don't hit the serve right, Will's on top of that return. He's getting it back to his spots, and all that did was put pressure back on him.
Yep.
So we're juice here now, 5-4 in this first set. And as we know, this is a huge match in today's semi-final result. That was tight. And as we saw, some good sportsmanship. I know he has called it.
Ashwin doesn't know it was.
I have a feeling it was out. I was surprised he didn't. They're just chatting now. So Will obviously thought it was enough. He didn't call it, but it was out. And it did look a bit out from
Yeah,
him.
it looked clearly long. So.
Pushed him back that little bit further
did,
there,
he
didn't he?
did.
So he changed it up with the slow pace of the slice. He put that bit higher looping forehand, which pushed him back, and then was able to get him across the other way. And as we saw, just dipping it a bit down into the net. But a real change of pace there from Will.
It was. Yeah, I thought he was looking to be a little bit passive there, Will, early in that point. So I thought he was going to be in a bit of trouble, but he managed to turn around. He ran around one of those backhands and whipped a really heavy forehand. So well done to Will to get a break point.
So break point here at 5-4. And if you didn't know already, we have a tennis match on our hands here. Now going 5-all. These boys are going back and forth, back and forth. We thought we were going to see serve after serve after serve. We've had a couple of breaks of serve now as we sit here at 5-all in what's going to be a crucial rubber, and I think even a crucial set to today's results.
Yep. Yeah, I think Ashwin might have thought he would have had that game sewn up when he had that set point. So well done to Will Hann, kept making those returns. Again, Ashwin going wide to that forehand again on break point down. I think needs to be a little bit more aware that his Will's backhand returns giving him a lot of better looks than the forehand wing. So hopefully he is aware of that and takes note.
5-all here now. Will Hann serving in this first set. So Ashwin's got to forget about it, move on. We're back to 5-all now, so 15 love to start with. As we've noticed in this match, you can't really tell who's on top.
Yeah, no,
1
you
minute
can't.
it's Ashwin, the next minute it's Will. It's just got to be point by point, doesn't it?
Right, yep. Momentum is shifting game by game here, but I was going to ask you, Rob, what do you think this does to the psyche of Ashwin?
As that approach, just clipping the net, which actually can sometimes be an advantage to us. It throws the timing off of your opponent and then putting that point away for 30 love. It's a tricky one, isn't it? You sit there, you have that set point after what's been a big grind. You've got to make sure, one, you don't actually start thinking you've won the first set. Two, when it doesn't go your way, you've got to find a way to just switch off and get it back. So, yes, no doubt it's playing on his mind, but also no doubt he knows he can get back into this match and he can get back on top. So, intrigued to see what's happening. You can witness in their feet, though. There's a lot of emotion there in their feet. So when they're up and about, their feet are moving a lot more. When they're kind of thinking about something else or something that they've just missed out on, you're noticing their footwork just sort of stop just that little bit. 30 love here, Will Hann, 5-all. Just the change with the drop shot there. Nice little bit of touch just to remind him he can throw something else in there. We see Ashwin was stepping back a little bit further on that return, which is something we haven't seen him so far back. And again, maybe just Will serve getting on top.
Yep, just the perfect shot choice, wasn't it there? Ashwin just managed to scramble back a return, but he was 2-3 metres behind the baseline, so for Will Hann, just easy enough to drop that ball over the net.
Rob Kennedy here sitting with Joel Pleydell, thanks to the Good Property Services Group in this semi-final. Will Hann serving 40 love. Let first serve. If you've just joined us, there has been 2 breaks of serve each to get us here to this 5-all. It's been a very back and forth match, but the quality has been extraordinary. Just long. We're right on that baseline here. It was just a good ball
Just
length
long.
gap, probably be behind. As we've said, these two, we see them a lot down at the State Tennis Centre training together. Probably go as far as say they are good mates, so we're going to see some good sportsmanship out here, but also everyone loves a little bit of bragging rights out on the practice courts, don't they?
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's no doubt both of these guys want to win really badly, so but yeah, we couldn't have asked for much more for a semi-final, could we? We've got a perfect day down at Cottesloe, and we're seeing some absolute quality tennis at the moment with high percentage numbers.
Just long there. We haven't seen too many miss hits in this match, so just a miss hit there.
That might be Will's easiest hold of the set, so that could boost the confidence a little bit here going into the change of ends.
Intrigued to see what would have been going through Ashwin's mind there. As I stated just before, it's the first time I've seen he was nearly right back at the fence and what he's allowed to have here. As I was talking about that energy in the feet from trying to get that break and what's sort of going on, it was intriguing to see that he didn't take a couple to be a little bit more aggressive and maybe take that serve a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and probably in contrast to when he was down the other end when we saw him, he had that break up and he was up and about and he was vocal and his feet were going and he was actually looked very comfortable being aggressive. And so, yeah, and when he got that broken back again, then maybe he went back to his roots. Maybe that's where he's comfortable, most comfortable being back playing defensive balls. So, yeah, he did look comfortable when he was being aggressive. So I'd like him to get back to that if he can.
So where's that balance, isn't it? And Joel, you might be able to speak to this a little bit more than I can, but it's always that balance between playing your game, but then also switching up to sort of the conditions you're in, you know, that change from maybe a hard court to a grass court or just the style of the way the opponent's playing. So as you allude to there, there's no doubt Ashwin looks more comfortable at the back of the court, maybe a little bit deeper in the court, but when somebody's sort of changing up and that ball might be staying that little bit lower, where do you see that balance being? Is it adapt and change, or just try and find your game as much as you can and work with it in that sense?
Yeah, I think it is a little bit of both. So obviously, it's hard to. You can do it in practice, but if you don't do it in practice, then you're not going to be comfortable doing the matches, right? So if your natural game is to be behind the baseline, you're probably going to see that in big moments, when you're playing your big matches. So I think it's a difficult one, but we would love to see Ashwin be more aggressive and stand up because he actually looks really comfortable doing that. But maybe he doesn't think so himself, maybe in his mind, in his psyche. So, yeah, we just see him revert back to going back behind the baseline. That just allowed Will Hann to get on top and get some easy mid-court shots.
No doubt it's in the genes. We know Astra loves coming to the net and looks very comfortable at the net, but I think he does too. So I think he's got to find that balance, especially the way that this game's being played out. Anyways, we sit here now at 5-6 in this first semi-final.
Yeah, there you go. So again, I hope it doesn't dent his confidence here, Rob. But he looked to be aggressive there, and he's the high percentage of first serves he's making an absolute quality. He's setting up the points beautifully and just overplaying that forehand there. So I hope that just doesn't deter him from going after it a bit still. So hopefully he can still manage to get those balls where he wants them, and then look to be aggressive on those first balls.
Quite long there. Second serve, love 15. Just long there from Will. Another strong point, both of them playing from the back of the court. I'm wondering if we're starting to see a little bit of the effects of maybe going to that backhand too much on the serve. So Will's starting to look a lot more comfortable at getting that backhand return strong. Starting to think, when's he going to throw that forehand one back in there, just to make Will think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, and I didn't think Will played a bad point there at all, actually. I think he gave Ashwin a lot of different looks at different shots there. He mixed it up very well, but just overplaying that last one.
Just calling a replay of point with his hat coming off there.
Yes, no, that's definitely, yeah, well within the rules. I think it happens the first time, it's a let, but if it happens again, I think he loses the point. So,
as per usual, Joel, spot on. I think that was one of those ones where it was still 50-50 in that point. So I think it's not one of those ones where you'd feel too bad about it, other than maybe the exertion of energy. But it was clearly still a fair and even point there, and it's well within the rules. So with 15 all still here. Ashwin serving 5-6 in this first set.
Let's hope Will's tighten that hat up, shall we? And hopefully that doesn't happen again.
Ashwin there just reaffirming what the rule is. If it happens again, it's my point. Maybe it happens a lot at training. He knows that it could happen again. Thought it was just long, and it was.
Just long.
Second serve, 15 all. Tough shot to try and pull that out. That's one of those ones that jammed into his hip. He's tried to play what would have been an incredible shot if he could pull that off. Maybe that bit of fatigue sitting in. We have been out on court now for over an hour and 15 minutes for this first set. We haven't really seen him try and pull something like that off.
That's right.
As you hear the applause, as out on the second court, Max Weir has taken the first rubber in the number 4's match. So to give Cottesloe the 1-0 lead to start this semi-final. That's the off forehand that he wants to see. Get Will out on that forehand, that time making him stretch. That's the time that it's okay to approach. When you see that racket open up,
that's right.
You know that slice forehand's possibly coming. It's probably one of the best times to come in, isn't it?
When you see him go for that change of grip, for the slice continental style grip, then that's the play you want to be going for. You want to use that one.
You feel pretty happy when you see it happen, don't you?
You know you're probably going to get a floating ball coming back and an easy pick off at the net.
30 all here, 5-6. Big point here at 5-6. Just long. There's the ball in the net. Juice here now at 5-6. Very big game in the context of today as we Very excited to announce my next guest soon, but we'll let this game play out first. Just puts that return into the net. So we have a game point here to take this to a tiebreaker in the first set. Ashwin serving here, advantage in to take this to a tiebreaker in the first. Just wide. So I'll take this moment now to, very excited to introduce my new guest here sitting. His first time sitting in the box. It's a bit of a strange one. I haven't done this before in my radio time or commentating before, but interviewing a family member of mine. So I do welcome my father, David Kennedy, to the microphone. Welcome.
Thanks, Rob. It's great to be here. It's a great day for tennis, isn't it?
You've come in at an absolute crucial point, so we'll explain why you're here in a second, but we've got Juice here at 5-6, so we'll cut back to the court. First time we've seen loss of footing, but probably actually the first time we've seen a ball go back behind him as well. So great tennis 101, grass court tennis there by Ashwin Sharma to get this back to another game point to take it to a tiebreaker. You've been enjoying the tennis so far, Dad?
Oh, it's great, isn't it? This game's been fantastic. Been going for an hour and 15 minutes.
And there it is as we move into a tiebreaker. I'll let them compose themselves here and I'll explain why David Kennedy is here. Yes, my father. Sadly, it's a bit of an emotional time, but obviously we lost two cricketing legends within the last week. I speak of Rod Marsh and Shane Warne. Dad, you having the ability back in the day as the Australian Test doctor back in the Rod Marsh, Dennis Lilly days. Maybe just before we get into this tiebreaker, maybe tell us a little bit about how you got into that role and that position.
Well, I was very interested in sports medicine. I was one of the first guys to make it my full career, and the Victorian Cricket Association put an ad out for a doctor, and I applied and got it, and within about 3 weeks I was the Australian cricket doctor, so it was a pretty rapid rise.
As we start the tiebreaker here for this first set of what's a crucial match in that forehand, just going a little bit long. I'm sitting here with David Kennedy, ex-Australian Test cricket doctor, and the time, and we're going to sort of reminisce a little bit with about Rod Marsh, the late Rod Marsh and the late Shane Warne, both gone too early. Dad, you and I have had many times and many stories in our time watching football and tennis and all those sort of things together. I'm going to ask you a question in a second, and there's a story about Rod Marsh after the underarm ball. Just after this point, I might get you to talk about that. As we see a lovely inside-in forehand there from Hann. He loves that shot to get it back to 1-all. So after the infamous underarm ball, I heard there was a bet Rod Marsh made that he could do it.
Well, it was pretty tense. We were down in the rooms, and Greg Chappell, as you can imagine, was just standing in the corner, not knowing what he was doing. And sitting down next to each other were Rod and his best mate, Dougie Walters. And Dougie said, well, I don't know what the fuss is about. You can hit a 6 off a grubber. And Marsh, being Marsh, says, oh, God, I'm going to put $100 on that.
1-all here, let, first serve. So Rod Marsh reckons he could hit a 6 out of the MCG with an underarm ball. So what happened?
No, it was actually Dougie said he could, but Rod took the bet up, said he couldn't.
First serve here, 1-all. Again, a lovely forehand down the line, coming in, probably would have been able to put off that ball. But again, we've witnessed 3 points here now with the returners has won the serve. So Hann with a mini break, 2-1. So they're out in the middle. What happened?
Well, they went up to the SCG and Dougie said, it's all right, I know it's a smaller ground, but the bet's still on. So Rod rolled the ball down. Dougie was fully padded up. He jumped down the wicket about 10 feet, so he couldn't get out LBW. Put his front foot up. The ball skipped up and he whacked it over mid-wicket for 6. Beautiful. Roddy was down to $100.
We're back here on court 1. Hann serving 2-1 in this first set tiebreaker. Currently, Cottesloe are up 1-0 thanks to the Max Weir win. Again, Will Hann just getting on top there with his forehand, starting with the high one out wide and then being able to go with that inside in again. I'm sitting here with David Kennedy, ex-Test Doctor of Australia, as we talk about the late Rod Marsh and Shane Warne. And there's a story floating around, AB, Alan Border, first day in a Test match. He thought, I better sit around and soak it all in. But he walked into a fact that he didn't know Rod Marsh liked to finish every single beer that was possibly there. How does that one go?
Well, Rod, as you knew, had the record on that trip to England until David Boone took over that record of, I think Rod had it about 27 beers or something. Yeah, so he had it a beer and got down in the rooms pretty early at the end of the day's play. So AB was just sitting there thinking, well, I'll go toe to toe and be one of the first guys to stay there as long as I can and absorb it. But he didn't quite make it and was collapsed about 3 hours later.
Oh, witness to some fantastic tennis out on this court. Again, Ashwin finding that extra groove now. Down a little bit there, getting down 3-1. We're back to 3-2. Serving 2-3 here. So there's always been a quote for me that you've always brought up in my life, which is late Rod Marsh quote, which is never give a sucker an even break. And I might get you after this point to sort of explain where that came about and sort of the meaning behind it. I think people can come up with their own concept of what's meaning. But yeah, the old Rod Marsh, never give a sucker an even break. I'm sitting here with David Kennedy, ex-Test Australian doctor, is explaining some stories of the late Rod Marsh and Shane Warne. 2-3. Oh, that didn't sound like it came out of the middle, but he will definitely take it, and that's what happens. Fortune the brave when you come into the net. So we have 4-2 to Will Hann, switching ends in this first set tiebreaker. So the late Rod Marsh, never give a sucker an even break.
Well, when I was early on in my career looking after him, he just had, you've probably seen photos of multiple broken fingers, and he had this severe broken thumb. And I said to Rod, look, we're just going to have to pull you out of the next test. And he said, Doc, I'm the only wicketkeeper in the team. What happens if the guy comes in and takes 8 catches and makes 100 runs? There's the end of my career. He said, no, never let a sucker give a sucker an even break. And he's lived by that. He was very supportive of cricketers, but he held his spot as long as he could.
Rob Kennedy here sitting with David Kennedy, our special guest. He's not here for his tennis prowess, I can tell you that. All he's seen is what not to do by watching me play throughout my so-called career. But we do have him in here as the ex-Australian Test doctor and his time with Rod Marsh. And your time with Shane Warne is a little bit different. So I think we'll get to this point, and then I'll get you to explain sort of your time with Shane Warne in a bit of a different capacity. I've heard you've faced Shane Warne. I won't go as far as telling me that you hit him for 6, because I know that's not true. But we're sitting here now at 2-4. Ashwin Sharma serving in this first set tiebreaker. Ball just going wide there. It's 4-3, Will Hann serving this first set. So your time with the late Shane Warne.
Well, he went to the same school that I did in Melbourne. We went to Mentone Grammar, a number of years difference, but I happened to be the president of the Old Boys, and every year the Old Boys 11 played the first 11, and Shane Warne was the captain at that time of the Australian.
Will Hann, the classic left arm serve out wide to take a 5-3 lead in this first set tiebreaker.
Yeah, Shane was captain of the Mentone Grammar team, and but at that time he was batted number 3. And he rarely bowled leg spin, only occasionally if he wanted to get a wicket and that. But so I bowled to him. He hit me for a few runs, but he bowled to me and got me out of, I think, the 3rd ball.
That ball just long as Will Hann takes a 6-3 lead in this first set tiebreaker of a first set that's been going for just over an hour and a half nearly. We've been witnessing some incredible tennis, so a bit of a hole here for Ashwin to try and get out of it. As we've seen, this match has gone back and forth for quite a while, so no doubt that he could find a way to get back into this. Oh, that slice has been effective in the past. In that time, just looking a little bit lazy, got a little bit high on him. Didn't quite move his feet where he probably wanted to be. 4-6 now in this tiebreaker. And any other stories that you can express with Shane Warne?
Well, at that time, he was more keen on AFL footy than he was on cricket, and he was obviously in the first 18 at school, but he got down to St Kilda to play footy, and in fact was found to had some skill in leg break bowling.
Ashwin serving 4-6. Just long there, and we hear the emotion from Will Hann. It has been a fantastic set of tennis. We've seen 2 breaks of serve each to get it to this tiebreaker point, but Will just being able to get on top there and take that tiebreaker 7-4 in that first set to Cottesloe, who are now currently up 1-love, and now 1 set in this match. David, Dad, I thank you for sitting down and giving some insights. 2 men that we've lost too early, as I'm sure you can agree, and,
yes.
and thanks for just giving us a few different insights to the late Rod Marsh and late Shane Warne, and thanks for joining us. Appreciate
You're welcome, Rod.
Take care.
Thanks, mate.
As we welcome back in Goran Marijan, high performance states coach. Mate, I don't know about you, but an hour and a half first set out in this kind of weather. How would you, mate, with your big serve, you're never out there for an hour and a half much for a match, were you?
No, no, it's a great set of tennis. Obviously, they both had their chances. Both got breaks in the set. It's a really important set, obviously, for Cottesloe to get.
So we're over on court 2 now. Just getting into their match over there. Waiting to see a score, but I feel like they've just sort of started.
Yeah, they're just.
How do you see the day playing out now? Max Weir being able to get that first 1-love to put Cottesloe up, just sort of releases that pressure gauge a little bit, and now also with Will Hann taking what was a pretty crucial first set, Cottesloe must be sitting in a pretty comfortable spot. Yeah,
I think they're sitting comfortable. Obviously, Cottesloe at 1. Scott Jones hasn't. I think he hasn't lost a match yet this year, so he's definitely in favour. If Will can get this and they make it 3, then this number 3 match over there with Jerome becomes obviously crucial for Alexander Park. If they don't get it, then it's done for the day.
Yeah, we know the talent of Jerome Iaconi, and out there against Adam Kehane. I'm not a betting man on tennis. I'm not allowed to be, but you know they're both quality players, and anything could happen. Obviously, Adam at his home courts here, but we do know the talent that Jerome possesses. I think he's had a winning season I've seen so far. He's been about 8-3.
Yeah.
In a very good position coming into this match, and a crucial spot for any club. Yeah,
very good season. I think he's played mostly 2 of the, but today he's playing at 3. So you'd think if he is playing at 2 most of the season, he's gone down to 3. Then obviously a bit of a tactical play by Alexander Park.
Without quoting me, I think it's come down to the availability of Ashwin and how many games he's been able to play. But as a team and as a club, you walk a little bit taller when you know one of your players who's got a winning record, majority of the time at 2, comes in at 3. You start to feel a little bit more confident that you're in a good spot for the day.
Yeah.
So we see Adam, but it gives him also that confidence to play his game, play with a bit of confidence, and we're seeing that already in the early stages of this match.
Yeah, great rally there. Good way to finish with the inside-in forehand to force the error from Jerome.
So while we've got a little bit of a break, how are you enjoying it? Just recently joining the Tennis West fraternity as our state high performance coach. How are you enjoying it so far?
No, it's been excellent. Very happy to be in Perth and to be in that position. The kids have been excellent. Got nearly just under 100 kids in the NDS program. All great, all pushing hard, and we've obviously got a good team around us, and I feel very comfortable with the team around us, that we know that what they've been doing. Obviously Lane Canal's been there for a long time. He's runs a great fitness program, and we're always known for having the fittest kids in WA around in the country, so it's a big take on him.
As we hear Adam, even from 2 courts away, and thanks to Scotty's Media and Good Property Services Group, I think he's fired up. I think he really wants to sort of get this over and done with for Cottesloe as quickly as possible. And as we said, he's in a position of confidence to know that maybe he's a slight underdog going to this match, but also possesses the talent to get the job done.
Yeah, it's going to 2 great forehands. It's in both last 2 points were both inside-in forehands, and obviously it's worked for him, so he's going to be looking for it. It could be a breakpoint opportunity here.
As that ball just floats
Very good.
long, and he gives the strong fist pump to Brenton Bacon there, sitting on his sideline. And I think you're correct. A nice early break to start with, and he looks up and about.
Yeah, three massive forehands actually to finish off the game. So if he's confident in the first game going for it, hopefully he just keeps at it and keeps the pressure on Jerome, which I think he needs to do.
As we cut back now to court one, as we start this second set between Ashwin Sharma and Will Hann. Will Hann winning the first set 7-6. That ball just drifting wide. What was your observations from that first set, and what do you think maybe Ashwin needs to do to, I say turn it around, but it was tight enough, but to get up in this second set?
Yeah, obviously only a couple points in it, so Ashwin has to obviously keep positive, knowing he didn't get the first set, but he knows he was right in it, so it shouldn't change really too much. I think Will is using his slice to Ashwin's forehand quite a bit, keeping the ball low, not letting Ashwin attack it. I think that's a game plan of what I saw, and he started doing that already in the first point of the second set.
First double fault that I've seen. I'm sitting here, Rob Kennedy, sitting with Goran Marijan, State High Performance Coach. Thanks to Scotty's Media and Goods Property Services Group. Thank you for everyone who's listening and watching intently to this semi-final between Cottesloe and Alexander Park out at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Cottesloe currently sitting with a 1-0 lead thanks to Max Weir, and also a set up here in this first match of the number twos between Will Hann and Ashwin Sharma. Will Hann taking the first set 7-6 in what was an hour and a half epic. There's that off forehand again that he's also using to perfection. I think when he has that ability to get around to his forehand, he's played both well, that inside out and the inside in, something that all players have to have, but especially as a lefty against a righty, it's something that they're using to his strength here.
Yeah, as a lefty, I just feel like it's just natural for the right-handers to move to the backhand side. So that inside-out forehand is always going to put people off balance. And when you've got both options, you just don't know where they're going to go.
15-30. Just dumping that one. He had the depth, he'd pushed Ashwin back, done all the right things in that point, that variety and that spin. What happened there just on that shot that he just sort of put it in the net?
Yeah, just a bit of footwork. I think he didn't probably anticipate that it was going to drop a bit shorter. Kind of waited for it, let it drop, and just lost a bit of pace on it. But he was definitely dictating that point. I'd like to see when he does have Ashwin on trouble to maybe go forward, especially at 15-30. Just ask the question, you know, if Ashwin has to go for the passing shot and misses it 15-40 in the first game of the second set.
Special comments from Goran Marijan here. 30 all in this first game of the second set. Just having a look at it. I think he's going to give that one. We've talked about the sportsmanship of these two. They hit with you a lot at the State Tennis Centre. We know they are training partners. Was there a bit of back and forth this week, knowing that they were coming up against each other in the semis, or did they stay apart?
No, we didn't see him as much at the end of the week because they wanted to practice on the grass. So obviously I think they came around Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then Thursday, Friday they were on the grass getting ready for today.
First serve long, 40-30 game point. Back to Juice there, just dragging that one a little wider. I like your comment there. We didn't see them too much. It shows how much these players still train. They came to you 3 times in the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We didn't see them too much, and then they came and trained at the grass. The quality and the intensity that our state grade players across men and women and the other grades as well is still at a really high level, isn't it?
Yeah, no, yes, for sure. You know, these guys they love their tennis. They obviously know, even though bigger matches are coming up, even during the season, they're out there most days. You know, still want to hit, keep the fit, keep the timing, keep the rhythm on.
There's that one that just stays that little bit low, forcing him to lift it that little bit higher, and whether he gets that spin to dip it back in case it just dragged that little bit long.
Yeah, it's definitely a gameplay that's working, I think. I think maybe if he keeps doing it, then Ashwin's just going to anticipate and get in. If he knows he's going to slice, get in and take that away from him.
Words of High Performance State Coach Goran Marijan. I'm Rob Kennedy, sitting here at the semi-final between Cottesloe and Alexander Park for our Goods Property Services Group state grade competition. Ashwin now down an early break point in this first set, losing the first set 7-6 in an hour and a half. The first set. Just long. We see, looked like one of your training drills out there. Slice backhand versus forehand cross court. But again, I think Ashwin just held his composure there a little more. I think there wasn't as much variety in that slice there, though, that time was. So they seemed to land in the exact same spot, same pace, same bounce. Yeah,
so the rhythm was just the same. But I'd just like to see when Will did change direction with that slice, just anticipate that the ball was going to come cross court and really step into that forehand. But he kind of let it drop and actually missed it. So Ashwin still alive in this game.
Some deep breaths here as he serves at juice. We've seen that a lot from Will, and I was talking about it with Joel Pleydell just earlier. Ashwin going to that backhand side a lot. I think Will's starting to pick it up a bit more. In that case, stepping in, getting it early, clean, and putting it right back deep.
Yeah, great return. Just forced the error from Ashwin and gave himself another breakpoint opportunity here. It's obviously a first game of the second set's always an important one. It can go two ways. If you win the first and break, you just feel like you're just keeping the foot down.
Just deep there, back to juice.
Good serve.
I think also knowing the super tie break, being there for that third set. It also gives you a little bit of confidence. You know what? I'm still in this. I might have had an hour and a half first set, but it doesn't mean I'm going to have a 4-hour match.
Yeah, that's right. There's obviously, there's an end. It does take a bit of pressure off physically. But these guys are still going to probably feel physical a little bit after a 90-minute first set. So interesting to see how long the second set goes for.
I don't know about you, but I'm tired just watching them, to be totally honest. It's a good reason why I'm sitting here behind the desk and not out there on the court. But I think when you think of people like Nick Kyrgios, dare I say it, but if he got 2 sets and a serve for a third, I reckon we'd see him at top 10 in the world for sure.
Yeah, it does. It's just amazing. If you've got a big serve, you're getting cheap points. If you're playing a breaker as a third set, definitely going to help those type of guys.
Just wide again. I'm sure you can hear it through Scotty Media effects, Mike. The ball striking, everyone just there, nice and clean, nice and crisp. The footwork behind the back of the court. These boys are still up and about. They know the importance of this match.
No, it's definitely become an important match now, especially for Ashwin. It's just the way they're playing at the moment. No one really taking a massive risk in that point. Just a long, high rallies, high over the net, sitting back. So no one really taking advantage of it.
So we cut over to court 2. Hann Kehane versus Jerome Iaconi. Take this opportunity just now to thank Scotty Walsh Media, Tomio Yamazaki, for putting together behind the scenes for today's broadcast. Also our proud sponsor and Good Property Services Group. And of course Cottesloe for hosting us today at what it's setting up to be a pretty exciting day for everyone.
No, great day, great weather. Not much wind, just enough to maybe cool them down a little bit, which is always nice.
there's that confidence we've talked about, and what a time to step off, and I'm able to go and enjoy a bit more of these matches. I'm going to enjoy the lefties. I like getting behind the lefties. It's not a Cottesloe thing, but Goran, thank you for your time, and Jolly Pleydell is going to step into the hot seat.
Thanks, Robbie.
Thank you very much, Robbie. Big last point there from Adam, wasn't it?
Oh,
You gave him a little bit of a stare down at the end of that one as well. That's good
Big,
to see.
Big forehand down the middle of the court, but just a lot of pace on it, and obviously pumped up to get the double break.
Yeah,
So
at the moment looks to be going the way of Adam, and that could be a bit of an upset, and one maybe Cottesloe thought might have been a tricky rubber to win.
back on the #1 singles now. Will Hann serving in the second game of the second set.
Yeah, great forehand there. They sort of seemed to get a little bit stuck there, Ashwin, with his feet there, and the ball came into him, but managed to clip around the outside of the ball and came up with a great angled off forehand.
Yeah, both players are pretty far back behind the baseline, so if that is the case, you're going to use your angles. You know, you're going to try to feel like you can cut the court. And Ashwin did that. Hit that inside-out forehand and really got Will into trouble.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Both players here, probably not traditional grass court players, but both playing for grass court clubs. But you can see they're very comfortable behind the baseline, both of them. Yeah, just overplaying there, Ashwin. In that forehand, just trying to assert himself a bit. Hopefully it's not deterring him from being aggressive though.
No, you know, he's obviously did well in that first game, saving a couple break points. So I think knowing that he did get in front of this set, he's just got to take advantage and try to put some pressure on early. Just get an early break in the second. And as Rob and I were talking before, you know, that third set's a breaker. Anything can happen. So
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah, obviously for the listeners at home, the third set is a first of 10 match tiebreak.
that was an early forehand error there in that rally. So Ashwin got a little window here at 15:30.
Yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts, Goran. First set, obviously, it was quite a long first set, wasn't it? Nearly 90 minutes played in that first set. Do you think fatigue's going to play a little bit of a factor now going into the second?
Maybe if the second set also has goes a little bit longer as well. I think if there's a lot of long games, maybe we'll see some. But I think these boys should be fine for 2 sets of tennis. I'd personally like to see the rules maybe change for the semis and the finals. You know, if they are starting half an hour earlier. We've still obviously got some light. Maybe play a third set in the semi-finals and finals, make it a bit more interesting.
Yeah, and obviously sunset's still just before 7 o'clock, so there's plenty of opportunity to get the matches completed. So I tend to agree with you there. Getting them to play a full third set makes it a bit more interesting for the people viewing it as well.
Yeah. Probably not the right time.
Yeah, that's right. Extended rally there, just maybe what I was alluding to, a bit of fatigue, but yeah, very poor shot choice I would have thought there from Will. If he had his time again, he'd probably look to step in and press on that ball rather than go for that little touch drop shot. Just to me, it becomes a little bit of trying to escape out of a long rally, trying to get the point done and dusted.
Yeah, it's also your core position. You know, he was well behind the baseline there. It's got to be a great shot from there. So probably wait until you're inside the court. Big miss there, break point opportunity.
Miss, do you reckon? Yeah, I think that ball might have just dropped on him a bit faster than he expected there. You just see he didn't quite get up with those legs to that smash. He sort of just let the ball drop. Yeah, pretty big mistake, unforced error there. Bit of a let off for Will Hann. Great grass court tennis, wasn't it, from both players?
Yeah, a bit of everything there, and Ashwin moving in at the right time. So let's create another breakpoint opportunity here. Definitely the rallies seem to go a little longer here. Everyone just waiting, sitting back at the moment.
Yeah, that's right.
Not taking the game on.
A little bit slower between points now. Maybe just feeling it in the legs a bit here, Will Hann. Just taking his time, going back to the towel. Really needs to find a first serve here.
Yeah, great serve. Just thinking on that break point opportunity, Ashwin's maybe just got to step out there, let him serve tee.
Yeah,
just go out there. And
yeah, the point I was going to make there just before Will was serving there, you would have seen at home on the camera, Ashwin was a long way behind the baseline for that return. Probably a bit of a defensive mindset, or rather break point opportunity, step up, maybe try and get that ball back down the middle hard and flat. Give himself a looking. Will just easily enough, left-handed, swing it out wide. And easy, comfortable service point. Again, I think it just plays into the psyche as well. When you see your opponent so far back, I think, well, especially from my experience, it makes that box look that little bit bigger as well, yeah, when you see your opponent so far back. Just overplaying that, Ashwin.
Sometimes it takes a bit of pressure off their server as well. You know, they can just maybe get the first serve in, knowing that the return is not going to be taken early, you know. So, obviously... Yeah. On the tour now, it's becoming a very big habit these days of the players. Very far back on the hard courts. On the grass, I think it'll be a little bit tougher to be able to do that.
Yeah. Big ace there. Let's out a big come on. Great, comfortable, or not comfortable, but a good hold there from Will Hann. Yeah, and as you're saying, yeah, a lot of the top players, they stand so far back these days, but their returns are so good, and they're getting that return. Even then, they're 4 meters behind the baseline. They pinpoint their spots with that return. They get it within a foot of the baseline, which makes it extremely difficult.
It's just the ability to neutralise the serve and then get the point started. I think that that's what their plan is to do. They're not going to win the point off that return, but if they can hit a great return, they set up the next ball.
Yeah. But yeah, again, I think there's still opportunity for those more aggressive players. Someone like a Kyrgios who likes to take baseline coverage on the return and usually just use those short swings. Yeah, so I think there's still a place for those kind of players. Just like to be a bit more aggressive, use those short return swings, and maybe be able to move the ball a little bit easier than standing so far back.
Yeah, it's just the ability to absorb the pace. Great forehand down the line there. Set it up with a good first serve, good +1, and just opened up the line to go 30 love up.
I was going to ask you, Goran, and especially at the top level, the general rule has always been if the singles guys play some doubles to get some well-rounded game coverage. So from their serve and return point of view in the doubles game, but you see the players returning so far back in singles, so maybe not so much anymore. Whereas in doubles, you're tending to stand up on the court in the return, aren't you?
Yeah, I think the ability to be able to take it early, or knowing that there's a net player, and to be able to take the point away from you if you don't hit a great return. You know, a lot of the players on the tour that decide to play doubles, it's a good opportunity for them to work on their approach game, their net game, the 7-volley game. And a lot of them also do it just for that extra prize money.
Yep.
At the big tournaments, because on the men's tour you can enter the tournaments with your singles ranking.
Yeah.
So.
And again, I guess what I was alluding to is it's probably not so much anymore to work on returns, because again it's very different now between singles and doubles.
Mm-hmm. Correct, I think.
Unlucky there from Hann. He set up the point extremely well, was extremely patient and got the right ball and just overplayed it. Just that finishing ball, that last one. Maybe probably didn't have to go as hard at it as he maybe thought. Just getting it, Ashwin was out of court position there, just getting that ball 80-90% into that backhand corner and then maybe getting an easy volley.
Yeah, I think so. It was a good setup. And Ashwin was off balance and would have been probably tough to come up with a great passing shot.
Yeah.
So.
Or the alternative is seeing Ashwin go for that slice grip and then noticing it straight away and probably taking it out of the air rather than letting that ball float and drop.
Yep.
Big serve there from Ashwin, easy hold.
Ashwin leads in the second set, 2-1.
So we're still on serve. As we move across to court 2, we've got Jerome serving closer to the camera.
He's made a great comeback from 3 love down back to 3-all. Back on serve.
Great shot there. Again, I was saying to Robbie earlier when we were watching the first set with Will and Ashwin, the approach to the forehand's probably not the ideal play.
No, it's got to be a great shot. You know, if most of these players' forehands are their weapons. So if you are hitting it and approaching to it, you want to really feel like they're really running onto it or off balance.
Yeah, and for those at home, men's game especially, running forehands is not the hardest shot to play. It's probably one of the easier shots to hit.
Usually one of the highlight reel shots, isn't it? That forehand on the run.
Yes, you see it a lot on those highlight reels.
Nice approach there from Jerome to force the error.
Yeah, so interesting. You might be able to hear it on the cameras. They're both pretty vocal out here on court number 2. Both players extremely up for the fight today. Adam had a great start, 3-love lead, and it's now being cut back. Now we're at 3-all, Jerome serving. Again, yep, it's a running forehand coming into the net. It's extremely dangerous.
Yeah, made it very tough, Adam. Good low at his feet. Probably Adam maybe should have got a little closer to the net there to volley it. But.
And I think Alexander Park, you'd imagine they need this rubber in terms of the day's result at the end of the day. Obviously, Cottesloe getting that first rubber pretty comfortably with Maxi Weir defeating Josh Bowen.
Fine. Well, it was good defence there by Jerome to get himself back in the point, but he was never in control of it.
Yes, that's right. Well, Adam stayed extremely patient, didn't overplay, didn't tighten up at all. Just, you know, respect the good defensive skills of Jerome, and then got the ball he wanted again to come in and finish it off with that forehand. As we cut back across here, choke at 1, Hann serving. Yep, it's good grass court tennis, keeping that ball low, making Ashwin hit up over the net.
Got the short reply after the first serve.
And able to clean it up, closing in on the net there. Great swinging out wide serve there by Hann. Yeah, as you were saying earlier, probably Ashwin probably just needs to take a step out there and take that serve away, because that seems to be the go-to for Will at the moment, and getting some cheap first serve points there. Yeah,
it's always a serve that Will can, obviously, he's got in his pocket and he can just swing it out there. I think if Ashwin does get opportunities, you know, your 15-30s, your love 15, or you just got to go out there and let Will go tee.
Yeah, just close that space off.
Yeah.
Just lifting up there on that forehand, Hann, and catching the bottom of the frame. So
yeah, just not getting around it. You know, a bit of legs there. Maybe it's done, as we spoke earlier, maybe a bit heavy. You know, not getting around it.
A little bit in those legs, yeah.
They're in. They're 2 hours into their match now, so
we're on the baseline here at Ashwin's end here, and doesn't have the biggest legs, but they're well conditioned, aren't they? He's very strong. So it looks like he could be out here all day if he wanted to be.
I think so. He's looking pretty confident now as well. That
No.
Great return. You know, he's created a little chance now again, 30 all. He's won the last 2 points in a row, a bit of momentum.
This live stream coverage brought to you by Goods Property Services and Scotty's Media. As Will lines up to serve.
Got away maybe with not a clean volley there and landed nice and short with the grass court bounce.
Yeah, just using a bit of luck there, but you know, you take them all when you get them.
So he's created another breakpoint opportunity here. So he's really been on all over Will's serve in the start of the second set. Had 2 breakpoint opportunities in the first game, and now he's created another one here in the third game. This is the one where I think you just got to sit over and let him serve tee.
Yeah, I think you got to be willing to take chances, especially when you're a set down. So take that serve away from Will and see if you can get into it here. Again, yep, just didn't quite close it off, did he? Will didn't quite probably get the spot he was looking for, but it was enough, and used the open court. He's using that lefty swing very nicely on that ad side and open up the court with that forehand. So again, I've always been a big advocate of the who dares win kind of mindset. The bolder player tends to get over the line more times than not, I believe.
Yeah, I feel that as well. If you are the one that's looking to take the match on, you're the one that's keeping your intensity up, keeping your acceleration up.
Good kick there on that one. That one just bounced up probably more than Ashwin thought. Cramping up. So now we got game point. Will Hann fighting himself out of this service game. Again, there you go. Again, yeah. How many times have we seen it?
Yeah, it's like we said before, Will's got it in his pocket. He knows he can just get out there and swing it cross court.
Yeah, it seems like he just hit that spot without fail 9 out of 10 times. Pretty comfortably so. I don't know if Ashwin is aware of it. It's easier said than done. We can obviously see it here.
Yeah.
Standing on the sideline. Obviously a lot harder being out there being Ashwin, but hopefully a teammate on the sidelines can get out there and get in his ear maybe and tell him maybe take that shot away. He's created enough chances for himself. I mean, we'd just love to see him take that space away and give Will Hann a look at playing a flatter serve down the tee, probably a less percentage sort of serve.
Yeah, definitely can mention it to him. He's created chances. You know, every break point opportunity, actually, Will has served wide. So just sit on it, take it early, go for it, go big down the middle. Pays off, it pays off.
And that's right, yeah. And if Will's good enough to hit that flat tee serve for an ace, then you just got to say too good.
Yep.
But at least give him a different look, I would have thought. That was a good return there from Will, wasn't it? Just he made a good deep backhand return, and Ashwin probably pulled the trigger a little too early on the back foot.
On the back foot, yeah. I think if you're going on the back foot, you just got to chill. Feel like you can neutralise.
Yeah.
Get your core position
back.
That's
right. Get your height and your spin, and just play that heavy shot. I think both players here are serving pretty high numbers on their first serve, which is good signs. Yeah, great grass court tennis. Again, just Ashwin caught behind the baseline a bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit lenient with the call, I think.
I think, from my eye, I look like caught the back edge, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a touch.
Our producer here is saying out, so
I thought it was a touch long.
I am wearing glasses, so maybe not the best person to be asking. It was very close. Again, both these guys know each other's game very well, good friends, so good to see some good sportsmanship.
Yeah, Will doing really well there, just keeping on top of the point, keeping good depth.
And just throwing in different looks, isn't he? He's hitting one flat, hitting one heavy, then throwing in the slice. So just a lot of variety, which can pay dividends on the grass courts here at Cottesloe. Yeah, beautiful return. I was talking to Rob earlier, that first set, we saw Ashwin serve a lot to Will's forehand, and that seems to be the most dominant side for Will on the returns especially. He's got a nice short swing, gets it out in front, and always pretty deep. So I was saying, yeah, maybe Ashwin needs to look at playing. He's getting nice short returns off Will's backhand, so maybe needs to have a look at going back to that backhand.
Yeah, I definitely think he can also just chuck in that body serve a little bit more. You know, it's just a spinny or flat, just to get the players off balance. Moving on to the second court.
As we have a look at court 2 here, we got Adam versus Jerome. As we do a commentary switch here in the booth, we're going to welcome back in CEO Brett Patten as Goran goes on a well-deserved break.
Thank you, Joel Pleydell. Thank you, Goran Marijan. Some insightful commentary by Tennis Australia's High Performance Academy manager. Yourself, Joel. This has potentially been one of the longest singles matches I've ever seen in the history of State League.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. And I think
Ashwin and Will Hann.
And both still performing at an extremely high level, so it's great for everyone down here watching today.
Jerome Iaconi just starting to hit his straps up to a slow start. Adam Kehane from Cottesloe flew out of the blocks, 3-love, and Jerome's just taken a little while to find his rhythm, and he seems to have done that. Currently leading 5-4 as they change ends.
It's good to see both players really up for the fight today, both being very vocal, both wanting to get this rubber sewn up for their respective teams.
Wonderful day of tennis out here, the semi-final, the Goods Property Services State League competition. Beautiful grounds here at Cottesloe. Wonderful work by Peter O'Day, the curator. Puts a lot of hours into preparing some of the best grass courts you'll find anywhere across the country, let alone right across the world. Joel Pleydell.
I definitely agree with you. I was going to ask you, Brett, has Posy Adley softened his restrictions with the shoe wear on his grass courts?
No, for our viewers out there, Peter O'Day won't allow tennis shoes which are the dimples on it or pimples on the bottom of the sole. He won't allow anyone to wear those shoes because he feels like they tear up the surface, digs too many holes. He's a fine student of grass courts, and
he is a fine curator. He knows his grass courts very well.
Although I think the last person he allowed to wear the nipples, he graciously allowed me to wear them 1 year.
Yes, and
about 5 years ago, Joel.
I think after that he sort of said he was probably disappointed with himself to let you do that because you were sliding up and down with that service action, dragging that foot up and back on the baseline.
Some big divots in the back of the court, but Peter O'Day, shout out to you as we're watching Will Hann serving. Currently leading 3-2 and by 1-0. Oh, beautiful running forehand, Ashwin Sharma.
Don't mind.
Appreciation of the big crowd here at Cottesloe Tennis Club, mainly members of immediate family, some social players.
A lot of social players out here.
What a wonderful running forehand.
Yep, again, as I spoke about to Rob and Goran, Brett, that running forehand. Definitely one of the easier shots in the men's game, so trying to steer clear if I was Will Hann of that play, trying to approach on the forehand wing. Yep, nice little body serve there from Will Hann, cramping up Ashwin.
Seeing a lot of extended rallies from the back of the court. Joel, would you like to see a little bit more aggression, a little bit more movement towards the net?
Definitely. I spoke to Goran about it earlier. Both players probably not predominantly suited to the grass court, probably both more comfortable standing behind the baseline, hardcore players. But as I said to Goran, I think I like the who dares wins approach, so the aggressor usually wins more times than not, so someone who can take court coverage and look to be aggressive and come into the net is certainly going to go a long way to winning this match. So we just stopped the point, mid-point there, as the ball just came across from the second court. So we'll have a let and we'll replay it.
You can see what that meant to Will Hann. Big serve, swinging wide. That typical lefty swinging out to the ad court. Right-hander created the opportunity.
Yep, I reckon he's used that serve 90% of the time on that ad court side. Me and Goran spoke about it. Maybe Ashwin needs to look at taking that serve away from Will Hann, because he's created enough breakpoint opportunities and Will's gone to that serve every single time.
Just overplaying the high forehand. Just doubting.
I think
Will's
Ashwin's
call.
not very happy with that call from here. Couldn't really see it. I was blocked out by the sunflower beds here in front of us. So.
Will was right on that line, so he had good sight.
Juan just leaning back on that one, just overplaying that forehand on the back foot. Maybe need to be a little bit more patient. Roll that one back cross court into Ashwin's backhand, but elected to go down the line and fanning it. Great shot there from Ashwin, electing to pull the trigger and take it a bit flatter up the line.
There's a bit more swagger in Will Hahn's step at the moment. Certainly got the ascendancy in the second set up break. Beautiful 1-2 punch, deep first, and then that heavy leaning off forehand. That's been the go-to for Will Hann today.
Yes, I must say, I haven't really seen the flat one like that from Will Hann. I'd love to see that a bit more, really flatten that one out. Both these players play with a lot of heavy topspin, so probably not creating as many chances to come to the net as they probably would like. Set that point up really well there, Will Hann, I thought. Ashwin was out of court position there and was just trying to stay alive, playing the ball back. Will was using his slice there, but elected to slice into the forehand cross court, which was an interesting move. As you can see on camera, both players a little bit confused of what the score is in this service game.
Just asking James Williams off camera here. match referee about the score. Both gentlemen lost track of that score, which is not uncommon.
Not uncommon, no, and it's good to see both players probably just locked in and trying to do their thing out there. So yeah, as you said, it's not uncommon that they've forgotten what the score is in this service game.
No chair umpire, no lines. Men and women have to keep score themselves, call their own balls.
Of course, I think the grand final will have chair umpires.
Beautiful forehand down the line, just composed himself, opened the shoulders. Beautifully timed forehand by Ashwin, just holding serve, keeping himself in this second set contest. Still down a break. Will Hann winning the first set 7-6 and leading 4 games to 3. Sneak across to the second set. We've got Jerome Iaconi, Alexander Park, currently leading 6 games to 5 against Cottesloe's Adam Kehane.
Late first service there.
Adam Kehane was leading 3 games to love. It's been a real dogfight over the last 35 minutes between these two athletes.
Yes, and it looks like he's serving to take this to a tiebreak here, Adam.
There we go, big forehand, the 1-2 combination. Does hit that off forehand extremely well, Jerome Iaconi. As we spoke about at the start of the broadcast, Jerome Iaconi, one of the real, I guess, swing players. He can determine the success of Alexander Park on the back of how he fares on the day. And we're starting to see some good form. Former Australian Cup winner, the Under-18s Championships back 3 or 4 years ago. Part of the Pizzy Cup schoolboys and schoolgirls tournament. Again, follows up with a very mundane backhand return. He sort of played the stroke before it was actually played.
Yeah, he was very upright, wasn't he, there? He just sort of had no knee bend at all. Just got his feet stuck and made an easy unforced error there. So a little gift for Adam to take this match into a tiebreak in the first set.
$15.30. Opportunity gone missing there for Adam. You can see, just having a quick word to Brenton Bacon, who's his teammate, sitting side court, trying to give him some wisdom, advice. Jerome just taking his time, tailing down. A little bit of gamesmanship there. 15.30. There it is, break point opportunity.
Again, we spoke about it, Brett, those running forehands. Very dangerous strategy, especially in the men's game. Yes, a very big opportunity here to take the first set. Alexander Park. It's going to be a key rubber, I think, Brett, in the circumstances for the end of the day's result.
40, 2 set points.
Oh, what a smash there. He's gone the inside out smash there, Brett Patten. Reminded me a bit of you.
Back in the youthful days when I could move around the court a little bit freer. Oh. Nice play there from Adam. He's going back, tailing off, still finds himself down a set point. It is a critical rubber in the context of this tie today.
People, I think, should understand that's not an easy shot to play overhead, that inside-out smash. And you've only got a small margin to work with the racket face.
One of the great players from Alexander Park, Kim Evans, used to execute that amazingly. Beautiful 1-2, and you can see Adam go up with a fist and a big come on. Important moment in this match, deep into this first set. Jerome Iaconi, 2 set points gone begging.
You know what I really like there, Brett, is he wasn't defensive at all there, Adam. He's 2 break points down. He was still looking to come forward to the net. So that who dares wins mentality.
Good aggressive mindset. Voice of Joel Pleydell, former WA Open doubles champion. Juice Kehane serving, Cottesloe.
Come on, Ashwin.
Impressive ball striking. You could see just the fatigue. Adam Kehane just lunging for a slice forehand, 2 to 3 metres back behind the baseline. I think the conditioning is starting to set in here for Adam. Another set point opportunity for Jerome Iaconi from Alexander Park. Beautiful backhand volley and a great hands. You can see just the enthusiasm. Again, who dares wins.
There it was again.
Incredible
Three
low
break points.
backhand volley and then the backhand cross
that's
to
right.
win that point back to Juice. He's fighting incredibly hard.
Yeah, so 3 break points and 3 points won at the net on those break points from Adam. So
Just dumping that forehand midway up the net. Another opportunity to close his first set out for Jerome Iaconi from Alexander Park. You see Adam just taking his time, walking back towards the camera. He'll go for the towel, no doubt try to compose himself. This is the 4th set point he's faced against Jerome. Jerome doesn't want to let these pile up,
that's right.
JP.
If he makes his first serve, do you think we'll see a serve volley?
Potentially. Wasn't moving forward. I think the drive and the legs, the conditions, very heavy for Adam Kehane. Remarkable
what a
set
set
point from
point.
Jerome Iaconi. You can hear him screaming into the
Wow.
courtside microphone.
Didn't put a foot wrong there, did he, Adam? Unbelievable defensive skills from Jerome to get that lob over the top. Incredible set point.
Heading back to court number 1.
Take this opportunity, Brett, and I'll skip up out of the commentary booth and welcome in Robbie Kennedy.
Head of tennis, thank you, Joel Pleydell, former W Open doubles champion. Welcome back, Rob Kennedy, to the booth. Sitting courtside for the best part of half an hour, enjoying some of the great tennis out here on display.
Oh, mate, how good is this? To think that people didn't have the ability to stream in and watch this kind of tennis. This is what they were missing out on. So to everybody who's watching either now live or watching on replay, you can see the absolute quality of this state grade competition.
Just overplaying that backhand down the line. You can see the frustration creeping into Ashwin's face. Both boys, athletes, hitting the ball incredibly well. A lot of penetration off both backhand and forehand wings. We haven't seen a lot of aggressive net play though so far. The game's been played predominantly at the baselines.
I wonder whether that's a factor of fatigue now. So we saw very early on, Will was sort of probably the more dominant one coming into the net. I think now with maybe a little bit of fatigue, they're realising also as well that that slice backhand is playing a bit of a part. It's staying low. So I think they're using more of the variety in the way of the spin height and then sort of flattening out for the pace, I think, rather than maybe having the speed to get in, because we know the quality of the pass is right up there at the moment. Just again, I've talked about it earlier. I think through the Scotty Media effects mics, you can hear how crisp they're hitting the ball. You can see it. They're definitely keeping each other that little bit further behind the baseline as well. And I think, as we just alluded to, there's not much shortness there for them to actually come in and come to the net. So somebody's either got to take it or just continue to grind from the back. And as we go back and forth, they're sort of sticking with their strengths at the moment.
Big serve down the tee. Ashwin just pulls it out when he needed to. The court today set up so beautifully. It can play from the back of the court, but you can also vary it around and move forward and be a little bit more aggressive.
I think we're about halfway through that first set. They realised that slice, especially the one that stayed low just before the service line, is that one that really stayed down and bit and was causing a little bit of havoc.
Just flat and wide.
But no doubt the quality of the courts here at Cottesloe are just shining through.
Just a little long. Just a little long. Half a ball length long. Beautifully struck ball, but overplaying. Pushing that forehand long. He did look to us to give him. You're right on that line, Robbie.
He had a little bit of glance, and it made me chuckle a little bit because it did remind me of sort of my days out on the court, and you just wanted that reassurance from someone. I don't think he was questioning it, but you just sort of want that reassurance because it was tight, but we've probably got the absolute best seat in the house to see that ball just be that one ball length long. As we cut over to court 2 with Jerome Iaconi serving now in this second set, and I'll tell you what, I feel for maybe again that leftiness coming out of me, but Adam Kehane did nothing wrong in that first set, but that was just some quality from Jerome to dig deep and grind one out.
It surprised me that you called that ball a little deep. Rob Kennedy, I would have probably given it the benefit of the doubt. Anyway, find ourselves at the start of the second set. Jerome Iaconi serving, upper set, winning 7-6, putting Alexander Park in a really good position in this number 3 singles.
Good serve out wider. Always appreciate no right to reply there, but take this time to say hello to all our listeners out there who had a bit of a chuckle at Brett Patten's comment there, as we all know the history involved. It's always a pleasure to sit side by side with the great man. I have to remember he is my boss as well now as the CEO at Tennis West, but we were teammates one day out at Claremont on the state grade. The grass courts didn't give quite as quality a bounce as these ones. We had to definitely fight our way into the net out there, but we're seeing some quality baseline tennis and modern day tennis, to be honest.
Beautiful serve swinging down the tee. Rob Kennedy, one of the best juniors and talents coming out of WA with the bleached blonde hair. Sitting very high back in those years. Noticed very early by some of the college scouts. Went across and honed your craft. Did a nice college program in the States. Iaconi serving, first let. And it lands in. Luck's of fortune. You can see Adam just smiling and shaking his head. He knows he got away with one there.
Again, he just hasn't done a thing wrong out there. And this is one of those, it kind of reminds me of Federer Roddick days when Roddick used to just come out of the gates, just gunning it. And you just saw Federer just knew he just had to stay in it and find a way to get through. But it's kind of what you're seeing out there as we do come back to the first court now. Yeah, it's been some fantastic tennis. And we expected today when we chose this match as the semi-final, 2 versus 3, and 2 quality sides that have been fantastic throughout the whole season.
Absolutely. Just enjoying the final moments of potentially what might be a very famous victory for Will Hann to give Cottesloe a 2-rubber to love lead against Alexander Park in what has been a match bordering on 2.5 hours. Will Hann serving a set 5-4. Little nervy way to start the first. You always want to get off to a good start when you're serving for certainly a set, but let alone the match, Robbie.
I think there's also just no doubt he's thinking exactly what you said to start this game, which is this has been an epic match to watch. He knows the importance of it, and as you said, you want that first serve to try and make that first point as easy as possible, and you already know now that 1 point, it feels like 4 to sort of get that one away It'll be interesting to see. And we've seen these guys go back and forth all day. The serve hasn't been extremely dominant. So anything can happen here. So this becomes a understatement to say a big point. We're probably going to say it every single point this game.
Beautiful. Absolute lovely touch there for Will Hann, really to dig a short ball, short volley, up and above Ashwin as he was moving forward. Caught him a little bit off guard there. The body weight was moving forward. The lob did enough to go over his head, so he had to work himself back and just didn't get the leverage or the balance. 15 points apiece in this 10th game of the second set. Will Hann closest to the camera from Cottesloe serving. Currently leading by a set, 5-4. Lovely play. Again, good aggressive play. More often than not, the net player will win those points. Very hard to pass continuously, certainly on grass courts with your opponent close to the net, cutting off angles. 30-15, Will Hann as he goes to the back of the court and towels off, Robbie.
I think it's that, I was talking about it earlier with Joel Pleydell. I think it's that element here where they both just seem to be the exact sort of same from the back of the court. They're going mano-a-mano at the back of the court, and I think Will's just had that little bit more extra where he has come into that net, and maybe that has been a slight difference, and if he does get this result, it's probably the one that we'll look to comment on.
I did like that play though. Good aggressive play down the line. Just probably needed to hit middle corridor, just take the angles away from Ashwin. He does play that backhand cross very, very nicely. 30 points apiece.
Yeah, I think your comment is spot on. If he's going to hit it the way that he hit it then, the middle corridor to cut off the angles, or trust that inside out, which has sort of got him on the angles. And we've noticed Ashwin's had to go to that forehand slice a couple of times because he has got him wide. So I think he got caught in two minds, and that happens at this kind of point of the match.
30 all. There it is. Just overplaying that backhand. First match point opportunity for Will Hann for Cottesloe. Opportunity to give Cottesloe a 2-rubber-to-love lead in this second semi-final. Beautiful time first serve there. He just needs to go to the well again. It's really important to high percentage first serves, particularly at these moments of a match. First match point. If you don't mind, incredible backhand lob from Ashwin Sharma. Very Leighton Hewitt-esque on that backhand lob, particularly at match point down.
I find it so intriguing that at a match point down, we probably see two things from him that we haven't seen even in this whole match. One, a drop shot from the baseline. Two, the lob.
Offensive
over the
lob.
top. I mean, you've got to give a lot of credit to Will with what he's doing. A fantastic recovery slice out here on his forehand to keep it back deep and stay in the point. I wonder whether he'd take that approach shot again. Would he hit the backhand slices deep, or would he dig it in a bit more, or again go away from him and really try and make him on the run?
I reckon that's a 1 out of 10 play for Ashwin Sharma. 9 out of 10 times I would have thought Will would have won that point. Particularly that aggressive move forward. Incredibly executed backhand lob. Juice. Overplayed, a little long, 1.5 feet. That short ball forehand, just not finding the range for Ashwin. Another match point for Will Hann.
I'd love to know what he was actually trying to do there, because I can see that's one he definitely wants to have back. You know, to hit it the way that he did when it wasn't really doing much for Will at the back, it was pretty much coming straight to him. It's definitely the kind of ball you don't want to give away as an unforced error, especially in this point of the match.
Sliding serve wide here to the backhand and move forward is what I'd be saying to Will Hann. particularly on his second match point opportunity. That's a beautiful passing shot. Again, just dipping away from the incoming Will Hann. Beautifully held. Great under pressure, Ashwin Sharma, but there goes 2 match points begging. He's hanging in there, Ashwin Sharma.
Those are 2 of probably the best saves I've ever seen in tennis. To hit a backhand lob the way he did before and did a pass like that then in the pressure-esque of what this game is at right now, absolutely take your hat off to him. But again, I think you're right. I think Will's chosen the 2 wrong first serves. The first time he took an off-pace first serve, and this time now he just sort of put one just in the court, just straight to him. So I would have liked to have seen the wide one as well. And left-handers 101.
Juice. Just overplaying that low forehand. It was the right play. He got the volley he was after, just didn't execute. Finds himself down another tricky situation. Break point now to Ashwin after facing 2 match points.
I really like seeing Will still come in. They've been different balls. If we actually look back at the match and the way that he has been coming in, he's coming in off very different balls. He used to use that inside in or that inside out forehand. Now he's kind of just putting it in. I want to see him go back to what he was doing. He's got to find it here with his serve.
Just missing that first serve. Oh, this slice backhand. You spoke about that only moments ago, Rob Kennedy, the effectiveness of that short slice, just holding low, skinning through.
I think when he's been able to execute it to the point that you can see that Ashwin went to the forehand slice there. When he's executed that slice in the way that it stayed low, forced him to either come just inside that forehand, but get that forehand above the net. So he has to lift it. It's definitely worked for him. I think when he just routinely kind of just puts it in there, he's got to do a bit more with it, as we saw in that point just before.
I'd like to see Will Hann use that left-handed slice down the tee here, moving away from the backhand wing of Ashwin and move forward. Good hustle, good counter punching. Unfortunately, got himself back into the point, overplayed that backhand. You can see Will's just taking some big, deep breaths. And Ashwin, up and about, finds himself with a break back point to push this into 5 games apiece. Seesawing 10th game of this second set, Rob Kennedy.
It's one of those killers, and you talked about it before, the Hewitt-esque. I mean, he'd done the hard work to come out here, not throw it away with trying to go for some massive winner, just put up a defensive lob, which is not easy. He's done it well and put him back. Got himself back in the point and then missed the next ball. It's an absolute killer to yourself. He must know something we don't know, because he hasn't used that sliding serve that you talked to about, that left-handers go to. I'd still love to see him pull it out here. I know we talk about it each point, but he's just gone with the flat one. It hasn't quite worked.
There's a little bit of disagreement going on out here. The sliding wide serve. You can see that Will's not happy with the call. James Williams, the umpire, is closing in if needs to be called on.
Apologies for anything picked up in the effects mic there, but yeah, just it's one of those tight points. He went to the serve that we wanted to see. Obviously, we can't make that call from here. It's a long way away from us for that one, but tough point here now.
Dug deep, fought back, finds himself at Juice. Juice in a very seesawing 10th game of this second set. A little bit of heat, a little bit of motion into the game now.
And it's not a semi-final of a Goods Property Services Group State final, isn't it? If we don't have a little bit of fire, that's what we like.
We do love to see the fire in the belly.
But it's good. It's passion. You know, these guys they're good mates. They train hard together. It shows how important that this match is. And I think he'll look back on it and understand the call. And we're back on now, which is great.
Great counter punching, Will Hann digging in deep. Finds himself another match point up. Third match point on the 10th service game of the second set. Ebbs and flows here, Robbie Kennedy. Very exciting 10th game here in this closing stages of the second set.
Sometimes you never want to poke the bear, and I think what you've done is just woken Will up, and he is fired up to take out this match right here, right now, I think.
It's all it takes, isn't it? Just that one moment.
I don't want to speak too loud, but I reckon he's listening, and I reckon if there's a better way to win it, it's serving that ace out wide again just to let him know about it. Maybe that's me coming out again, I don't know.
A little bit of on-court coaching, Rob Kennedy. Can't get the coach out of you. Match point, Will Hann. He had the opportunity on the plate, decided to be less aggressive and move backwards rather than forwards. Courageous play.
Loved the serve. Didn't mind the slice option. Really needed to stick it in, dig it in, hit that service box just as it pushed out of the court. And I think it would have been all his. But, mate, as we said, it's a tight match and a crucial match to this semi-final.
8th juice of this 10th game. It's an incredibly critical moment in the junction of this tie between Alexander Park and Cottesloe. Incredible point again. You can see just the desperation on Will's face, the frustration of holding numerous match points. Finds yourself down another break point.
There's just only so many adjectives to how good this is. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. I've got Tomio Yamazaki sitting next to me just getting excited with every shot that's getting hit back here. You've got the crowd on the edge of their seats. You've got Greg Hutchison and Brenton Bacon who are meant to be out there coaching on court too, but all they can do is turn around and watch this court as well. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this.
Words from Rob Kennedy, head of Tennis North, Tennis West. Exciting match out here on court for over 2.5 hours. Just the perfect return deep into that forehand wing, catching Will on the back foot. Back on serve, Rob Kennedy.
Again, someone get me a thesaurus because I'm running out of adjectives. I mean, that is an absolute ripper of a kick serve out wide. He has just absolutely juiced that to the back corner back here and put the pressure straight back on him straight away. I mean, I'm running out of words, mate, but I'm super excited for this tie break and it's going to be an absolute ripper.
You're hardly holding onto that microphone. The hands are very moist, it's slipping out. We have to towel you down here in the commentary booth.
I'll tell you what. Scotty Jones got his towel on. He's revving to go for his match. I think everybody is excited by what we're seeing out here, and we knew it would be a ripper when we came out to today. I'm no doubt in your intro you talked about this match and got everybody revved up for what was going to be an absolute epic, and these boys have delivered. Credit to them.
Just overplaying the forehand. Just hear Will talking about low percentage shots.
Don't think there was too much more he could do there, though. He was there. He's made that ball before. Obviously, there's the roll across court. I don't think there was too much more that he could do. I understand the percentage call that he's been saying, but, mate, Will's been making that shot with his forehand since he was walking. So I don't back him. I don't blame him for having to grow.
Short and wide. I mean, good play there from Ashwin Sharma, just catching Will Hann too far back behind the baseline. Both boys are playing at least a metre and a half on grass, which is not the traditional style of grass court play, Scotty. Robbie, I'd like to see both players stand a little bit truer on the baseline. taking opportunities to be a bit more aggressive and move forward. It's easier said than done, of course. We're in the cheap seats here and we're doing it easy, not sweating and not been out on court for more than 2.5 hours, but particularly in these latter stages, pressure stages, the spoils will go to those who take the chances and the risks. Beautiful 1-2. Gee whiz, he's really started to find a little bit of pep in that step, Ashwin Sharma. 40 love. Serving to go up 6-5 after holding off 4 match points in the previous game to Will Hann. Incredibly fit athlete, Ashwin Sharma. Works incredibly hard on the practice court out at the State Tennis Centre.
Don't mind Will just taking that little extra second here, just catch his composure. It's been a big last 5 minutes for sure.
Overplaying. Never say never. It's a 2-horse race out here, Robbie. You stay in the pointers for as long as you can. Never give your opponent too many free looks. And they can turn quite quickly in the game of tennis. Momentum is a wonderful thing.
I think from the moment that Will got that first break in the first set, that's when we realised this was going to seesaw. Ashwin straight away taking that break back. They took another break each in that first set, and they've just shown that at any point you can come back into this match and at any point you can take a lead.
Beautiful backhand cross court. 40-30. Right back into the critical stages of this 11th game of the second set.
I think he's just come back inside himself a little bit now. He's kind of back in the match, understands where he's at, realising I don't want to just give away a game, switch ends and have another go. I'm right back in this now. I get this point and we're on.
Pressure's right back on the service of Ashwin. Was 40 love up. Now things start to tighten up a little bit. First serve fault. Again, second serve opportunity for Will. Catching the top of the tape. 6 games to 5 as the gentlemen change ends. We sneak across to the second court. Jerome Iaconi leading by a set, 2 games to 1 against Cottesloe's Kehane.
I think the day's really set up now, though, isn't it? I think we had, obviously, Max Weir being able to get that first rubber. Kehane really pushing hard and making Jerome very much earn that set. And then we know exactly this one out on court 1 could go anywhere. So it's setting us up for a good day. We knew this one would be tight. I think if I'm right in saying that Cottesloe have been able to win 4-2 in their previous meetings.
Lovely half volley by Kehane there, Robbie Kinney. One of great hands. He showed a lot of that in the first set. A little bit of a wry smile there. I don't think he expected he'd make that shot.
We know he feels comfortable at the net. It's good seeing him come in. He's got some good hands. He looks like he's just enjoying himself out there as well, which is great to see.
Of course, grand finals, semi-finals, they commence half an hour early than regular season. Regular season kicks off at 1 p.m. Finals commence at 12:30. We can see that that's good planning. It's been an incredibly long match, this top court between Will Hann and Ashwin Sharma. Currently nearing the 3-hour mark. In fact, we're 9 minutes away from this ticking over for 3 hours. One of the longest state league matches that I've, and certainly we've had the privilege of calling this season. Conditioning will play its part. Of course, third set is a super tiebreaker.
I was about to say, again, identifying why that rule's been brought in. Imagine if this was to go to a third. I mean, we'd be sitting out here for nearly 4.5 hours, the way that these guys are playing at the moment. So it allows the match to really force a result, which is what the people want in today's sport. And that's really great to see.
Back on the top court.
I was just watching, Brett. I can't say what was said, not because I can't say it, but because I didn't quite hear it. But there were a couple of words between the two of them as they were sitting there. And I have a feeling it was about the slider out wide. We've said a few times these boys train a lot together, and maybe Will just hasn't let that one go just yet.
Didn't see that.
Might have to ask Scotty Walsh out there. He was pretty close to the comments. Be very interesting to hear what was said.
6-5. Ashwin Sharma leading second set. First set to Will Hann, 7-6. Certainly the match of the season for me so far. Goods Property Services match of the season. Both these athletes just taking a little extra time. They understand the critical nature of this moment. Will Hann serving to stay in this set to force a tiebreaker. Certainly the wind out of the sails. Will Hann serving. Overplaying the forehand. There was a conversation between the players about changing balls. I'm not sure what that rule is, Robbie.
I saw Scotty Jones, and I don't know if it's still picked up on the camera, but you can see Scotty Jones sort of just grabbing a can of balls there. So I have a feeling maybe one popped, maybe one burst. So they would have brought out some that have been used already. Similar to cricket, when you said the umpires come out with a box of balls, they would have tried to pick something similar to the others. You can see there now, I think Scotty might be able to give us a view as one of the fluff or just came off the ball. So they've just added one more new used ball in there. Oh, that is a volley
lovely
and a half,
volley.
isn't it?
Low volley, moving forward, not easy to execute at this stage, at this time. As we can zoom in on the ball there, that's what you were talking about. Looks like there's the Dunlop balls. A bit of the matting is torn away. 3 hours into this match, starting to see the wear and tear of the balls. Boys are hitting with incredible pace and power.
Unfortunately, not quite the budget of a Grand Slam where you change balls every 7 games, if I'm correct in saying that.
7 at the start, 9 throughout.
That's why we have you here, Brett. Man of knowledge.
They count the hit off as 2 games. First person ever said I was knowledgeable. Thank you, Rob Kennedy. Take those compliments. Nice hold of serve so far for Will Hann here, forcing potential tiebreaker into this second set. No love lost out here between these 2 athletes. Great mates off the court. Fierce combatants on it. Swinging wide. Ripping forehand, cross court, timed incredibly well. I dare say that was probably one of the new used balls that he hit that ball with, an extra bit of bing and pace.
A little bit of extra pace, a little bit, and we're sort of playing around with it now to maybe slow it down. I have a feeling Will would probably prefer the slightly newer ball and have it come a bit quicker. And I think Ashwin would probably prefer the one to just be that little bit slower. Not too much though, but you were talking about great mates and training off court. We're talking to Goran Marijan, our state high performance coach. It was very interesting to hear that they still pretty much hit with each other every day, knowing that they were going to come into this match. I don't know, would that have been something you would have done back in your day, or you maybe stick clear for at least a week?
No. Viewed everyone as the enemy that I played, Robbie. First point of the tiebreaker. Double fault. 1 point to love.
I don't want to digress too much away from this match because it is an absolute epic, but who would you consider, and I am putting you on the spot here, best mate off the court, but fiercest competitor on the court? Do you have one? Sticks out for you? I'll let you sit on it for a little bit if it hasn't come to you. As I said, this match in a very tense state at the moment, but yeah, I think we have a lot of that in Perth. It's a very small world where we you've got a certain bunch of quality players that you hit with, and you get to the quarterfinals with basically that 8 every single time back in our day especially. I know the depth has got a little bit bigger now, but your mates off the court, you've got to get on there and be fierce on the court. As we watch Will Hann get ready for this serve.
Incredible point by both players. Great court movement. Ashwin Sharma hitting a winner cross court from at least 4 metres back behind the baseline. Getting back on serve, 1 point apiece. Well, it's a great question. There was a lot of tennis players, great tennis players in WA. But it's sort of hard to say. They're all white light feverish. We're all good mates off the court. I won't single any one person out. Suffice to say, I could probably tell you the ones that I wasn't friends with. Ashwin just asking how that call was. He didn't see it land. Ball was in, 1 point apiece.
A little bit of tell me how good it was, please.
Overplaying that forehand long. The pace has picked up here from Ashwin. He's really just leaning in on forehand and backhands. He's won't die wondering. He seems to lift his games in these critical situations. We saw that when he was down 4 match points. Played incredible tennis to break serve and get back on parity.
I'm not sure if Will's noticed, but Ashwin's gone back that bit further. There's 2 cuts of grass here, obviously the court cut and then the cut just before the fence. He's right back on that fence cut at the moment. Last time he did that, Will noticed it a lot more and really cut him with some heavier spinning forehands that dip lower and also that slice that bit in and stayed low. So I wonder if he'll start to recognise that that's there and he'll change that shot up a bit, because right now the flat forehand is just playing into where he wants it to be.
1 point to 2. First to 7 points with an advantage of 2 points. Oh, that ball kept incredibly low. Again, the take back and that slice grip is more of a sort of a flat grip, and he's just trying to pronate the wrist on that backhand slice, and that caught him a little bit too late. I do like the fact that he is trying to go to the slice. 2 points apiece. Just did not execute on that occasion, Will Hann. Just overplayed Rob Kennedy. 3 points to 2, Ashwin Sharma.
He's got a few supporters, obviously in the back here that we can't see, just behind the effects mic, just giving him a little bit of a rev up. Must have done a sneaky over the fence jump, I think. We might have to check out who they are and what they're doing here. It's a tough rule at the moment. We thank everyone for live streaming in with us and adhering to the current situation that we are going through. And I tell you what, you've picked a good one to sign in and watch along with.
2-3. 3 points apiece. Change of ends. Again, we're seeing Ashwin playing from about 2.5 metres behind the baseline, as you spoke to, Robbie. I'd certainly like to think that he can get inside the baseline. If he does that, he takes a little bit of time away from Will Hann, puts more pressure on that forehand and backhand with a pace of shot. Changing ends, 3 points apiece.
He seems to have done it a bit more, that he'll come inside the baseline, whether it's on the return, he might come in and take one a bit early, or that serve +1, he seems, oh, maybe if I get that first serve in, I'll stay in a bit shorter. But definitely the longer the point goes on, you see him moving further and further back. So I think it's maybe playing on Will's mind a little bit. If we go back to that game where he sort of came into the net 3 shots in a row and got past or missed a volley on each of them, I think he's thought maybe that plays over. And I personally would like to see him bring it back. Just picking the right shot to come in off is what he needs to do, especially if Ashwin's going to move further and further back to the fence. For those that can't tell at home, the way the courts are set up now, the end that Ashwin's on now, he's got even more further back that he can go. There's a bigger gap between the baseline and the fence. So if he does scoot back, I'd be changing it up a little bit. Get that short one in there, look to come in and stay dominant at the net.
Words of Rob Kennedy, head of Tennis North at Tennis West. Former coach at North Beach Tennis Club. Just cannot take the coach out of you, can we, Robbie? Hard to.
We can all sound like an expert when we have a mic in our hand, don't we, compared to a tennis racket. But, yeah, no, I think one of the parts I really enjoyed as a coach is I wouldn't call myself a technical coach, but I did love strategy. I loved talking strategy with players. So, it's great to be on the mic and be able to talk about it and witness this type of match.
3 points apiece. Serve was long. Will just having a second glance. Overplaying. And there goes the racket. A little bit of frustration creeping into Will's game. 3 points to 4. Mini break here. This second set tiebreaker. Just got to recompose. Take a few deep breaths. Plenty of tennis left in this second set tiebreak.
Yonex might not have been happy with the throw, but they were definitely happy with the camera angle zoomed in on his racket there. For those kids watching at home, get yourself a Yonex is what Will's trying to say to you.
Very malleable. Just world-class striking of the balls here. Catching a fly there. Ball landed about 1.5 inches inside the baseline. 5 points to 3, Ashwin Sharma. The boys have just stepped up their intensity, and certainly the power game is coming to the fore.
I'd understand if anybody watching at home thought they were watching Wimbledon just there. I mean, that's world-class tennis that we've just watched. Heavy hitting, heavy striking from the back of the court, making each other move side to side, playing within the safe areas at the same time, but the crisp sound of the change of pace, and just, you know, again, that little bit of pressure maybe just got to him a bit with that backhand, but again, we're witnessing some epic tennis and setting up for what's going to be a huge finale.
4 points to 2, still up a mini, 5 points to 3, I should say. Mini break for Ashwin Sharma. Serving. Swinging serve, 6-3, 3 set points. After fighting through adversity only a matter of 20 minutes ago, down 4 match points, finds himself with 3 set point opportunities into this second set. Of course, if it does go to a third set, it is a super tiebreaker, Robbie. First to 10 points with the advantage of 2 points. Incredible match. We've ticked over the 3-hour mark. Certainly the Goods Property Services match of the round. A little wide and long. Beautiful inside out. The off forehand in the old terms. Gives himself an opportunity. 4 points to 6. Needs to hold here and really put the pressure right back on the service of Ashwin if he is to close this second set out.
This is one of those ones where you have to look at it and go 4-6, yes, I was down 3-6, but you get this point here and really put the pressure back on him. So he'll be thinking about right now, where do I want to go? What's worked for me so far? Let's execute this first serve and then we'll take it from there.
Overplaying it, just catching at that ball by the frame, sending it a little long and wide, I should say, and it's a set apiece as we sneak into this third set super tiebreaker as I hand over the microphone to Goran Marijan, head of Tennis Australia's High Performance Academy, sitting in good hands with head of operations, head of tennis, I should say, Robbie Kennedy, just changing your titles around here, mate. But
oh, it's okay, mate. I appreciate your time. I don't know about you, but I was meant to be going half an hour ago. But I'm sorry, honey. I'm staying for another third set tiebreaker just here because this is some quality tennis we're seeing. So, Brett, thank you for your time. I know you're going to go strap in over there and make sure you watch this last 10 points. But appreciate your time, Brett Patten.
Don't think your beautiful wife worry. I think she's sitting poolside at the Crown at the moment. With young Leo, as I hand across to Goran.
Thanks, guys.
That's why we shouldn't talk about personal conversations. But that's all right, honey. Enjoy the Crown. So we're over on court 2 now. I'll apologise to these two over here, and I have watched across a couple of times, and they're actually having a fantastic match out here. It just happens to be a little bit overshadowed by what we're seeing on court 1, but Jerome Iaconi staying strong after grinding out a win in that first set, and I think he happens to be up a break 3-2, or could just be on serve 2-3, but Goran, have you been able to glance across both while you've been sitting observing the matches?
I have, yeah, and it's been great tennis overall. Jerome, as we know, was down a double break in the first set and got back into it and took it, which is amazing. And now on serve in the second. But there's definitely a little bit more attacking play on that court. More people coming forward compared to the number ones here. But now it's into a third set super. Number twos, sorry.
The words of Goran Marijan, a high-performance state coach, sitting here with myself, Rob Kennedy. This semi-final between Alexander Park at Cottesloe Tennis Club, 2 versus 3. And it has definitely lived up to the hype of what we thought we were going to experience. Oh, and another great shot, just off his toes. Looked like no effort at all, but the pace that it still came off, hits out wide. That's a fantastic shot.
Great shot, hit the angle as well, cross court, short. So it's it's the battle. It's becoming a battle. If Ashwin can get this match, this set, it's definitely going to open things up. It's going to come down to the doubles, and we're going to run out of light. I don't know. Oh, nice volley.
Enjoy that. They're both definitely coming to the net a lot more over at this court compared to the one that we've seen here, which is good to see. Obviously, we talk about the light and the importance of that, especially here in a semi-final and what that means. Luckily, we do have what we're going to come back to in a second on this first court is no longer we play the third set. We have a 10-point tiebreaker for this third set, which definitely allows us to. If we look at it and how long this match has gone for, it's already ticked over 3 hours. We could have been here for 4.5 with the way these guys have been playing, but luckily we'll get a very intense and exciting 10-point tiebreaker here between Hann from Cottesloe and Ashwin Sharma from Alexander Park. As we cut back to that court now, and if you've just tuned in now, currently Cottesloe are up 1 rubber to love after a Max Weir win, which seems like it was about 3 days ago with how long this match has been going. And Jerome Iaconi, though, up a set and on serve against Kehane. So this is a very important 10-point tiebreaker right here.
Very important. See who gets off to a good start.
Just a couple of times that forehand, he sort of got a bit above it and just dumped that forehand a little bit in the net. We know he's got that high top spinning forehand in him, but just when he does try to flatten it out, if it's up above that shoulder height, is there anything you sort of pick up in that shot?
Yeah, I think he's still trying to flatten that out a bit too far back. He just then loses obviously the height of the ball and it goes into the net. That first point was probably similar to the match really. Someone just waiting, passive play, just waiting for the right ball. No one really wants to take it on. First serves are definitely going to be a big key in this tiebreak to get some cheap points. So Ashwin's got the mini break.
It's long there. I liked his position. It was some great footwork. We're right front row to that sort of movement. He got around here, got himself in a nice, took the seat. Good strong stance and a driving forehand that just I think caught Will off pace a little bit.
That's actually did a presentation not long last week about the most effective shot in the ATP, and that was it. The inside out forehand, cutting the sideline.
Oh. We haven't seen that too often in this match. Ashwin hitting that drop shot from the baseline, and Will got himself in a good position. Just looked a little bit casual on that volley.
On the volley, yeah, but I think Ashwin actually got himself in a bit of trouble not to follow that drop shot in, and gave Will a chance to put it deep, and got the easy volley. And like he said, a bit casual, did not execute it at all. 3-love to Ashwin.
Words of high performance coach Goran Marijan. My name is Rob Kennedy, sitting here at the Goods Property Services State Grade semi-final. Currently in a third set super tiebreak between Hann and Ashwin Sharma. Will serving love 3. Just long there. For those that have just checked in, Hann did have 4 match points, serving for it at 5-4 in the second set. We know in a super we played a 10, currently at 1-3 to decide this number 2 match in the semi-final.
I think Ashwin's just got to go for it here. You know, if you're 3-love up, you've got a forehand, just go for it. You know what I mean? It's he just pulled off that forehand, made an unforced error.
Oh, lovely volley. Great spot and great call by Ashwin. We're right here on that baseline. That ball just catching the baseline just before, allowing Weir to come in, and that time a little bit more stronger in his stance and finish off that volley the way he should.
Yeah, he was definitely a little bit more intense on that volley and created that with the depth of the previous shot. So Ashwin now still with a mini break, serving at 3-2. Always nice if you can change ends with a bit of a gap. 4-2.
Both players just taking a little bit more time in between the points here. It has been a click over 3¼ hours. Just long. We're just cheering that forehand on a little bit, but Ashwin has made the call, and Will hasn't questioned it. It's a tight one. It's hard for us to call from here, but I think it's been played in good spirits. We've only had that one ball that really got questioned. Other than that, the boys have made some strong calls, and they're confident in what the opponent has said. So, like you talked about, Ashwin gets the swap at 4-2 right now in this 10-point super tiebreaker. So first to 10 to take this match out. What are you seeing in these first 6 points, and what would you like to see happen?
Again, it's been very similar to the match, I think. Just both waiting back, and the opportunity maybe Will got one to come in. No, he came in twice, actually, so he's the one coming forward. Ashwin's the one staying back. But it's just going to come into, I think, who holds their nerve, goes for the shots that are there to go for, and if you have to neutralise, you know, make that ball. Don't make any unforced errors. So, but I still think the serve is going to come into it. You know, if someone can get a few cheap points, I think that's the one that's going to tell who's going to get the match breaker.
Words of Goran Marijan, State High Performance Coach. Definitely a lot of tennis still to be played out here, but this is a big point. And again, like you said, with this little bit of a lead that he has, you'd like to see him put his foot on the gas pedal and really take it. And 5-2 does make a bit of a statement.
If he gets a 5-2 lead, then I think that next point he's just got to go for it. You know, get that one more mini break, and that could be the end.
Serve and volley, something we haven't really seen throughout this match, and maybe caught Will a little bit off, and again, comfortably executed. So possibly something that we should have seen, or maybe should have seen a bit more in this match. Yeah,
it's good to throw it in. Obviously, Will didn't look like he was ready for it. And a nice little short volley that bounced twice before Will could get to it. So 5-2 now.
Definitely at that point of the match now where we could very easily say this is probably the biggest point of the match before every point, but at 2-5 serving, as you said, you don't want to go down that double mini break now.
No. If I got this return back, I'm going for the next shot.
He doesn't have to, because Will opened up the court, probably got exactly what he wanted, just wasn't able to execute that forehand down the line.
Will's lost the score here, passing the ball over when he's still got to serve. 6-2.
Just taking a second now with the towel, Will Hann, 2-6. Again, as we said in this tiebreaker, they play to 10, so there's still plenty of points to play, and definitely plenty of opportunities to still get back in it. Right now, Ashwin is in the spot that he wants to be in. Will Hann serving, 2-6. As you requested, Goran, going after that forehand to really exaggerate the gap now between the two players. So we go out to a 2-7 for Ashwin Sharma. He just really went after that forehand, and that's what you asked for.
Yeah, I think so. If you have time and you're up, you know, you just got to go for it, put the pressure on, and just accept how their point works out. You know, if you do miss it, you just got that confidence in knowing that you went after it and that it was the right shot to play. But now with a 7-2 lead and 2 serves to come, Ashwin's looking in the box seat here.
I actually feel like we might see Will Hann go after a few more forehands just here. He's got nothing to lose. He's definitely not in the position he wants to be, but see him open up a little bit more. Ashwin serving here, 7-2. See if Will comes in and takes his second serve early. I think that's dropped. I think it's dipped.
Right, yep.
He's had a late dip and it's been called in, so 8-2. It's definitely starting to get to a tough spot now for Will Hann.
No, great forehand cross court there, cut the sideline. He was moving in, ready for the ball to float, but didn't come back.
8-2 now in this third set super tiebreak, first to 10. Ashwin Sharma, Alexander Park taking on Will Hann, Cottesloe. Good Property Services state grade semi-final out here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. 8-2. And it's dropped, and it's dropped. 9-2 now. That's you can't say much more about that shot there, can you, Goran?
No, great. It was a tough, tricky return there from Will. Got Ashwin running forward and sideways, and he pulled it off a decent drop shot, but then had to come up with a great passing shot to set up match point.
2-9 serving. Match points now to take this semi-final to 1-1, which is exactly what Alexander Park would have wanted. Watch Will Hann now serving 2-9. Just into the net there, so I'd like to see the fight from Will. It's good to see. 9-3 now.
Obviously, it's a long way back, but Will's just got to keep asking the questions, keep putting the ball in play, and maybe there's some nerves on the other side.
We like to say stranger things have happened, but I mean, take nothing away. This has been an absolute epic. Dare I quote Brett, with probably the Goods Property Services match of the absolute series and competition that we've had so far.
A match that's going on to, well, getting to close to 4 hours. It's incredible.
Can still hear. I think the crowd has sort of picked up in a sense. Obviously the social players on a bit of a switch over. So obviously we're limited to spectators today due to the COVID situation, but social players have switched over and they've stopped for a little bit of a glance.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here actually. It's a very good turnout.
Here we go, another match point for Ashwin. Will Hann serving 3-9. College ace.
Oh, great pickup.
Oh. It's the only word I can come up with is an emotional sound to that one, because that is a pickup and a half off his toes just there. And this is what the match deserves, though. Still a bit of fight from Will. We know Will, he's not going to die wondering. He's going to come in, he's going to try and take these points. And if he can pull this off, this will be a story to tell his grandkids, no doubt.
He's played 2 good points here. Like I said before, he's just got to keep asking the question and let Ashwin come up with something really good to win the match.
9-5, Ashwin Sharma. Match point. And there it is. And there it is, just going long, that backhand there from Will Hann. You see the emotion from Ashwin Sharma, and it's exactly what it deserved. Nice round of applause from the crowd for a match that's nearly gone 3.5 hours as we sit and watch here, thanks to the Good Services Property Group, Scotty Media. That was an absolute epic, Goran. I mean, there's not too much we can say other than that, but I'd love to hear your take and what do we want to say about Ashwin and that win?
Excellent tennis. I think Ashwin really understood that he's what he needed to do in that match, and he just stayed back and stayed solid. Took his chances when he had to, and to come from match points down, it's just amazing, really. Obviously, after getting that second set, he was the more confident player in the super tiebreak, in the match tiebreak.
As we cut over to court 2, but just to summarise a little bit for me, I think any time you have a match that goes that long and you save 4 match points, it's one that you'll remember forever. And if there's ever a time to pull it out, it's a semi-final of a state-grade competition and takes the rubber to 1-1. And it just puts another stamp on how important this match is that we're watching now with Jerome up 1-0 and 5-4 by the looks of things, just after taking that point just there. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, but every match matters today, right now.
Yeah, it's definitely opened up now. 1-1. Cottesloe with a 1-set lead at the moment. So it's definitely coming down to the wire here with the singles matches.
I'm going to take this moment to step away. I was meant to be gone an hour ago, but after a match like that, I'm glad I stayed. And guys, I know Joel Pleydell will step in for me, and you guys will be able to call a fantastic afternoon. Thanks for having me, and thanks to all the listeners out there, and good luck to the teams.
Thanks for coming out, Robbie.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks for your help today. Fantastic knowledge and insight from Robbie Kennedy, head of Tennis North at Tennis West. Former head coach of North Beach Tennis Club.
All right, Joel. So we got Jerome now, a set and 5-4 up. So Adam's serving to stay in the match. It's coming down to the wire here with these singles matches now. It's really counting towards, you know, obviously doubles, big doubles matches performance, and if anyone's going to come in, if anyone's going to be subbed in or not. I think Brenton Bacon might be a sub in for the Cottesloe team in the doubles.
Yes, I think we'll see Brenton sub in for one of the singles players and play some doubles. Usually he teams up with Adam Kehane, who he's sitting courtside with right now in the bottom doubles. So I think we might see something similar today, but yeah, it's all to play for now, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got obviously the #1 singles coming on very soon between Scott Jones and Dan Downey.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. Daniel Downey, obviously very handy on the grass court, serve volley, big serve, loves to come into the net a lot, so Jonesy's going to have to be switched on. Although Jonesy does love hitting at targets, so I mean this could be a great matchup.
Yeah, Adam's serving a double fault there. So 15 all.
Oh. Yeah. Just both players taking their time, getting ready, 15 all.
Oh, big return.
Yeah, it was probably not the serve to come in on, wasn't it? Just it was
No,
a little
a
bit
bit
slow,
slow.
middle of the box. Easy enough for Jerome to run around and hit an easy forehand pass there, so
Still
a
had
bit
to
of
come
work
up.
to do.
Had to come up with the goods, yeah. 15-30. So Adam taking a bit of time here. Oh, an unforced error there after the serve. Not ready for it, looks like. Good
Yeah.
return there from
It was a
Jerome.
good return right of the toes. I don't think Adam did enough with his footwork there, though. He sort of got stuck, didn't he?
15-40.
Yeah, maybe that was a big moment for him. He's just been a little bit frozen there, it looks like.
Match point. Oh, great smash.
Great point. That's much better energy, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
a lot more intensity in that point. Finding yourself a match point down, you don't want to leave anything out there. You don't want to give away an unforced error, so he looked to be aggressive. Got a great first serve down the tee and followed it in.
Yeah, Jerome hit a decent lob. Adam had to go backwards and but was able to put the smash away.
Yeah, not an easy smash either by all accounts. That inside-out smashes, I've seen him do a couple of those. It's great skill to have.
Oh, well done.
That's it,
to
yeah.
Jerome.
So Jerome just making the ball back there, and Adam came up with a pushing that volley long. So well done to Jerome. He hung in tough. Gets the job done for Alexander Park, winning in straight set 6-4, 6-4. So yeah, very interesting now here at Cottesloe. AP up 2 rubbers to 1. Although Cottesloe does have a set up their sleeves from Hann, just as we saw before. So now really up to the leading player and number 1 for the team, Scott Jones. He's going to have to really step up and try and take this rubber for Cottesloe.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, they haven't started the match yet, but now that Scotty Jones has come in, knowing they're 2-1 down, might play into maybe a little bit more extra pressure.
Just given me the sheet for today, and it looks like we've got our doubles pairings in. So we're going to have Scotty Jones and Hann in the top doubles versus Ashwin, Sharma and Jerome. And in the bottom doubles, as we thought, Brenton Bacon's going to come in and play with Adam Kehane against, it looks like, Daniel Downey and Josh Bowen. So interesting matchups now.
Well, definitely going to come down to the doubles at one point, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Scotty Jones has had a great season so far.
That's right. With the doubles having to be in before the last singles being played, so what would you have gone with those matchups? What would you have liked to have seen?
Well, I think they know their matchups. I mean, they've obviously been playing all season. They should know now what works, what doesn't, and what matchups or what teams are playing well together.
Yeah.
So obviously it does sometimes come down to what happens in the singles.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes you can see finals does do tricky things, and some teams like to be risky and change things up. But it looks like we're going to see settled pairs that both teams have combined with all season. So for me, if I was Cottesloe, I would have been thinking maybe Scott Jones wins this one in straight sets, and then all you need to do then is win 1 doubles in straight sets to win by a set in the day. So interesting. Maybe if you're a ball captain, maybe you play Brenton Bacon and Scott Jones in the top doubles, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's I think they've obviously just gone with the. It is interesting as well, in that you do have to put your pairing in before the last match goes on. You know, if Scott was to get up, they're up by a set. If he wasn't, AP obviously up 3-1, and then just need one of the doubles. Doesn't matter which way. So interesting to see. Our number 1's warming up here.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? If you're a captain, if you like to be bold, if it comes off, you look great, and if it doesn't, you not so much.
Not so much. So Joel, you used to play State League here as well, the Cottesloe Tennis Club. How many years did you play here?
Yes, I played here for 4 seasons.
4 seasons.
So, yeah, when was my last season? 2017-2018 season, I believe. Yeah, absolutely loved it down here. The environment in Cottesloe, all the supporters they get down in, all their social players really back in the State League. So yeah, it's always great to come down here, play on the front courts in front of all the social players and all the spectators that come down. It's a beautiful setup, beautiful part of the world, Cottesloe. So yeah, there was no better place I'd rather play than down here at Cottesloe.
No, it's been a great club. Obviously, it's a club with grass courts and hard courts. I think there's 37 courts here, which is just an amazing facility, really. And obviously, like you said, the location doesn't get better than this, really. Right on the water.
Yep, that's right. And just the way that the design of the club's been set up, I don't think you see much better in Australia, let alone maybe the world.
Yeah.
World-class setup here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. And interesting enough, one of the only clubs, I think, grass court clubs that have elected to put in more grass courts in recent years.
Oh, right, yeah.
So we see we got plenty of grass courts, and they've actually added behind us to the south, north west of us. They've added in 4 or 5 more grass courts over the last 4 or 5 years. So there you go, interesting fact.
Yeah, I think they have 10 hard courts, so there must be 27 grass, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have a great membership here and plenty of people that love to play their social on a Saturday. And
Yeah, that's right. And as we can see down here Saturday afternoon, and when the social's on, every court's filled up. So obviously doing some things right here at Cottesloe Tennis Club, and a big shout out to Pod, who Peter O'Day is the groundskeeper here. I don't think that would be an easy job to looking after 27 grass courts. So he does
No,
a fantastic
definitely
job in the way they're playing, and they look at the moment, they look stunning. So it's a great job that what he's doing here.
yeah, especially at the end of the summer. We know they've been played on a lot over the summer, so they're looking very good and playing. You can see actually from the number 2 match with Ashwin and Will, you know, even you can play from the back, you can go forward, good bouncing courts and good tennis overall.
Yeah. And the one little, I don't think Peter O'Day will mind me saying, but the one thing I'll have a dig at him for is he doesn't put chalk in the lines.
Oh,
So they don't chalk up. So I've been saying that ever since I was playing. There was never any chalk in the lines. I've been pushing him to put chalk in the lines for many years. He might then not have a situation that we saw in that singles.
Oh, he's gone for the paint. Yeah, yeah.
That's
Always
right.
nice bit of chalk. It's always nice when you know you hit the line.
Yeah, that's right. It puffs up, and you know you can't be called out.
Yeah. But it is funny when it does hit the chalk, the ball slows down quite a bit.
It does.
as well,
Yeah,
so
it does affect the ball. So maybe a reasoning behind why it doesn't.
Oh, so just coming to the end of the warm-up here. Scott Jones and Dan Downey. A few more serves to warm up. And we'll be getting into that number 1 singles here.
So Goran, as a high performance manager out of the State Tennis Centre, looking at talent-wise, who do you expect to see playing at this level in the next couple of years?
Oh, we've got a couple of young boys. You know, obviously these guys are still quite young, so I think they'll all be still playing. We've got a couple of young guys like Marco Murdoch, who's starting to play pretty well. And Jake Dembo. So these guys, you know, obviously they're at their junior careers now, so they're travelling a little bit, and we'll be playing junior ITFs and nationals. So, but they'll be obviously coming up. Actually, the Clay Court Nationals are coming up in Canberra in April. Jake Dembo has actually been picked for the World Junior teams to go to New Delhi, India, which is a great achievement for him. So all these guys, I think they'll be, you know, when they're in WA, they'll be competing on the Saturday afternoons at State League. Just, you don't know when they're going to be in town. That's the thing. That's unfortunately. And obviously we got Taylor Preston, who was in the final today in Thailand.
Yep.
And she's another one, you know, when she's in town. Obviously she's playing for Greenwood Tennis Club in the Women's State League. Talia Gibson as well, who's travelling around. So there's a lot of players that are obviously playing on a world level, that are playing in this great competition. So it's nice to see. Well, the guys have finished their warm-up in the last sip before the match starts.
As we can see, currently you might see Ashwin just coming out on court, gives a little bit of advice to Daniel Downey. I would have thought he'd be resting up after a 4-hour match over there, but he's still energised and into it, so it's good to see him out on court still.
Yeah, giving advice to Dan Downey here. Hasn't done much stretching after a 4-hour match.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Right.
I think he'd try to get some food in, get some fluids in, get ready for the doubles.
Yes, you don't want to be like me when I was playing. You do nothing after your singles match, you just lying down, you come out for doubles and you're dizzy for the whole match.
All right, so it looks like Scott Jones is going to start the match here.
Scotty Jones, phenomenal record, I think unbeaten for the season. So probably will be looking to take out the MVP title this year in the Goods Property Service State League.
Yeah, undefeated at #1. It's a good shout to take the MVP.
And a big shout out to his longtime friend and coach, Andrew Roberts, who did a great job bringing up Scotty Jones as a junior. And former Cottesloe State League player himself.
Nice start, nice cheap point to start. First serve down the tee.
Yeah, it's always nice, isn't it, when you get take away with the serving and you get that first freebie gifted to you. Lets you relax a little bit more into your first service game.
And double fault.
Yeah. A beautiful first serve with a cheap point, followed up by a double fault. Just seems like didn't get up to that second serve there. They just let it drop a bit too much. Falling down, dragging it down into the net.
Nice play there from Downey. Got a couple of slices to keep the ball low and then got the opportunity to move forward.
Yeah, how do you see this match playing out, Goran? Obviously, a little bit of different game styles. Daniel Downey is a lot taller than Scotty Jones. Scotty Jones quite crafty on a grass court, but Daniel Downey has the firepower with the serve. Loves to serve volley. Do you think coming forward is going to be his biggest opportunity to win this match?
I think so. I think any opportunity to come forward, you know, depending on your game style of play. It's tough to just to know when you can get into the return games and take points away, but I think the serve is always going to come out on top here. If you're serving well, you're getting cheap points and holding comfortably, it's always going to put pressure on the opponent to do the same thing.
Beautiful forehands there by Scotty.
Good first ball there, yeah. Just very clean in the corner, getting down off balance.
And never overhits the ball, Scotty Jones. Always pinpoints his targets very well, makes you move side to side a lot. So Daniel Downey's got to be ready for a very physical match, I think, today. Scotty Jones obviously undefeated and knows how to work the angles of the tennis court.
Nice serve to close out the first game.
Goran, how much emphasis do you, obviously you've well known you've coached a lot of good tennis players, ATP and WTA Tour. How much emphasis do you put on the first point in the return games and also your service games?
Yeah, I do a lot actually, especially with the women's side of it a bit more maybe because the serves are not as big, so you're not getting as cheap points as the men do. You know, as we all know, the high percentage of points are finished in the first 4 shots. So obviously the serve and return have got a lot to do with that. We do a lot, you know, it's just the ability to, if you can hit your targets on your first serves and then control the points straight away off that first ball.
Yeah, and you want to mount that pressure, don't you? You just want to, you want your player to be locked in from that very first point.
Yeah.
Yeah, great return there by Scotty, right at the toes of Daniel Downey. I think Daniel's going to have to stretch Scotty Jones on his serve and not put it into the slot like that. So anything in the hip zone for Scotty he's just going to eat it up.
I mean, it's just getting ready also for that return to come back. It's if you serve into a guy's forehand, If it doesn't come back, okay, but if it does, you're all ready and staying low, and especially on these grass courts, we know a flat return is just going to stay low, and through the middle, you got to get yourself around the ball, be ready to neutralise if you have to or attack.
Interesting, both players having a double fault in their first service game, so maybe a little bit of tension after a long wait.
Yeah, it's not normally they're waiting almost 3 hours or 3.5 hours to get on court. So that double fault opens up a little window there for Scotty Jones, 15:30.
Might be we've got cloud coverage at the moment, but when the sun's out, the shadows are creeping out onto the court. I'm probably not used to seeing that so early on in the second singles. We're used to seeing that come on in the doubles, but might play a bit of a factor later. Yeah, great forehands again by Scotty Jones. He keeps that height over the net very small, doesn't he? And makes it very tough if you're coming into the net to volley that ball.
And it's just also the game plan beforehand. 7 volley. If you know that you get a tough volley, you're probably going to try to go to the backhand side. If you get an easy one to the open court, then go there. But that volley was straight to Scotty Jones's forehand, and he made him pay for it.
Wise words there by high performance manager Goran Marijan.
Oh, I let him off the hook there. Second serve to the forehand, break point.
Yeah, you'd think Scotty makes that 9 out of 10, so a let off there for Daniel Downey.
Nice slice there. Good first serve, and then nice slice there to the backhand side to keep it nice and low.
Still feeling each other out, I think. A little bit of a chess game at the moment, just tit for tat, just trying to figure out where they're going to win and lose their points.
Obviously, Dan's done well here to save 2 break points.
Beautiful body serve there by Daniel Downey.
Yeah, a couple of first serves there where Scott is just chipping back really on the backhand side. So maybe that if Dan's analysing that, he hasn't got a couple strong returns off the backhand side so far.
Maybe I didn't see, but I didn't see that many body serves in the first singles between Hann and Ashwin Sharma. So I think it's very underutilised, especially on grass, cramming them up.
So from 15:40, got let off the hook on one, but then did well really to the next 3 points to hold 1-1.
Just see Scotty Jones there, a little bit frustrated. Maybe thought his first serve was in, but it was called out. He hit his second serve. You got to move on and switch on straight away. So
yeah, it's out of your hands. You can't control it. So but Dan Downey with a good forehand there to Scotty's backhand. And
you got to respect that shot. It was nice and deep. So
again, Scotty choosing for the slice.
Okay, a little bit of pressure now, Scott Jones, down love 30. Made a good first serve there, but the ability of Daniel Downey just to chip that ball back in play. Scotty Jones just uncharacteristic, I reckon, that forehand. Missing that one in the net. He's usually pretty good on those.
So another first ball error. And it is interesting. It's amazing that Dan has won the last 7 points in a row.
Yeah, we've just been told 7 points in a row. It's maybe a few alarm bells going off with Scotty Jones at the moment, and a lot of those unforced errors, especially with that slice he's hitting at the moment, hitting it into the net. So maybe something he needs to touch up.
Eight points in a row. Nice defence there, and then went straight down the middle there with that passing shot, which got Scotty off balance and missing the volley. So a bit of a turnaround from 1-love 15-40, missing a second serve return to 2-1 down.
You see that a lot though, don't you? Especially on the tour where the momentum's with you and you don't get you get your opportunities, but you don't take them to break your opponent, and then that very next game you drop it. Maybe you just lose that little bit of focus.
Yeah,
or
maybe
being
thinking
down on
backwards.
yourself. Yeah, that's
thinking
right.
backwards, thinking about your chances that you missed, and not thinking ahead and moving on, and just then maybe in the next game, then that game can come back into your head and say, okay, I got chances last time, let's do it again. But yeah, Dan Downey off to a good start here to be up already. A break, 2-1 serving in the first set.
Yeah. Yeah, I think getting broken to love, it sends a few alarm bells through, so I think Scotty would be aware of it, and got to get the energy back up and switch on straight away for this first point, return point of Daniel Downey serving in this next game.
Got Hann now sitting with Scotty Jones, giving them some advice a little bit.
Losing your service game to love's never fun, is it, Goran? Especially on a grass court.
No.
So I think you might see a little bit more aggression and energy here in this next game from
He's
Scotty.
got to be, yeah. It's, obviously it's early in the set still, but Dan hasn't broken yet. You've got to consolidate the break with the holding your serve. Maybe Scotty's just got to make him play a few more balls here. Well done. Great first volley, great movement, closing off the down the line passing shot with an angle volley winner.
Yeah, and very athletic for a big man, isn't he? What is he, about 6'4", 6'3", 6'4"?
Not sure.
Probably the average APTC male tennis player these days.
Yeah, well, the three greats are all around 6'2", Roger, Novak and Rafa. Pick up with a bit of an invite there,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
Scotty just didn't get his hands on that forehand enough to roll it over the net.
Yeah, I think if Scotty had his time again, I think he'd just go around him there and make sure he won that point, rather than I think he just eyes lit up and went to go through the body of Daniel Downey there.
Good rally there. That's what Scotty's got to do. Feel like he can keep Dan back a bit.
Yeah, I think that's the ideal situation for Scotty if he can keep Daniel at the baseline. Obviously, Daniel is very comfortable, and grass court is his preferred surface. So Yeah, if Scotty Jones can keep him on the baseline and make him play a lot of ground strokes, it's going to go a long way for him winning this match. But again, Daniel will be always looking to come forward, and he's got beautiful hands on the net, and he moves so well as a big man, so his wingspan's always nearly covering both wings. So
yeah, nice return there, low at the feet.
Yeah.
From Scott Jones. We got Ashwin and Will Hann after their 3.5 epic match, both into their fuel, into their food on the sidelines.
Yeah, both players supporting their teammates sitting on the sidelines, but both tucking into a bit of food to refuel and get ready for the doubles.
Oh, nice body serve there.
Underrated, definitely underrated. It's a great tool to go to.
Took a bit of pace off, let the ball swing a little bit.
Yeah, very hard for the returner to make something happen when you're jamming them up on their hips. So although you're not getting the ace, but you're probably getting a forced error, or you're going to get a short ball that you can jump on and get that first aggressive hit in.
Yeah, nice drop volley. So Dan take advantage and consolidates the break to be 3-1 up.
Yeah, comfortable hold there by Daniel Downey. He'll be feeling very confident now.
So what do you think at this time? Dan Downey's up a break. He's going to go be a bit more aggressive here.
Scotty, yeah, definitely. Scotty's got to be looking to come forward himself, I think, because he's got beautiful hands on the net. Knows these courts very well, been playing here for many years. So I think he's got to start to utilise his strength and start getting a bit more aggressive. And then for Daniel Downey, he doesn't have to change anything really. He's up a break and he looks very comfortable and confident at the moment.
Nice shot. So it's good feed around the ball, and then
So there you go. That was the shot you're talking about on the ATP tour.
yeah, the inside out
Inside
forehands.
out, breaking the sidelines.
So obviously to have that shot, you've got to have good footwork. You've got to get around your backhand and create the space to be able to hit that target. Another serve. So it's a cruisy game so far. 40 love.
And just overplaying that one, Scotty. So Daniel Downey's done well to hang in this game so far.
Yeah, 3-1, but up. But Scotty's obviously got 40 love, 40-15 now. So maybe even if you get a second serve here, just go for it and then put the pressure back on if it's. Nice volley.
Brilliant tennis there. Scotty Jones holding serve. Might have just caught that on camera. You might have heard Scotty Jones just talking to himself to wake up and get himself going here, bring the energy back up. Obviously, he's come out a little bit flat after such a long wait. I mean, that's not uncommon, is it?
Yeah, it's definitely, it's not easy when you're waiting around, not knowing when the match before he's going to finish. You know, obviously Will had match points in that second set and then probably went on for another 20, 25 minutes again. So it's always tough, but a good hold there just to put the pressure back on Dan, just to, when you have a comfortable hold and it's a quick hold, it always just puts the pressure back on the other server or the other player to serve and hold again. So, you know, it's down a break, but nice to be obviously still in it with 3-2.
For those tuning in at home, this coverage is brought to you by Goods Property Services and Scotty's Media. They do a fantastic job supporting WA tennis. As both players get ready, Daniel Downey is serving closest to the camera. I think similar to Will Hann, Daniel Downey's elected to go with that Yonex bat that he's got in his hand. Seems to be a popular choice these days for the younger players, the Yonex.
Yeah, he's got the V-Core. I'm sure it's probably the 98. Same racket as Will Hann's, just the older version. So good rackets. Obviously good control, good power. Ooh. Nice defensive lob there from Scotty Jones to get back in the point.
Probably need to do a bit more of that overhead from Daniel Downey. Just put it back into the middle of the court, allowed Scotty Jones to find a forehand. And we know how dynamite Scotty Jones's forehand can be, so.
Tough angled return there. It's forced the error from Dan Downey. So love 30. Very similar to the last time Dan was serving on this side.
Yeah, that's right. I think we've seen a little bit of change in Scotty. His energy's up a bit more, and that's probably what we've come to know more of, that kind of return there. He knows his angles very well, and he loves a target. So hopefully we see a bit more of that pinpoint in his targets as we move through the later parts of this first set.
Should he play again? Love 30, playing 2 balls to Scotty Jones' forehand. I think that probably not analysing how he won the previous points by just serving to the backhand a bit more and maybe only hit to Scotty Jones' forehand when he's on the run. But
yeah, that's right. And a very different forehand to the other match we saw with Will Hann and Ashwin Sharma. Both those players have heavy spin on their forehands. Scott Jones a bit flatter, plays with minimal height over the net, likes to hit through the court a bit more, but still has that top spin element, so it's still a safe shot for him to hit.
Yeah, just enough spin to keep it in the court. That's what you...
Reminds me of another player, his former coach Andrew Roberts, similar sort of forehand.
Oh, so forced another volley.
You never wanted to give Andrew Roberts a running forehand, let me tell you.
No.
I copped one at fair dinkum in the middle of my back once, and it did not tickle.
There you go, a convincing break there from Scotty Jones to Love. Forced a couple of errors with the return. So this match is back on serve. Yeah, great point. Good serve, good first ball, good volley.
Yeah, very good put away. He's always ready, isn't he? His racket's always in the right position. meets the ball right out in front on those volleys. So good, very good control of the racket face there from Scott Jones. Probably the best in the state, I think, in terms of hand skills.
Nice serve.
Big ace there from Scotty Jones.
Momentum swing now. That would be 7 points in a row actually for Scotty Jones.
A bit of a turnaround from the 8 in a row he lost earlier in this set.
Yeah, nice play. Again, it was that 1-2 punch and then a volley at the net.
So that there, and I know we've been talking about a lot throughout the day, it's very dangerous approach in the forehand, but that there you would have seen on camera. He would have seen Daniel Downey change his grip to that slice grip, and when you know you're going to get that slice, then it's the right call to keep moving forward and take the volley.
Most definitely, yeah. Just decelerating on that forehand, a bit pushy. So just flew long off the racket, 40-15. Great serve. Out wide, so a very convincing change of ends there for Scotty Jones.
Yeah, just that last point. Sorry, I was just talking to the producer. I thought that serve was about 1 metre long, but it was on the line, but 1 metre long, and Daniel Downey calling it in. So good sportsmanship, I think. If you don't know, you call it in. That's the spirit of tennis.
So long-term Cottesloe coach Dave Cully sitting down
There
now
he
with
is.
Scotty Jones.
You don't see that very often, do you? The head coach out here for many years, Cottesloe Tennis Club, Dave Cully, big supporter of WA Tennis and the Men's Goods Property Services State League. He's, I haven't seen him out on court with the Cottesloe boys before, so that's great to see him out there. One of the best players to come out of WA back in his day.
Yeah, very good. Unbelievable returns.
Backhand was unbelievable, wasn't it, the backhand return?
Over there, Dan? Yeah. Shot. Come on.
Dan Downey serving here at 3-4, 30 love.
Back covering the action, just had a swap in equipment.
Nice shot, forcing the error there.
Yeah, that's the play I'd love to see a lot more of. When you get that short one, that off forehand into the backhand, make them try and come up with something on that backhand wing. Very tough to do, as opposed to the forehand side.
As you were talking before, it's a different ball, isn't it, to the match before? Even though that Scotty was on the baseline there, you could flatten it out and really force an error where the match previously would be a high spinny ball and probably longer.
Yeah, and the benefit of that flattening out is the ball stays low because you're playing on grass court. So the ball's going to stay a lot lower, and it makes that pass even more difficult to get it up over the net.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can also just create that bit of space and time pressure, you know, that rushes the opponent into making a decision. Just a loose error there.
Yeah, clever there from Scotty, just chipping that return back and then electing to go the low slice. Downey's a big man, so he has to get down pretty low on these grass courts to pick up those slices.
Who's coming in? Who's coming in? That's it. Do you want it after this game? You want to come in?
Just feel like a bit of change in temperature down here at Cottesloe.
It definitely
breeze. I
cooled
can feel it.
down.
I didn't bring a jumper, so
No, I didn't bring one either, actually, but
it's
definitely
chilly.
cooled down, a bit of cloud cover.
Yeah. Might affect the balls a little bit, might be a bit slower. Not flying through the air and travelling as fast. Who do you think that suits? I think that suits more Scotty Jones' style. Plays into his hands a bit more.
I think so, yeah, if he's
Big
got more
serve gets
time.
neutralised a little bit.
More time on the forehand. Yeah, great
Shot. That's great tennis. Both players exerting a fair amount of energy there, and both players just margins above the net are very minimal, aren't they? Both hit the ball very flat but very clean right out of the middle. It's great to watch.
Little let second serve.
Yeah, just an opportunity here for both players to take a deep breath.
Yeah, good rally, good point. Both players mixing it up, slice, going for it with their forehands, keeping that ball low, so hard for their opponent to attack. But Scotty Jones took the initiative there to take that ball a little bit earlier and move forward. And
yeah, that's right. And
force an
I
error.
think those are the type of points Daniel Downey wants to avoid. The longer these points go, I think it benefits Scott Jones a little bit more. So I think if I'm Daniel Downey, I'm looking to try and get that first big hit in and follow it in a bit earlier than that.
Yeah, nice serve. Always nice when you get that cheap point.
Yeah, and for Scotty Jones, it's not so much about pace because obviously he's not the tallest player going around, but the ability for him is crucial for him to hit his spots. So if you hit your spots, you can still get those cheap points and not so much worry about the pace of the ball. Obviously, we still need some pace, but...
Yeah, hitting your target, setting up the next shot. Oh, well
And
played.
as we see again, that big serve out wide, hitting into the open court.
It's getting a bit dark here, a bit of cloud cover.
Yeah, just got jammed up there, Scotty, didn't he? Just probably not enough footwork around there. Get around the outside of that ball, just cramped up a bit, and then the ball comes off the inside of the racket, doesn't it? And it can fan sideways. And you really want to get your feet around it and try and get that racket head clipping around the outside of the ball, so it becomes a bit of a safer spin in towards the court rather than fanning away.
No.
Shot.
Great shot.
Great shot.
Very good forehand on the run, cross court there, deep. That definitely neutralised the point again and got himself a short ball.
And I think Scotty Jones was well aware of the court there because he hit that ball purposely on the forehand short because he saw Daniel Downey so far back, so had to bring Daniel Downey forward up into the court and made the unforced error.
Okay, I'm going to switch over now with our new talent operations manager, Mitchell Pleydell, your brother.
Yes, yes. Mitchell's the new operations talent manager out at Tennis West. Coming in for his first time in the commentary booth. Goods Property Services State League, brought to you by Scotty's Media. Welcome.
How are we? Morning or afternoon, I should say, viewers.
Yeah.
Geez, just days like this, you just love to be out there, isn't it?
Yeah, we wish we could turn back the clock and get back out there for Cottesloe Tennis Club.
Just such a wonderful job of the grass courts. He just prepares them beautifully, knowing that Cottesloe are going to make the finals as they do, or they have done for the last sort of 10 to 15 years. And geez, they're looking slick.
Yes, and I said on air earlier, I gave Pod 2 little rips. I got 2 little problems with. He doesn't allow the dimpled soled shoes here on the grass courts.
The ones that Scott Jones is wearing now.
Yeah, Podsy Adley will be running out there if he saw this at the moment. Apparently those dimples tear up the grass courts a bit too much. Back when Brett Patten was playing, he was sliding his foot up all over the place with his serve. And then the other thing is that he doesn't put chalk in the lines. And I think there needs to be chalk in the lines, and it can take away some of those bad calls that you might get.
Yeah, well, typical with grass courts, you sort of play with the chalk, so when it does hit the line, it sort of puffs up and it's quite obvious that it's in. So, yeah, without the chalk, I'm sure it causes, well, we know it does cause a few issues. I just think with the slower bowls now, the more they've puffed up and been used, I think it plays into Scott's hands. I think he's a little bit more consistent, typically. a little bit safer with his forehand, where I think Downey lately, he's hitting a bloody good ball. He's playing some good tennis, but I think with the ball slowing up, he might have to play a few more balls that just might not suit him.
Yeah, between the two players, Scott Jones definitely the one that's more comfortable playing the ground strokes from the back of the court. Downey, obviously, big man, loves to serve volley, loves the grass court, so he's going to be looking to utilise his weapons, and same to Scott. But yeah, I think you're right with the balls fluffing up. I think it's going to suit Scott Jones as we go later into this match. But you just saw there, that was a cracking backhand up the line from Downey, and very difficult shot over the high part of the net, low percentage, but boy, did he get that out of the middle, so a great shot there.
He's playing some good tennis. This is a tussle now. They're going toe to toe out there at the moment. It's who's gonna give an inch here. Jeez. These next probably next 10 to 15 minutes going to be quite telling for the day, I'd imagine. Oh, wow.
Wow. We've been treated to some outstanding tennis today's play, and none better than that point just there. The cracking return. Scotty just striped that return, and then the ability to pick it off his toes. Downey coming into the net, looking so confident when he comes into the net, and then Scotty Jones just has that hand skill to be able to find a spot on the court that you wouldn't think he'd be able to.
This is it. This is opportunity. This is a big couple of points coming ahead, not for the match, but for the whole day as well. This is
yeah,
huge.
and I think look, there's a big crowd, and I think Scott Jones thrives off this kind of environment where people are watching and getting energised up and about. And I think we've seen it time and time again how clutch he's become and clinical he's become in his singles matches. When it gets to these tight moments, you know, when he's probably not playing his best or not finding it, but the ability to feed the energy off his teammates or the crowd and be able to use that and turn it into his favour, he does an outstanding job of that.
He's also played some big matches. I know he's still only young, but geez, he's been put into scenarios with winner of 18's nationals. He's a winner at Cottesloe State League previously, several years ago now. He's accustomed to these situations. He's learned a lot. And that's the break there, is it? I know, a couple of break points.
Yeah, he knows the exact time when to lock in, doesn't he? He just won't give an inch when he knows it's on the line. So
that's the set. That's 6-4 Cottesloe. So yeah. that last 15 minutes, Scotty really turned that around. He's got a bit of work to do, Downey. This is dangerous. If Scotty can get off to a good start in the second set, there's a chance he could run over him here.
Yeah, and obviously Scotty Jones, from winning that 18s Nationals, he got the opportunity to play in the Australian Open men's qualifying. So he's had some big opportunities. And obviously being around that professional environment can only do you a world of good coming into situations like this.
Yeah, for sure. He's a super competitor, professional as they come. Yeah, he's suited to these grass courts nearly perfectly. We know the Cottesloe grass, they look immaculate. They are immaculate. They just always play a touch on the slow side in comparison to other grass courts. So baseliners can get away with playing that game on here. And I think Scotty actually suits up well, as I mentioned. He's got the slice, he can move forward, he can stay back. He's got all the tools to play on this court here, and has he played that well in the last sort of 5 or 6 seasons? But Alex Downey, obviously his older brother's in the crowd watching him. Obviously a very good player himself, and played some big matches for Alexander Park. But his younger brother Daniel, stepping up to the plate here and put in the #1 position. I'm not sure how often he's played #1 in State League, but he's definitely up for the challenge. And okay, he went down to that set 6-4, but up a break early and with opportunities, and had Scotty sort of rattled there for a little bit. So Scott did well to get out of it, but Daniel, if he gets going again, as I said, these first couple of games are crucial, I think, for the whole tie.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, and this is going to be crucial here. If Scotty comes out a little bit flat, expect Daniel Downey to try and jump all over that and take advantage early in this set. But as we saw early in that first set, when Scotty got broken early on, we saw he could have maybe heard it on the commentary booth, and he was yelling at himself to say "wake up." So maybe if he starts again a little bit flat, then we might see Daniel Downey capitalise. Also, for those at home, you're probably wondering why there's been no doubles action so far. It is because we are unable to do so at the moment due to the pairings for the day. So Daniel Downey's playing in the bottom doubles, obviously he's playing here now, and Scotty Jones playing in the top doubles, so unable to get the doubles on at the moment until this singles match is complete.
Just missing long there on a forehand by Daniel, but geez, the weather's taken a change, hasn't it? It's sort of become quite overcast and threatening to rain.
It's cooled down a lot, hasn't it? So that might play a factor into the balls as well. Conditions may be slowing down. Again, that's going to suit Scotty Jones perfectly on these grass courts.
Great point there from Daniel. Geez, both these players, don't they have extremely good slice backhands on them? They suit up well for anyone, really, across the world, probably. Geez, it stays low, it's hit quite firm. There's not much you can do with it apart from just hit up on it and perhaps slice it back again. It's difficult to play against.
Yeah, and as I was talking to Goran before, off both wings, they play with very small margins in terms of height over the net, which with a hit, compared to someone like Hann, who played before, and Ashwin Sharma, who put plenty of spin on the ball, with plenty of net coverage, playing a lot safer.
Great body serve there. I overheard you and Goran talking about that as well. The body serve on grass.
Very underrated.
You can shoot it through there and not give him a swing at it. Typically doesn't give you the ace, which everyone looks for, the free point, but it certainly sets up the point. You get typically an easy bowl after it if it does come back. So we know in doubles it plays a big part. What do you think Daniel's play is here? So does he go toe-to-toe with him on the baseline still, or does he sort of cut his losses here and try something slightly different?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I heard you say before, Scotty Jones has all the tools. He can play every shot, and Daniel Downey's probably... Look, he's very good from the back of the court. His ground strokes are very good, but Scott Jones's hand skills are immaculate and probably the best in the state. So I don't know what the answer is really for Daniel Downey. I think he's got to just stick to his strengths, which is that serve volley, or when he's returning, get that first big hit in and follow it in. I think that's his only opportunity.
Great serve. Yeah, no, I probably agree with you. He's probably just got to look after his serve here and play that real typical grass court tennis where, well, men's tennis these days, we sort of got to look after your serve and try and poke holes in the return and try and salvage a game somewhere. But yeah, Scotty, you come forward and, geez, as you said, Scotty loves a target. He's not bad at passing you, so you're right. I think Daniel's just got to stick to his guns here, go for a couple of balls on the return game and see if he can get in somehow.
Yeah, certainly if he's getting a look at a second serve, he's got to just try and pull the trigger on a few and try and take him up the line and try and get a couple of freebies and put some pressure on Scotty. Because otherwise going toe-to-toe with Scott Jones at the back of the court is just, it's going to be suicide for Daniel Downey.
So Scotty holds there, goes 1-0 up in the second, 6-4 to Scotty in the first set.
Yes, ever since Dave Culley's come out, he's looking a lot more comfortable now, Scotty Jones, out there on the court, getting some great advice from a great WA tennis player, Dave Culley, one of the best we've produced.
10 titles. I'm sure he'll enjoy us mentioning his name and mentioning his accolades, but 10 state league titles, I think he leads it. I know Brett, who spends a bit of time in the commentary box, has got 9. He's a bit filthy with himself. He didn't get one more, but we know with Brett he'll try and align himself to a team that wins it and just to get that 10th title to match Dave in the record books. There we go. We saw a serve volley there, so something slightly different, but maybe the serve just didn't do enough, and Scotty sort of saw him coming in and thought he'd drop one short and make Daniel hit up on the volley. Just couldn't quite execute, but I don't mind the change. Probably just need a little bit more on the serve.
Just wide there, missing first serve. Here we go, second serve, Daniel Downey. I think Daniel might have thought his previous ball might have been long, but no, you've got to play the ball. Scotty played it back, and then just a little bit sloppy with his footwork there, Daniel Downey. Made a poor choice, and poor choice of shot.
Yeah, either surprised it dropped in the end, or just didn't surprise the standard of ball that came back. I mean, that was most matches, most points. That's a point-winning shot, but we know with Scotty, nothing's a guarantee against him. Another serve volley there, we noticed.
Yeah, it's just great tennis overall. I mean, both players not giving an inch, and that slice backhand from Daniel Downey was incredible. Putting it on the sideline about a foot from the baseline as well, so not much Scotty could do there.
Just another display of that slice backing ability. Even the one prior to that, Scotty, that short slice cross, potentially has done enough against other opponents, but with that slice ability again from Daniel, he's able to not only just dig it out, but actually do a fair bit with it. Scotty just pumping himself up down this end, camera side. Unbelievable tennis.
Scotty Jones' court coverage there is just unbelievable. I mean, again, I've talked about it all day though, and I'm gonna bring it up again. The approach to the forehand is gonna be suicide. I mean, I don't think I've seen someone miss a running forehand all day, and then Scotty Jones' ability to be able to dip that forehand at the toes. Daniel Downey making the volley, but didn't make a great volley, and then Scotty was able to get it over the top of him.
Just joined by number 2 Cottesloe player here, William Hann, who just came off a tight 3-set loss and had opportunities, but unfortunately couldn't get it done. Wow. Again, the forehand, just dictating with the forehand, isn't he? He's sort of keeping himself in the game with the slice backhand and keeping it nice and low,
yep.
Daniel, but looking at every opportunity to start spreading the court and really dictate with that forehand.
Yeah, I think Daniel Downey's only lifeline is to get that hit in first before Scott Jones starts to take over and control the point. Otherwise, we could see Scotty Jones running out with this set pretty quickly.
Well, bad luck in that singles. You obviously had opportunities. What are your thoughts towards it? How did you play in the end?
I think it was a pretty high level of tennis from probably first set all the way through to the back end of the second perhaps. There were definitely a few chances there, more than a few chances there, which I couldn't capitalise on. But I think Ashwin played, quite really good on the bigger points there, and then towards the end I think just beat me physically. I couldn't stay with him towards the end there, and I think, just was perhaps a bit fitter towards the end of the kind of 3.5 hour period.
Yeah, and you've played a lot of tennis on these courts. Joel and I were just chatting about sometimes these courts, they can play a touch slower than typically other grass courts. How did you find the conditions out there? Were they a little bit slower then, or did they have quickened up, given that Pod's given them a bit of a shorter cut, a bit of a haircut?
I think, yeah, certainly coming into the season they were super slow, and then over the break between the first and second half, quickened up a little bit with not much play on them. But today I think they were playing pretty slow again. Pod does a really good job with the grass courts out here, particularly courts 6 and 7. It feels like a soft hard court, which, I think getting used to, we really enjoy playing for Cott. But it stays true. Bounces really well.
Great overhead there by Scotty, just to give him a little bit of a leg up in this game. The slicing display again. Scotty found what he wanted, but potentially maybe taking the risk of going inside in. It's always risky. Unless you hit that really well, you got to take a bit of a chance, because if you don't, you're going to get burnt back with the forehand cross, and you got to get on your bike to get across it. So got what he wanted, but maybe wrong shot. So Will doubles. Going into doubles, it's going to obviously come down to the doubles, who you're playing with and what are the combinations. Can you tell us?
The teams are actually up on the whiteboard there, so I can tell you. It's myself and Scotty versus Ashwin and Jerome at 1. And then at number 2, I believe it's Brenton, Bacon and Adam Kehane playing. I'm actually not too sure who they're playing, but they're down at our number 2.
So what were the tactics behind the combinations? Was there thoughts or plans behind it?
Well, Scotty and I have, over the last couple of seasons, played a lot of doubles together. So we're extremely comfortable on the court with each other and back each other 100% on every point. So I guess, if assuming that Scotty can win this one in straight, if we can get a straight sets win at the very least, I think, to put your strongest foot forward there is probably the smarter move. So that's what we've gone with, and I think, mainly driven by Scotty, I think.
Yeah. Well, Scotty just broken then.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kind of just gone against the momentum of the match so far. Maybe just a little bit of taking the foot off the pedal there from Scotty Jones, and he's allowed Daniel Downey a little look in. Daniel obviously was a bit more aggressive there, so it's going to be interesting. I think Scotty's not going to let him hold his serve comfortably this next game. He's going to be a little bit disappointed that he dropped that serve, and I think he's going to fight for every single shot in this next service game from Daniel Downey to get it back on serve.
Daniel didn't do much wrong there. He's quite solid and let Scotty sort of make the play and couldn't execute. So, a little change of momentum maybe. Let's see if Daniel can capitalise on this. He was in this exact situation in the first set, but didn't quite finish Scott off or hold as he probably was going to hope. But a bit of chit-chat.
Yeah, and it was probably, it was a strange one, wasn't it? Because it was an easy break in the end, and that's kind of the second one that's happened so far with Scotty. It's happened once before, and he was broken to love. So, it's very interesting to see what happens here in this next game.
I want to get back to Will just on the tactics of the doubles, because this could make or break the day, and a lot of the doubles combinations can do. So getting the doubles combinations right is crucial in these tight games. So the thought behind it was to obviously bank Scott winning 2 and being up in a set going into the doubles, and hoping then you and Scott can join forces and win in straight to seal the day for Cottesloe.
Yeah, well, I think it's no secret looking at the results from weeks through the season, regardless of how we've matched our number 2 doubles, we can't seem to hold as strongly as our number 1 doubles. So I think, again, assuming Scotty wins this in straight, and we go up a set into the doubles there, all we need is a 1 win in straight. So I think to us it makes more sense to put our strongest foot forward. And as I said before, like Scott and I, win or loss, we'll always back ourselves on court with each other. So yeah, that's just the thought process getting into it. If we can get over the line in just one of those doubles, hopefully in straight, then that'll kind of seal it for us.
Well, it's still quite a strong 2 doubles, isn't it, for Cottesloe, with Brenton Bacon coming in for the doubles and replacing Max, as you can do in the State League ties this year. So, well, not this year, as it has been always.
Yeah, and I think the last couple of years you can actually you can bring in 2 doubles players nowadays. So I think a lot of teams have taken accustomed to that tactic and implemented it into their matches.
Little window.
Very good return there. Scotty Jones using his feet really well in that return and getting around, hitting a forehand nice and hard, straight down the middle at the feet of Daniel Downey, unable to pick it up.
Bit of chat under his breath here, Daniel. He's a little bit concerned. He won't want to drop serve again after giving himself the opportunity to get up a break here. Great serve.
Scotty just telling himself that he's probably made the wrong choice there, probably to go back cross court rather than the harder shot going over the high part of the net on that return down the line.
Is that the break there? The hit into the fence, as you probably heard over the audio there. So he looks like not quite dropped, but
okay, so he's still serving, so it might be a break point look in here for Scotty Jones. But as I said, after Scotty drops his serves, he's always disappointed, obviously, as you would be dropping a serve. But it just shows his mental fortitude going into that next game to be able to lock in really tight and not give away any free points and make your opponent actually win their service game rather than gifting it to them with unforced errors.
That's great.
Great tennis. And both players just ripping forehands there, and Scotty just able to dictate on that forehand wing.
Again, Daniel didn't do a whole lot wrong there.
Now that running forehand was huge, and the ability for Scott Jones to absorb the pace and redirect it, it's just incredible talent.
Pointing to his head, looks like that was a sort of a plan going into that game that he may have pulled off and executed. So
Stan Wawrinka-like.
Maybe something that Dave Cully and Scott Jones may have spoken about at the change ends just prior.
Far out. Both players showing incredible talent here and shot-making ability. Both players incredibly talented, and both actually have exceptional firepower on their forehands. Daniel Downey there just showcasing flat forehand.
Yeah, if the serves haven't hit their spot, both returners have made them pay. It just shows how important it is to serve well out here. It's a great serve there by Scotty, as we just speak about.
Yeah, and as you can see on tour, you can understand why second serve percentages are slightly just over 50%. I mean, if you're doing that, it's actually pretty good if you're getting just over 50% of your second serves won. I mean, that's where the returners capitalise big time on those second serves.
Well, it's the one stat that is nearly directly related to ranking position.
Yeah, and I know Rob Kildare talks about it a lot, doesn't he? That second serve points one. He goes on about Nadal and how his percentage is so high and that's why he is the best of all time, because he's able to win so many points off the second serve, where it's so difficult to do.
That's both as the server and the returner. It's nearly directly related. The players that win more second serve points as the serve and the returner are the better players. So the old adage, you're only as good as your second serve, holds true.
There you go, wise words from their talent operations manager at Tennis West, Mitchell Pleydell. This coverage brought to you by Goods Property Services and Scotty's Media, who do a fantastic job to bring you the live streaming coverage of the State League men's.
Slice backhand on display again. That one just stayed a little low. You don't see that too often on the Cottesloe grass courts, but that did just sort of
that one died a little bit as well, yeah. So a little bit fortunate for Scotty, but he'll take it. Scotty, number one player for the team and probably number one player in the competition at the moment, probably leading the MVP race. Probably sewn that up, being undefeated all year. Remember, we played and won the title at Cottesloe here. Scotty Jones in the team, yourself as captain. And I was speaking to him earlier, and he's still a little bit filthy that because he lost his singies, he got dropped in the doubles from yourself.
Well, little did he know it was already planned before the day. That's the beauty about being the captain. Even if you're the worst player on the team, which I was, you can always find a spot for yourself. And no one's going to argue it. I had to join in, otherwise I wouldn't have felt the same with the celebrations after, so I had to find a position for myself. But I think justified. Won the first set 6-1 with Brett Patten. Obviously you're here, CEO of Tennis West, and you're here on the stream. But, we're down at the bottom doubles and got the job done, and that was all we needed for the day, and the celebrations kicked off then. I wouldn't mind just picking the brain here of Will Hann, because Will and Daniel are roughly the same age here. And I have no doubt, without any statistics in front of me, I have no doubt they've played each other a fair few times. So I'd love to hear from Will what Daniel does really well, and perhaps some holes that you've tried to find in his game when you've played against him.
And we also want to know the win-loss ratio, if we don't mind, Will Hann.
The win-loss. All right, well, I'll try the win-loss. I think in the last 2 seasons, I'm going to play it safe here and say that I don't think I've lost to Dan in the last 2 seasons in singles.
There you go.
You can fact check that, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I apologise.
We might get our producers to get onto that.
Get the statistician onto that.
I'm not really sure of the history, but we go way back. I think Dan's a year to 2 years older than me. As a player, he's obviously, his margin over the net is low. I think, he's a flat player. He hits through the ball really well. If he gets a shot in his strike zone and he's got time, even if he doesn't have time, he actually reacts and absorbs quite well. And I think that really suits the grass. When playing him, I was always wary of, I think, the backhand return. Even being a lefty sliding it out wide, if I didn't do my job well enough, then it'd probably come back with interest a lot. I think if just to keep, someone who's a great ball striker who can play flat and through the court, if you can kind of junk them around and just be a little more unpredictable with how you play, like throw in the slice, come forward, play some higher ones that are heavy. You'd probably struggle more to find rhythm hitting through the court on all those different kind of shots coming at you in a rally. So I think stepping on court with him, that's certainly kind of my outlook, because I feel like trading through from baseline to baseline, sometimes didn't go my way, or a lot of the time didn't go my way. I felt like I had to do things different.
Yeah, and I also feel like that's part of your game as well. I saw it a lot today when I was commentating on your match with Ashwin. You changed the speeds and spins up a lot, and I think that's just part of the way you play. And obviously the one thing we did notice, you like to go that swinging wide serve on the ad side. And I was saying it a fair bit, and Ashwin never really stood in and took that serve away from you, so you felt comfortable going out there today.
Yeah, I think, again, was wary hitting that swinger, as Ashwin's a great returner on the backhand side, particularly when he's got time. So I knew if I didn't cut it well enough, like even though he's sitting back, even though he's sitting back, he's so comfortable there, so it can be quite dangerous. But yeah, obviously being the favourite serve is something that you've got to stick to your strengths, right? So, yeah.
Well, you pose an interesting question, and it's a question coaches and players ask themselves quite a bit, is under pressure. It's a big point. Are you going with your strengths? Oh, that's a fabulous return.
What a return.
That's two in a row.
Mind. Scott Jones.
2 in a row off the serve of Daniel Downey. He's just showing his skills here.
He's just given us the nod there, and I think he's found the zone now. And once he start reading the serve of Daniel Downey, his ability to step across and hit his target is impeccable. So we might see a few more of these returns coming up. He's really picking the serve now, isn't he? He's getting the right way.
He's looking for it now.
Well, if he had his time again, he would be licking his lips at that one.
Bit of an anti-climax, but I want to take back to what very interesting point that Will just made regarding sticking to your strengths under pressure. And I suppose everyone's got their own little intricacies, but do you go with your strength and back yourself in, or you just go into the weakness of the opponent, knowing that they're under a bit of pressure too, and you know that you could get an easy point, or you could break them down on the weaker side? What do you do, Will?
I think you've got to stick to your strengths, like I said. But when your strengths line up with another strength, I think you also have to be brave enough to change it up and either hit the weakness or just hit a serve that is perhaps low percentage for you, or you haven't hit that much through the match, just to keep. Great shot, Scott. Just to keep the other person accountable. Stepping up to a big point, I'd love to hit that wide one each time, but I know I can't because they're just sitting there. So I think you've just got to be brave enough to change it up as well, and do it under pressure as well. So.
Yep. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. We're changing it up for sure. I mean, I know when I was playing, you're 15-30 down on your serve, maybe some things aren't working, but I like the person who's more aggressive in those moments, I think, comes out more times than not. So when I was down that 15-30 or the 15-40, I'd throw in that serve volley and be brave enough to do that. I mean, I used to like being on the net, so it was a bit of a strength anyway, but if I wasn't coming in so much, then trying to change it up and give them a different look at your game, it's definitely going to help.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion, and it's a lot of players just go on what they feel on the day too. Have they been hitting that slider tee? So they might just go for that, even though it might not be a strength of theirs. If they're feeling it on the day, they might go for it. But we'll just park that for a bit. It's a bit of showtime now, I think, from Jonesy. He's found his wheelhouse, and
he looked over us a couple of points ago, and he goes, "Is it doubles time?" So I think he's feeling a little bit confident that he might close this one out.
You can just see the difference when a player just relaxes. How's the standard difference? Scotty, Daniel's put up a great fight nearly for the last 95% of this match. This last sort of 5-10 minutes has gone Scotty's way, but Scott's just loosened up here and he's relaxed, he's confident, and look at it just flow.
I think he just performs his best tennis on the big stage, Scotty. He just thrives off that environment and it showcases his best tennis. He wants to prove everyone that he is the best. And probably justified so. He's MVP, hasn't lost a game all season, so he's probably the #1 player in the state.
Outside those touring professionals in Matthew Ebden and Tristan Schoolkate and a few others, I think he's probably got that mantle, and it might be justified with the MVP this year. And any time you can win an MVP at #1, I think you've showed your worth. You're in the toughest position, playing against the toughest opponents week in, week out. And if you go undefeated, which I believe Scotty may be, he's just put another one on the board and put a stake in the ground and said that MVP is mine.
Yep, and so that notches up the #1 rubber for Cottesloe Tennis Club, tying the rubbers at 2-all as we say goodbye to Will Hann as he gets ready for his doubles. And he'll be partnering with Scotty Jones, and they'll probably like to think they'll get out there as quickly as possible while we got a bit of cloud coverage and maybe sun setting in a little while.
So we've got 2 rubbers apiece.
We've got 2 rubbers apiece, and Cottesloe leading by a set. So they've got a little bit of an upper hand with that set, getting it done from Hann, sneaking that set from Ashwin Sharma.
So 5 sets to 4. 7 sets is probably going to get it done. In most scenarios it does. If it's 7 sets, it'll come down to games. But typically, I'd like to know the stats. The first team to 7 sets, well,
Yep.
I'd like to be proven wrong, but I'd nearly say 95% of the time.
Yeah,
So
and I reckon more. But I think even if it did go to the 7 sets all, I think Maxi Weir's 2-2 victory down at the number 3 position. I think it's the number 4 position. Number 4 position, Maxi Weir got the job done over Josh Bowen, 6-2, 6-2. So I think if it went down to the games, Cottesloe would still get over the line.
it's an interesting decision. You know, I've just come back into Western Australia and followed the Goods Property Service WA State League relatively closely from Darwin. But playing Josh Bowen in a singles, in a semi-final, not sure, you may have more intel than I do, but what's Alex Downey
I got
up
the
to?
insight where I was chatting to Kendrick Chia before. He was playing Divi 1 out there today, and I was speaking to him from Alexander Park, and he said Joshy Bowen had a good win last week that cemented his spot. He beat Cameron Fenner on the hard court, so I think that is why they went with him.
Well, that's a good win. We know what Cameron Fenner's done for the game of West Australia, and multiple MVP player in the State League. But on a hard court, Cameron's probably getting on to 40 now. You'd hope that someone like Josh Bowen, mid-20s, mid to late 20s, could get the job done. But, you know, lefty, something different, doesn't mind the grass court.
Pretty crafty.
Grew up in Geraldton on the grass court, so can play on the grass court. So perhaps that's a fair enough reason in the end. But Alex Downey, I know, has done a job for Alexander Park previously, actually beating William Hann, who we just spoke to in a final. So it's an interesting decision, but perhaps they've played each other during the week for a little playoff.
Yeah, and I think time may tell. We see this doubles action to see what happens in the end. Maybe it was the wrong decision for them, but if they can get over the line in the doubles, Joshy Bowen, I'm not sure. I think he's partnering Daniel Downey. If they can get the job done over Brenton Bacon and Adam Kehane, maybe that solidifies the position of Josh Bowen playing.
No, he's been a fantastic player, and he's always been thereabouts in the lower numbers in State League and 1 and 2 in Div 1. So anyway, 1 set in it. Down to the doubles, you see Brenton Bacon come out for Cottesloe. Doubles specialist. Made his way across from Royal Kings Park, where they've had reasonable success but haven't quite got the chocolates there. So bit of a transfer fee across for Brenton Bacon to get him across to Cottesloe. He's always wanted to get across to Cottesloe, so now is his opportunity. He probably couldn't make his way into the previous Cottesloe teams. But now he showed his worth, especially in the doubles. In the doubles caper, he's been a fantastic player for so many years, especially on the grass. He is a tricky customer with that left-handed serve and volley.
Yeah, and also he's a character as well, so he's great for our State League competition, because you never know what you're going to get from Brenton Bacon when he steps out on the court. He can entertain you with his 20s and his magical hands, or he can entertain you in another way by spitting the dummy and maybe a few racket throws. So Brenton Bacon's a great character to have in our Goods Property Services State League.
Unpredictable, that's for sure, but geez, is worthy of playing State League still. He hits a reasonable ball as we say goodbye to Joel Pleydell, and former Cottesloe player and 2-time MVP, and we bring back our National Development Squad coach, Goran Marijan. Just to reaffirm, Joel, that is Marijan, not Marijan. Welcome back, Goran.
Thanks, mate. Jeez, good tennis out here. Scotty Joe's making it interesting, 2-all. Getting the doubles warmed up now. Brenton Bacon out there playing with Adam Kehane, and who we also got against?
Josh Bowen's out there, and
Josh Bowen.
Still waiting for the third player. I'm assuming it's Daniel Downey. He may just be taking a break, getting something to eat, getting a drink in. Doesn't need to warm up as he just got off court. 10 minutes ago as he makes his way across centre court now onto the second court. But we just had Hann in the commentary booth, and he shared a bit of intel to why they went this way in the selection. So they wanted to back in Cottesloe's 1 and 2 in Scott and Will against, it looks like, Jerome and Ashwin Sharma. So the 2 Cottesloe boys, the 1 and 2s, are backing themselves in to get the job done, but that's not to say that the number 2 doubles for Cottesloe can't get the job done down there as well. So it's actually sets up interesting. You've probably got the 2 strongest players for both teams on the first court. Could make for some good viewing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, you know, as we know in doubles. Anything can happen in doubles. You know, get a couple of lucky returns, and obviously if it does come down to a super tiebreak. So we've got the guys warming up now. Ashwin and Will, I'm sure, are a little bit stiff after a 3.5 hour match. So they're just getting the blood flow going again.
He's a great kid, old Will. He speaks very well. Loves the game of tennis. Doing some great things out at Robertson Park Tennis Club with Ben McLaughlin at Tennis Central. He's great to have around. Great value. So what's your predictions here, Goran? You've seen plenty of tennis in your journey as a player and as a coach and as an observer. Where do you think this is going?
Tough to call. I think Cottesloe are probably the favourites, I would say, in the doubles. Brenton Bacon's obviously a very good, crafty doubles player, and they've brought him in. I haven't seen much of Adam Kehane in the doubles. I've seen him obviously the singles today. And Jerome playing with Ashwin. Got a few comments that Jerome doesn't normally play doubles in the team, so that's an interesting one. So he's playing today. So we'll see what happens, but, you know, good start. Obviously running out of light, so does that go play into people's heads that they'll start rushing a little bit? We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Jerome's an interesting one here. Typically the players will warm up in the positions they're going to play in, and, well, in my experience with Jerome and watching him play as an observer and as a coach, his backhand certainly his stronger point, certainly his backhand return. It's nearly pinpoint. He doesn't miss much, so it's an interesting decision if they've made it that he's playing on the forehand side. Typically you play on the juice side or the forehand side, you're probably going to get more forehands, but perhaps Ashwin backs himself on the backhand side as well. Interesting decision.
Interesting to see. Maybe he likes that late backhand return. I've always liked to play on the juice side. Aim for the middle and it goes to the right place.
Catch it late, which can happen on the grass. It shoots through. You know, it's always harder to return on a grass than a hard court. And then doubles, you've got to return into a smaller space as well. Yeah, you can catch them late, and as you said, tactically, you can probably play it into your hands a little bit. So Cottesloe need 1 in straight here. If they get a doubles in straight, that'll sew up the day. So, as mentioned before, Will and Scott are backing themselves in the number 1 position. Scott Jones got the hat backwards. He means business. That last half of his singles, he really showed it. He turned it on. Bit of showtime from Scotty Jones. He was a bit tight and
hat backwards and the collar up as well.
Yeah, the shorts could do with a bit of wash, a bit of nappy sand. Looks like he's worn them to death. But Dan Downey and the Alexander Park Tennis Club, they've put up a real fight here. They certainly came in as underdogs, especially playing away. You know, they play on grass as well at Alexander Park, but Cottesloe plays slightly different. There's always a bigger crowd, quite a vocal crowd for the Cottesloe boys. So certainly going into the tie, Cottesloe favourites, but geez, they're right up it against Alexander Park here. And as you mentioned earlier, that's anything can happen out here in the doubles. Yeah,
no, I think so. It's like I said, if it does play into some people's heads with the light, are we going to finish today? Are we not? Does it, you know? So it'd be interesting to see how the matches start off.
Yeah, I encourage all your viewers, go grab something to eat, grab a quick drink, go sit down, because this could be an entertaining sort of next hour, hour and a half. Don't go anywhere.
All right, just finishing up the warm-ups here. Number 2 doubles looks like they're ready to go. Number 1 doubles, a few more serves to roll over.
All right, just about to get underway in the second doubles. First doubles are just finishing off a couple of serves, and they'll be into it in the next minute or two as well.
Right, good serve from Downey to start off the doubles there.
Great hands from
good
all
hands,
four
good
boys
hands.
there. Fantastic rally. Brenton just so smart, never overhits, puts it in an awkward position to play against and brings his opponent in all the time. Just smart customer. Great tennis.
You say took a bit of pace off that return, dinked it at the feet. So when that happens, you know you've got to volley upwards and you're going to have a play on that next ball. Well, what a great shot. Off the back foot, backhand line.
It's a hot start in that doubles. Wow. It's a great serve, great return, great pickup, even better pass. Good tennis all round. Haven't seen much of Madam. I know he's played Div 1 for a fair few years here at Cottesloe and done really well, winning multiple titles in the Div 1 position, in the Div 1 division. So he's got his opportunity this year, the last couple of years, and be interested to see how he goes. So far, so good. Spoke too soon.
That was the right cross, but probably a bit late. Caught it late, went long.
What are you trying to do? You know, it's a tight fixture. It's a semi-final. Just first couple of games in doubles, are you just going after a few and trying to find a bit of range, or are you just trying to make them play a bit, and if they hit some winners too good? What's sort of your...
Yeah, I'd like to think just play percentage, just to keep balls in play, make them play. I always think it's a massive key in doubles, obviously, making your first serves, making your returns, and just keep asking the questions. You know, I think Brenton's one of those guys who just makes you play all the time. He's always dinks it at your feet. He'll make the volley. You know, he's obviously got a tricky lefty serve. So he's one of those percentage players in doubles that really causes a lot of pressure, I think, just by making balls.
Great serve out to the backhand of Brenton. 40-15 up.
Saved a couple of break points, yeah. Deciding point, juice.
Cottesloe have decided that Brenton will take the return.
Yep. So again, that nice return at the feet brought his partner into the game, or into the point, and Adam was able to put it away.
Again, just bringing his partner into the game, and if you're playing with Brenton, you're always in. You've got to be looking for it because he'll give you opportunities to look. But perhaps if you're playing against him too, if you're Alexander Park, you need to show a little bit. You need to get involved. You can't be predictable because if you're predictable, he'll put you to the sword. So stay unpredictable, keep moving at the net, stay active and get across as much as you can.
Over to the number 1 doubles here. Will Hann serving at 30 love. Oh, great backhand, split the middle.
A great doubles player and a player. Mark Draper said to me a few years ago, down the middle solves the riddle. And not a truer word has been spoken in that instance, just there, that example. Straight down the middle, both cop players looking at each other, dumbfounded. Great shot.
Again.
Couple of great backhands there from Jerome. I believe anyway. I could be wrong, but certainly I think he's his strongest shot. He doesn't miss a whole lot. I'd be surprised if he's over sort of 4 or 5 unforced errors for a singles match on the backhand side. I've got 40-30 or short
40-30. 40-30, yep. Nice volley. Speaking about doubles, obviously we had a great result for Australia at the men's doubles at the Australian Open with the special Ks, Kyrgios and Kokkinakis getting over Matty Ebden and Max Purcell in the final. What do you think, Mitch? Why do you think those the special Ks were able to win that title? But obviously coming through, they don't play doubles that often. They obviously are known for their singles play. What do you think was special about them during that Australian Open?
Well, I've always been a strong believer that the ones that give off the most energy as a doubles pairing generally get the win, and they're always active, they're involved, there's a lot of movement, there's hand clapping. You can sort of beat opponents just through the energy and the intensity you can bring down the other end without even hitting a ball. But aside from that, and aside from the crowd being right behind them and giving them support, just the size of their serves and their ground strokes. I mean, if you're at the net, I don't care how good you are as a net player, when Kyrgios or Kokkinakis are hitting a forehand at you, you're going to be worried. And if that comes at your body, geez, I think it's only natural to be slightly concerned.
Oh yeah, they're both very dangerous with their serves. Plenty of cheap points in that regard. Puts pressure on the other team serving. And like you said, if they get their return back and they've got time on a forehand, just pulling the trigger, isn't it? It's just bang.
Yeah.
So obviously they did have a great crowd, and they brought a great atmosphere to the doubles. Sometimes doubles just don't get that kind of crowd going, but the Australian Open showed it's possible.
Their serves are certainly a strength, even in their singles game. We see it so often. They just hold serves so often and so easily at times. There's no different in doubles. You can get that first serve in with a fair bit of placement and speed. If it does come back, which rarely it did in the Australian Open, if it does, it's quite an easy put-away volley for your net player.
Yeah, probably good examples today. Actually, I woke up this morning and I watched John Isner and Jack Sock upset the #1 team in the world, Metkic and Pavic, in a match tiebreak, 10-7 I think it was. You know, two guys who just got big serves, and they're able to take out the best team in the world. And I think actually, if Nick and Kokkinakis got up today, they would have to play against Johnny Isner and Jack Sock. But I don't know if they won their match or not.
So,
yeah, so the Special Ks are playing in Indian Wells, and they've won their first round today, and they'll play against John Isner and Jack Sock in the second round, who upset the top seeds.
well, they'll be in a foreign situation, being in Indian Wells, playing in America, obviously playing now 2 Americans in Jack Sock and John Isner. The crowd could be completely against them, so it'd be interesting to see how they take some advice coming across the fence from the American crowd.
Yeah, I think they'll just absorb it, wouldn't they? I think they just love a crowd, doesn't matter who it is. Great volley there from Hann. Got great serve actually from Scotty Jones to set up the volley. But,
what are your thoughts, Goran? If you had 2 of the best doubles players in the world, who are the incumbents now? Metkic and
Pavic.
Yeah.
If
they took on, let's say, Medvedev and Djokovic in a doubles, the top 2 singles players in the world, against the top 2 doubles players in the world, who'd get out on top?
It's a tough one. I'd probably still lean towards the doubles pairing in that part, because the Djokovic and Medvedev are a bit more like a counterpuncher kind of game styles, not like your Kyrgios and that, where they can kind of just take points away from you with their big serves. And the doubles guys, you know, just great percentage. Obviously, they're half a court, their movements and their patterns. They know how to move on the doubles court, but obviously, you know, you got the best two players in the world at the moment, Djokovic and Medvedev. Be an interesting match. I'd like to see it a bit more often with these guys playing doubles.
Yeah, I think we underestimate, even being involved with tennis, we underestimate the camaraderie and how important it is, the team aspect of doubles. Even if you are undersized in the performance space, if you have really good camaraderie and communications and energy together, you can do quite well in the doubles aspect. You just know where each other are going to move to, you know where they're serving to. It's sort of, you're communicating without communicating at times.
No, it definitely helps. You know, if you feel like you hit a shot and you know you're in a certain position, you know your partner's covering you. Obviously, you got people that just, on the doubles tour, that just play the forehand side, so you need to find someone who plays the backhand side. You know, it's just things like that. And you do have partners switching around here or there. Obviously, John Pearce from WA, he's playing with Philip Polisak now. He's had some great results with him to start the year.
Well, John's one that plays exclusively on the backhand side. I think he may, in his earlier days when he played with Jamie Murray, Andy Murray's brother, may have played on the forehand side while Jamie played on the backhand, but since that partnership split many years ago now, he's exclusively played on the backhand side and has done a fantastic job winning Australian Open and getting to number 2 in the world in doubles.
Oh, great. Nice return there from Will Hann.
So this is interesting. So Jerome hasn't played much doubles, as you alluded to. He's fantastic from the back of the court and solid as a rock, as mentioned before, and plays some really good tennis from the baseline. But if he doesn't serve volley against these two returners, I think Alexander Park could be in a bit of trouble here, as he does look to serve volley on the first serve. Let's see what he does on the second serve.
A double fault there from Jerome.
Plenty of chat from the Cottesloe boys. Yeah. As Alexander Park break back on the second court. So Cottesloe leading 3-1 on the second court. Brenton and Adam playing some good doubles there. As we see a great smash from Jerome to keep him in the game and keep Alexander Park in this service game. 2-1 to Cottesloe here on the main court on serve.
Nice serve again.
Viewers may be interested in just a little change of formation there from the Cottesloe boys here in the number 1 doubles. So both players playing back, neither at the net. As we see Scott move to the net this time, but the previous point, Scott was returning and Will stayed back. What are your thoughts on that formation, and why would they be using that formation?
Yeah, it could be just a confidence of returning thing. If you haven't made many returns and you can't get it cross court, just to give your partner some time on the baseline to be ready for the volley. Obviously, it's harder for the volleyer to put the ball away if you've got 2 guys on the baseline. You can't go through the volleyer on the other team. And it just gives them a different look as well. So a 2-2 here on the first court. Will Hann serving.
Great serve there from Will, changing it up. Jerome probably sitting on the backhand there for the slider down the tee, as so many lefties do well. But Will changing it up and taking Jerome by surprise there, and Jerome catching it late. So good thinking there from Will on the service.
Nice deep volley to set up that smash, and Jerome didn't get enough on it. And then Will's able to smash that over the fence.
Crowd liked that one too. I think there's a fair few Will Hann supporters in the crowd. Looking for Cottesloe to put themselves in another grand final as they've done so often.
Nice shot there from Jerome, forehand line.
Do we know what time sunset is today?
I've heard it's around 6:40, 6:45. 6:30, yeah.
So
Not a lot of time, 45 minutes, just under 45 minutes to go.
Cottesloe need one in straight to save them coming back tomorrow, or is it next Saturday?
Tomorrow they'll have to come back. Obviously, the number 2 doubles was up a double break over there. But now they've got a chance to get that double break back. It's a deciding point at 3-1.
Brenton Bacon taking that deciding point again.
Another dink return at the feet. Will Hann serving here at
Great doubles from the Cottesloe pair and Will and Scott staying strong at the net as we just see Cottesloe get that break back to go 4-1 up on the second court. So it's happening quickly there on the second court for the Alexander Park boys. They might, to prolong this day, they're probably going to need to get that break back ASAP, keep them in this match.
Will Hann with another unreturnable there. Cottesloe leading 3-2 in the number 1 doubles. Brenton Bacon now serving in the second doubles, leading 4-1 with a double break. Oh. Nice little dink volley there, but had time to try to lob, but not much hands on the lob there, going long.
Just a little bit lackluster from the Alexander Park doubles pair in Downey and Bowen in the second doubles. Just, I think they can keep themselves in it, just bring them as... Great skills, all 4 players. That might just spark them into a bit of action down there, but certainly need a little bit more intensity, I think. But as we switch across to the number 1 doubles again, Ashwin Sharma serving, 2-3 down.
Great return there from Scotty Jones.
Sort of called it as it was still floating through the air. He knew the space was there, he knew he hit it well, and he's brought out a come on before the ball's even landed.
Probably saw Jerome move over a little bit. Picked it. Great serve, Ashwin.
Great response. Always tricky if you go love 30 down on your serve, but big difference between love 30 and 15 all. Great serve. Again, we see that formation from Cottesloe's number 1 pair, both back. It's an interesting one with Scott Jones returning so well. I mean, such a good returner. You'd think that Will's in the game with that next shot, but perhaps not backing himself, Scotty, in picking the serve of Ashwin Sharma. The grass court clubs are sort of stuck with tradition in the white. Both clubs, Alexander Park and Cottesloe, predominantly in the white, sort of that Wimbledon vibe out here.
Yeah.
You sort of see a little bit more colour these days with the players, but both traditional grass court clubs.
At Wimbledon, there's only so much colour you can have in your outfits.
Well, you've been there plenty of times. Can you have any colour on your shirts and shorts?
Just a little bit. Obviously, some shirts and some companies try to push it to the edge. But I remember that one year that Roger Federer had orange on the bottom of his shoes, and he actually played a match in it, and then was told that he's not allowed to wear those shoes again. And those shoes were started selling online for a lot of money because he only wore them once. But yeah, some companies. There's always a lot of different clothing companies these days now. But yeah, they have to follow some strict rules. Even if you're practicing on the Wimbledon match courts, you have to wear white. Coach has got to wear white. Everyone's got to. So when you step on a match court, practice or playing your match in the tournament, you've got to be in the whites.
And what about the attire? Can it be sleeveless? We've seen Nadal rock the sleeveless. Did they change that rule for him, or that was sort of an unwritten rule that was allowed?
I think it's just, I think it's allowed. Obviously the sleeveless has kind of come back a little bit with Alexander Zverev. He's playing the sleeveless these days.
He could put on a bit of weight first. There's a stick out there. There's no comparison to Nadal. Nadal rocked it, no worries. There's a few lady fans that were all around Rafael. Alexander Zverev doesn't quite have the same look.
Cottesloe getting the break. 4-2 up now. Scotty Jones serving. So both teams are up in their first sets for Cottesloe.
As we spoke about, we did say Cottesloe need 2 sets, but 2 sets from separate matches isn't going to be enough, because if Alexander Park come back and win both in a super tie break in the 3rd set, they can still take the tie 4-2. So even though Cottesloe are on their way to perhaps taking these first 2 sets, they will need one of the matches to win in straight to guarantee them the day and move into the grand final.
Oh, great pickup. Great pickup. It's a nice return from Ashwin. Low, but Scotty Jones was there, ready. Great hands.
That's one of the hardest shots in the game. Low backhand.
Volley line.
In doubles too, knowing that your opponent, the net's going to be all over it if you don't do enough with it. To get that off his shoelaces, not only get it back in, but hit a winner against it.
Yeah,
with it.
It's a great effort. Great serve as well from Scotty Jones. Sometimes you've got to be wary of your returns as well. If you smack it, that just doesn't give them much to do. They put their racket there and it comes off it. Maybe sometimes you've got to change the pace of that return. So they do have to actually come up with something off the volley.
Which is what Brenton Bacon does so well, who's playing on that second court with the returns. He doesn't generally overhit it, but he puts it in a position where it's low.
He's done it again.
Again.
Scotty Jones. Sees Jerome moving. He's picked him off twice there.
And the crowd are lapping it up. Scott and Will.
We'll go after the second doubles here in the middle of the rally. Oh, Adam Khan missing the volley. So both Cottesloe teams are up 5-2.
What do you think with Alexander Park here? So struggling in both doubles, plenty of energy with the Cottesloe, both pairs, lots of chat, lots of movement, the crowd's lapping up. Scott Jones putting on a show out here, but the crowd's certainly behind Cottesloe Tennis Club. If you're going to speak with the Alexander Park boys, what would you go say to them?
We've got to mix it up. You've got to know what's not working, what's not working. Do we go line more? Do we chuck in a few more lobs? Do we, You just got to mix it up. You got to try to feel like you get back in the game. Obviously, this is a do or die now. There's no more after this, so it's, you know, obviously now with Jerome serving, get done with the Adam serving at 5-2, serving for the set here. Sorry, great shot there from Josh Bowen. Got to change it up. You're going to mix it.
It's interesting, Cottesloe fielding 3 left-handers in the doubles this fixture. You don't see that too often. Certainly see right-handers predominantly in tennis and in golf, but so we see Cottesloe fielding 3. Always difficult as a right-hander to play against a left-hander. Ball's coming to your backhand a lot more. The shape of the ball slightly different. Just don't play lefties as much as we do right-handers. So certainly the advantage, you'd think, just in that aspect with Cottesloe too. Adam's still looking to hold serve here and consolidate the first set for Cottesloe Tennis Club.
Oh, Scotty Jones.
As the crowd's cheering for the first court, but I think the crowd may have missed the fantastic volley from Adam on the second court.
Scotty Jones is on fire on the first court. Jeez.
Since the second half of his singles, and still continuing now, he's hardly missed a ball.
Oh, great volley. Oh, it's dropped in. Thought it was going long,
And that
but
could be the set for Cottesloe, 6-2.
6-2, Adam Kehane, Brenton Bacon. Up to the first court now. Don't know why we'd be serving second serve to Scotty Jones's forehand, but that's what's happening. He's hitting forehand line winners all the time at the
He's
moment.
seen them like beach balls. If you're going to toss up that second serve to his forehand at the moment, well, you can expect that to happen. We're playing top doubles here. This is a fantastic standard of tennis. That second serve's just not going to stand up, especially against someone seeing him as well as Scott Jones is at the moment.
Oh, nice move. Nice move from Ashwin. Obviously a planned poach.
Half an hour until sunset, 6 o'clock here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Sunset's at 6:30. The first set's done on the second court. Cottesloe look to sew up the first set on this first court. It's going to be touch and go whether the job gets done. They may have to come back tomorrow to finish it off, the Cott boys, or can Alexander Park.
Cottesloe now taking the first set in the first doubles. So 2 6-2s looking the goods at the moment. All right, the first game of the second set now in the second doubles. Downey serving. Oh, nice touch volley there. Josh Bowen.
Alexander Park just got to find a way to stem the flow here. It's sort of both courts for the Cottesloe guys are just on a run at the moment. Alexander Park just got to find a way just to hold serve, get their way back into the match, and just steady the flow. But they're playing against
Nice
4
shot.
great doubles players for Cottesloe, so that's easier said than done. But I think it starts with holding serve.
Slightly wide, I think, on the second serve for Daniel. So they've put themselves under a bit of pressure again in that first game of the second set as we switch across to the first doubles. Hann serving. Start of the first game of the second set. Just working so well as a team. Scott Jones and Hann. You see them, they serve and the net players all over it. They're sort of reading off the same script at the moment. Plenty of chat, plenty of communication going on. Looks like Scott's going to fake this. He might look to get across, but he's not going to. He's going to stay on his side.
Big serving there from Will. A few first serves. Comfortable hold. Will serving very well. It's the second doubles here. Downey still serving in the first game of the second set. I think it could be a deciding point.
Brenton's taken all three of the deciding points so far. You think that's a plan going into the match, or you just think Brenton's feeling it and backs himself in to get the job done?
Yeah, he's obviously seeing the ball well, making a lot of returns, making tough returns, awkward returns for their opponents. Not that time. All right, back on the number one court with Ashwin Sharma serving. Oh, nice touch volley there from Jerome.
The Alexander Park boys here in Sharma and Iaconi, they've just got to stick to their guns, stay unpredictable, keep the movement. I know they've been burnt a couple of times by Scott Jones, but stay unpredictable. Keep asking the question. If Scott can keep doing that for the next sort of half an hour, 40 minutes, well, that's too good. But don't stick to one position and be dictated to. Stay proactive. So it looks like they're going to do so. We're in a position where we can see some of the signals going on by the Alexander Parks. Looks like he's going to slide it wide here and Jerome's going to stay.
Tough lob there from Scotty Jones. Got Jerome on the back foot. Still probably believe Jerome shouldn't miss that smash, but he got caught at. It's on the bottom of the racket that's gone long. Yeah, nice volley.
I think that's what they've got to look to do. Just get the first serve in the right position, even if you need to take off 5-10%. Make that first serve, get it in a position that can bring the volleyer into play. While it's always nice hitting a big serve, an ace and unreturnable, the disadvantage is it's a little bit more risky and your opponents get to see a second serve.
You see they've tried the I formation there against Scott Jones, who's been returning very well. Oh, a bit unlucky there. Hann getting the let cord. Going over Jerome.
Plenty of support here from the Cott support crew that are enjoying A few beverage jars on the grass back here. That's the break for Cottesloe to go 2-love up in the second set. A bit of work to do now.
Yeah, they're just keeping their foot down. Obviously now a great start in the second set. Got the early break. And the way it's going, Jerome and Ashwin got a mountain to climb here.
What do you do here tactically? You know sunset's coming in 20 minutes. You're under the pump, being Alexander Park. Cottesloe on both courts are playing fantastic tennis as they both go for the same ball, collide rackets and still manage to hit a winner. Do you try and stall it a bit? Take your time, take your full 20 seconds, take your full minute and a half at the change of ends to get it to 6:30 and push them to the next day and see what tomorrow brings?
I mean, why not? You know, anything can happen. You can go to sleep tonight, wake up not feeling the best tomorrow. You know what I mean? Just try to push it out. But the way it's going, it's struggling to win a point.
Just everything Cottesloe touch turns into gold at the moment. I mean, it's a great spectacle if you're a Cottesloe supporter, not so much if you're an Alexander Park supporter. But it's all just happening really quickly.
Just making the first serves. Wow, great shot there from Jerome. Split the middle. Obviously got the time on that forehand from a great return. Scotty Jones serving at 30-15.
And just to remind viewers that Cottesloe need a doubles in straight sets to win the day and seal the day and proceed into the final of the Goods Property Services at Tennis West State League. The word's coming through that Hensman Park have won their semi-final 4-0, didn't even go to a doubles, so quite comfortable for Hensman on the hard court. So the final of the State League will be at Hensman Park for all those viewers that want to make your way down.
Yeah, there'll be the women and men's final over there.
The women's one as well?
They did, yes, and Alexander Park also defeated Peppermint Grove. So by one set, so very tight out there. So we could be going towards 2 finals at Hensman Park. Onto the second doubles here. Josh Bowen serving. Oh, back here on the front court here. 5-1 here, 5-2, sorry, to the Cottesloe team. Jerome serving. And on the second court, Alexander Park has taken the second set. So quick turnaround over there, 6-1. They'll be playing a match tiebreak now.
First to 10?
First to 10, yes. Well, if Jerome holds serve, we'll see. Obviously, this front doubles here, if they win in straight, it's all over.
So 5-2, Jerome serving to keep us, or keep Alexander Park in the tie. As Jerome hits a nice little kick serve. Jonesy catches it late. 5-3 Cottesloe. Hann's been serving well throughout the whole day, but in particular this doubles, he'd be looking just to go bang bang on a first couple and put himself in a position to take the tie.
Hann here serving for the match.
Oh, jeez. Jerome would want that back again. Second serve on the backhand side, which we were speaking so highly of moments ago, to keep them in the match. It's a bad miss.
Yeah, you're just going to make them play. You know, there's always going to be a little nerves in the game when you're trying to finish a match out. Great serve. Well done from Ashwin. Oh, well played.
Another fantastic serve. The lefty slider out to the backhand of Ashwin, but found a way to put it back in and get himself into the point and constructed quite a decent point after that. So 15-all. Where's he going here, Goran?
Going to go wide, I reckon.
Cool.
Just to play the different. Don't play the usual.
And that was the return Jerome was looking for in the first point. Didn't quite execute, but executing there. Fantastic backhand return.
15-30.
Little bit Brenton Baker-ish there, with the little dink at the feet to make the volley hit up on it. 15-30.
Oh, not over yet. Ashwin Sharma coming up with a good return.
Is there another twist to the tail here at Cottesloe Tennis Club?
Creating a break point opportunity here now. Oh, not making first serves. Oh, it's an opportunity, I think, for Ashwin to cross and take that volley. You just got to go for it. It's time to, don't wait.
Yeah, everyone plays a little bit more conservative under pressure. You could probably, with the return that Jerome hit straight at the toes of Will, he's probably always going cross court there. I think you're right. There's an opportunity there for Ashwin to cross and go straight at Scott.
Big serve there, cheap point. It's what he needed. Deciding point.
This is it. Match
break
point.
Point, match point. Here we go. This is to put Cottesloe into the final.
Where's he going?
Oh, he's got to go the slider, doesn't he? Slider out wide. Old Yeller.
Great serve.
Oh, great serve, body serve there. Cottesloe
boys
come out with the win and put themselves in the final next week against Hensman Park Tennis Club.
Thank you, Mitchell Pleydell. Goran Marijan. Final conclusion of today's semi-final as we just change across. Mitchell Pleydell, he's a talents operations manager he's part of your team, Goran Marijan. I mean, what a marvellous day's play today. Incredible result. It's been a day of high intensity, a day of high pressure, and certainly one that has produced some of the best tennis that I've witnessed in the best part of 30 years here in WA State League. Remarkable result. Cottesloe winning against Alexander Park, coming down to sets and games. They got the job done here in the doubles with Will Hann and Scotty Jones over the top of Ashwin Sharma and Jerome Iaconi, giving Cottesloe that all-important win to springboard them into next week's final against Hensman Park. Synopsis of the day.
Oh, just amazing tennis. I think that 3.5 hour match is just amazing on the grass, even though there's no third set. Great quality overall. Even got a little bit interesting there at the end there with the second doubles going into a match tiebreak. So it could have turned around, but really good play from Scotty Jones in the doubles there at the end as well. Great tennis all around. Really happy to be here and be able to watch it.
Absolutely. And next week's final in the men's competition, the Goods Property Services WA State League, is between Hensman Park, finishing on top of the ladder. They defeated Royal Kings Park today in convincing fashion, 4-love after the singles. But today's semi-final, the second semi-final, Cottesloe too strong against Alexander Park. So we'll see Hensman Park up against Cottesloe at Hensman Park next week in the men's final. And of course, the women's matches today, Goran, Marijan. Peppermint Grove, they lost to their lower-ranked Alexander Park in the women's second semi-final by 1 set and a couple of games. It's a remarkable ball-over for Peppermint Grove. Alexander Park, the first time back in the competition, the women's side of the draw for about 30-odd years, find themselves in the final. Hensman Park defeated Royal Kings Park in the women's first semi-final. It's going to be a double-header at Hensman Park, men's and women's. Hensman Park finishing both on top of the ladder, but the men's up against Cottesloe, the women up against Alexander Park. What are you expecting for this double-header blockbuster for the men's and women's State League Grand Final?
Well, it's going to be a great day. You know, when you got two finals at the same club, it's obviously great for Hensman Park to be hosting both and to maybe take out both again. I think they took out both last year, so you know it's going to be a great day. Hopefully, another few more close matches. We'll see how it goes.
121 years of WA State League. 5 months, 14 rounds, down to 1 weekend. Next weekend, Hensman Park in the men's and Hensman Park in the women's will be hosting. We're looking forward to bringing the broadcast next week. Thanks to Goods Property Services, to Tyre Power, Scotty's Media, and we're looking forward to bringing that to Goran Marijan, to Joel Pleydell, to Mitch Pleydell. My name is Brett Patten. Looking forward to a big grand final weekend next week. Bye for now.